Welcome everyone to the inaugural Burning Bridges with Bridge Burner podcast. Very special event today, recording live with co-host In the Keep, Motherload from In the Keep. We're going to be interviewing a variety of guests today, and it should be a lot of fun, and I hope you enjoy it. So first up, we have the legendary Jimmy, ESPY Award winner, multi-Kako Award winner, very talented individual, huge, lots of various strings to his bow, and we're going to be talking to him about Adventures of Square. So welcome in, Jimmy.
Thank you very much.
We've got Motherload here co-hosting. You want to say hi?
Oh, I'm I thought I was just like, I was just hanging out.
Fuck! What am I paying you for?
No, you're here to work, obviously.
Yeah. What are you paying me for? That's the question.
What am I paying you for? What am I paying you?
Survive, apparently.
So I just went through the first experience of actually playing Adventure Square the first time in the half an hour ago, which is very, very appalling of me. But this Jimmy, it feels like something people should be paying for. It's that level of quality. It's that good. I just wanted to what was the origins of Adventures of Square? Where did it start?
I guess it wasn't really my idea initially. My sibling, Bimmy, or Baratus93, in chat with us tonight, originally dreamt up Square as to be a sort of... it's a bit of a long story, but essentially we had Square as like an example of a cartoon character in one of our own little universes where, because Bimmy and I would just exchange so many ideas, so many cartoon ideas, like for animated shows, for short stories, that kind of thing, when we were kids. But Square was an example of probably, design-wise, he's pretty simplistic, but he was initially sort of created to be like one of our lowest effort creations, and we went in that like very deliberately, like he's square, he's a square, and he doesn't like circles because they're not square. So that was like the majority of the thought put into it. But
that's fantastic. I love that.
Yeah. So how to explain this now? So I was just getting into Doom modding around that time, I think, and I kind of always wanted to create my own total conversion or game project using the Doom engine, I suppose. So I took this idea, this extremely simplistic idea of Square. I don't consider myself an artist particularly, but I had a feeling I could probably make a game with my limited skills in art.
I could draw a square.
I could draw a square, a little purple square, and give him a face and some guns, and it would be fine. So with Bimmy's assistance, I think we kind of cobbled together somewhat on the project, and I had a demo released by the end of 2013, I think it was, or around about the middle of 2013, I think it would have been, where it was all the art was done by me, but it had a few like music and sound rips from elsewhere, so it wasn't like a complete product. But it really picked up around that time, so the project got like quite a bit of attention from the Doom World scene. People like Matt Tropiano, who should be in chat with us tonight as well, took interest pretty much straight away. Was like, hey, can I work with you on this? Because this looks like it could be something really cool. It just needs like a full like team behind it, and it needs to be like a full product with its own kind of sound design and voice acting and like a full-fledged
going for that full holistic new design.
Yeah. So I got pretty fortunate in a way because it was, I think, Alfonso Pavera and Mtrop all kind of simultaneously came to me. They're all mappers in their own right, and they all came to me saying, yeah, I want to work with you on this. So I didn't send any like invitations out. It was literally like the people kind of came to me, kind of gravitated to me in a way. So I was very lucky on that front.
Mm.
And before long, we had other people on board, like Zaza, who helped out with art and music and just about everything else, really.
Days are another very multi-talented person.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Bimmy came on board to do proper voice acting for the game. We wrote scripts together. We had all the dialogue written out in their text file, and we brought a few other voice actors on board, like Rock King, who did the majority of the monsters. M-Trop himself also did a lot of voice acting. We brought other musicians on board. Alfonso and Zaza and Queen Jazz helped out with music.
Nice.
Yep, for episode 1. And it was around about this time that we started to realize, we've got a really good thing here. I think that's basically the origins of the project. I could go into a lot more depth about.
I'm sure there's a lot of story there.
It went through so many iterations, the project overall. And like I say, Bimmy and I have been creating together for years and years and years now. And I've been modding for all sorts of games. I think I started out with Duke Nukem modding, which was a pain in the arse to say.
It's amazing you survived.
I know, right?
You're still here. Somehow you're still here.
It's crazy. Yeah,
I think that's quite.
Doom modding was one of those things that just sort of came naturally to me.
I think it's quite interesting your comment about like starting with as simple a concept as possible, like really basic, and like we're talking about earlier, like the art of making things very easy for yourself. And I think you've ended up with a very high end product, but starting from that conceptually very basic. The characters are square, the enemies are circles. Like from an asset creation perspective, that's really fascinating.
So when I first heard about Square, it was when you and I were both at QuakeCon, Year of Doom, a couple of what year was that now? Like before
a year and a half ago
the world shut down. And I was sitting down having dinner with, as far as I was concerned, like the greatest, like I'm on Mount Rushmore, essentially. It's me, Devastation, Human Bones, Dewsome, and Matthew, who gave me this. And
Love it.
I went home from QuakeCon and I just had this sitting on my desk for a long time. I was like, that is so weird. What a fucking weird guy. Why did he give me that? And I finally just sitting here one day picking my nose, and I'm like, there's a website on this card. Okay, I'll check that out. And ended up playing the entire game within a couple of weeks. It is one of the most amazing Doom projects. Just in terms of, I think we talked about this a little bit when you were on my show, but to reiterate it for the new audience and everything, like the depth of character that you guys bring to what is essentially a Doom game is unheard of. Like that just doesn't happen. It's essentially, Square is like Duke Nukem, and you started off with Duke Nukem. It's a full square, not full circle. Love story. There.
I think that's Chris.
Oh.
We're just going to mute you, Chris. I think it's interesting that you say that, Motherload, about like how Square is this fully fleshed out character. I've muted him. Like you're the fully fleshed out character. Sorry, Chris, you're just having some microphone noises. With the depth of personality, like Duke Nukem, obviously it's very different. Much more. I don't want to use the word nice, but he is. Square feels nice. So
wholesome.
Very. I think wholesome is probably the right word there. Which you don't see in a lot of FPSs. What was there like a conscious decision to do that, or was it just something that you just kind of organically built? This actual character.
I think. Let me think. I'm trying to think now. I think we were always going to have. I was always going to have Square be a kind of wisecracker, not in quite the same way as Duke, but definitely inspired by Duke. We have the script set up for him to say a voice line every so often when he kills an enemy, when he jibs something. It was always going to be really, really corny though,
right?
Like real, like pain-inducing puns, that kind of thing, because that's just my shtick. I just love stuff like that. Probably the cornerstone of my sense of humor, honestly, is like slightly crap humor.
Yeah. Dirty puns.
Yeah.
I suppose if you haven't made a Doom mod based on a dad joke, I mean,
Yeah. And like
Well,
you
it's only a
know,
matter of time. I
you
think.
can feel that in the inherent concept. It's a square that hates circles. Like that's a dumb joke right there.
That's great.
But you know, to your credit, you've taken the dumb part of that and made it into a top quality product. Before we turn it over to the audience to ask questions, one thing I wanted to ask, it's like, was there ever a thought around, because this is a question that's been asked of me about Age of Hell, did you ever think about monetizing it? Because it feels like a big brick game.
Don't even bother. I've been begging them.
It's run like I'm just going to if you
The
just
word
want to
monetize means something different to me, and it's like, ooh.
Was there ever a discussion? Was there a consideration, or was it just by the time you realised that you had this very, let's be objectively good thing, that boat had sailed?
I think it's a combination of those two. So like we've probably like said it way too many times now to actually say, that the game will be free to actually monetize it. We would love to be making really some really good money out of it, but I think what we'll probably do is look into like merching options. See if we can get like t-shirts and mugs and mouse pads.
That would sell like
that.
fucking hotcakes.
I think so.
Yeah,
I know a guy
I
who
really
can
wanna
set
do.
that up for you.
Yeah, I know a guy too. Yeah.
I was trying to get like all of us set up. So
Yes, I think that's good. Like, and that's where Age of Hell's going to go. Like,
Only squares.
only squares, just square t-shirts.
Oh,
yeah, only squares. No.
Oh no.
H square
I
mod.
mean, desperate times, but
Like even
no,
like the
no.
t-shirt like is just a square right here instead of a V-neck. It's like
Square
a square
It's like
neck
a square
or
neck.
something.
that could be the new height of fashion in 2021.
Oh, I love
I
it.
want
Bring it
that.
on.
Bring it on,
that.
bring it on. Yeah,
I'd wear that on stream at least once.
yeah, at least one.
Wear
Yeah,
it, but
H
I
square
wouldn't buy
no.
that shirt because I'm afraid I would never wear any of my other clothes again.
It's just too good. It's just too good.
That's a deep statement right there.
But yeah, and that's just. Are we just talking to Jimmy about Adventures Square? Are we allowed to ask him about other shit?
No, I think I can ask about other shit. We're gonna, a little bit more time. So yeah, if you want to ask something else, go for it.
Just real quick before we get into fan questions, I just want to ask about Faithless because this is your most recent release. It's
Oh, yeah,
fantastic. So can you tell us just a little bit, like kind of the elevator pitch of what that is?
Faithless is my attempt to marry Heretic and Hexen. So Heretic and Hexen, obviously classic games from the Doom era. They don't get quite as much love as Doom might do, perhaps. They're also somewhat infamous for having a few like quibbles in terms of the gameplay. So
Quibble is an understatement.
Heretics combat is okay, but the level design was less than varied.
Dog shit.
yeah. And Hexen had a really interesting world setting, like a really good sense of world building, but the gameplay was
Dog shit.
yeah. So it was my attempt to marry the two, like take Heretics superior combat and marry.
Did you have
with
to move to
Hexen's-
Utah or?
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Bad jokes.
Go ahead.
Bad joke.
jokes.
Bad joke. Bad.
Go ahead.
Ty. Thank you, Ty.
So it was Heretics combat with Hexen's hub settings and like more sort of lavish world building ability. So it started out as a sort of speed mapping project as well, like a lot of my other word-less projects over the last couple of years. So that started with Griefless in 2018. Which was an episode 4 replacement for Ultimate Doom. I made that in about 24 hours, all told. So 9 levels in 24 hours. Still a little bit insane now that I look back on it. Then there was
Just a bit.
Deathless.
Just a bit.
Deathless in November 2018, which was fueled by the Nano Wedmo project.
Lines on it.
So, like NaNoWriMo, which is the National Novel Writing Month that happens in, I think, is it October or November?
Yeah, October, I think. Yeah.
October, yeah. So we had it in November, but for Doom Wads. So that was good fun to partake in. Kind of like I worked relentlessly for a week and a half, something like that. I had a lot of planning beforehand, so I gathered all my resources just before the month kicked off. I was documenting all of my progress on the Discord, and it went by in just a massive blow. I'm not sure I did anything else for about 9 days, but map and just
And
do
blow.
things.
Yeah.
That's how you stayed awake the whole time.
No, I think Faithless is really cool, and it's definitely something. A link's been posted in the chat. Everyone should play it.
Oh yeah.
It's my first
Faithless,
experience with
yeah.
Heretic. It's incredible. It's so good. I helped Jimmy test it,
Yeah.
and it was a very, very, very fun experience. So, is there any questions from the chat before we move on to the next guest?
Okay, we got one
oh,
from
you got-
Jazzmaster right off the bat. All right, you want me to read it? Or-
Yeah, you go.
All right, this is my Jazzmaster impression. Question: with the amount of mappers involved, how do you guys keep a consistent level of quality and difficulty progression, and how do you manage, for example, your map needs to be this difficult for your map slot, end quote, type of deal?
So
And then
that
also-
is a cool question, actually. I think what it basically boiled down to was that we keep a very kind of organized checklist on Trello.com of everything that we need done for the project. So we know exactly how many maps are going to appear in every episode. We know roughly what enemies are going to be used. We know the setting overall, and we know who's going to be working on them. So we allocate those map slots to a certain person or persons at the very beginning of the process. So with that in mind, we then essentially let the mapper just go ahead and make something. And then it's a case of just fine-tuning that end result towards the end of development. So
Nice.
a lot of testing is done, a lot of refinement is done in the difficulty balancing. Mtrop did an awful lot of work on that front.
Nice.
With just the difficulty progression throughout each episode. So that's how all of that came together. It was a lot of individual effort that then resulted in a lot of careful refinement by one or two people on the towards the end of the development cycle.
Yeah, because
That's basically how we handled that.
how we're handling it for Age of Hell is make every map balls hard. And the balance from there. Yes, thank you, Jimmy, for giving us a bit of a rundown on Adventures of Square. Jimmy will hopefully be reappearing in the chat later on, and I'm sure there's lots more questions that could be asked. But there is a episode of In the Keep with the Motherlode interviewing Jimmy, which would be a good place to go if you want to hear more from the man himself. Anything you want to plug, Jimmy? We've already put Faithless in the chat. Chuck a link for Adventures of Square.
Yep, so go to adventuresofsquare.com if you want to play Adventures of Square now. It's a free download because I hate money.
No, you work for New Blood? You got hired? Congrats.
Right. There's a link there.
I wish. That is the
call it
next
good.
step, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Go play Square.
Yeah, and then there's Faithless, of course. Also, I do commission work for music. If
Excellent.
you want me for your individual game project or for your Doom mod or level set, whatever it happens to be, then go visit me at jamespaddockmusic.com
There's a link for that.
and or send me an email or a Discord PM. I do check those every day, so I should be I should be pretty prompt in getting back to you on that front.
Jimmy is a regular denizen of the Hellforge, so if you're not on Discord or any servers that you share with him, jump in there and you'll be able to right click.
That's
on
true,
his thing.
yeah.
But yeah,
He's awesome.
he's awesome. Post a link. Definitely hire him for stuff.
Yes, I would agree.
That was yeah. If you're gonna do one thing, that's what you should do. Get him to make music for you. Hey, thanks for the placing. All right, thank you very much, Jimmy. That was lovely. So our next guest, as we work through this plethora of degenerates, is the one and only Major Arlene, who
She was just our Chanel West Coast for the day.
Oh, fuck you.
she's just here to be bogan. So the reason I wanted to talk to Arlene is, she's a relatively, not the newest, but close to the newest a member of the CAC Awards committee, which is a unique perspective on Doom and like what's made in the community. And it's not often you get the chance to talk to those people behind. Like, it's a very like Mount Olympus kind of vibe that you get with the CAC Awards committee. They're lofty heights, above mere mortals. But Arlene is very down to earth and very approachable. So I think the most interesting thing for me is, where you started, and I know that you've got a pretty long history of kind of like Let's Play Doom reviews. What got you into that first? Why did you start that?
So I got into Doom when I was a senior in high school, and I really hadn't gotten into gaming before that. My parents kind of raised me kind of sheltered, so I didn't know what video games were until like I got to high school. So then I ran across Doom, and then I ran across Aquarius 199, who's been running probably one of the longest standing review series, I think, on YouTube. Very good dude. And I saw his reviews, and I'm like, I want to do that. And I was kind of getting into custom content at that time. So I'm like, let me get in contact with him, let me see how he does it, and then I'm going to do my own thing. 7 years later. And that's really it. I mean, I just sort of like played on a potato laptop using Fraps for the good majority of it, and XSplit, and just, didn't really put a ton of effort into it, but I just kept at it and kept hammering at it every day. Just hit games random until something popped up that I could play, and went for it.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like the primary drive was, you're enjoying yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
You enjoyed playing Doom, you enjoyed like making this product. Whether no consideration for like a later goal or monetize or anything like that. It's just like you just had fun, which I think is a good motivator, and that means it doesn't matter what else happens, you're still going to do it because you're having fun.
Exactly. Yeah. Although I think at one point, later, about 4 years down the road, I started thinking about it a little bit more seriously, and I was like, maybe I do want to get monetized for this, and then YouTube's monetization
it's shit.
requirements changed, and then that went out the window. I made $60 over 7 years, and I never even got that $60. So
fucking true.
Dang.
That's crazy.
But yeah. But other than
So-
that, I mean, I still had fun, and I still learned a lot. So I sort of learned how to play Doom.
I've been waiting my entire life for this moment. So here we go. Actually, before I'm just going to delay it a little further. I just do want to say that I was a huge fan of you on YouTube well before any of this happened. I have not told you that because I didn't want you to like think that you were special or worth the shit in any way. But yeah, I watched your videos for years, literally, and it was so cool not only to see like consistent Doom content like that, because other people have done it since you. Who's it? Decino rings a bell. There's other people who play Doom pretty consistently and do it very well. But to see a girl playing Doom publicly like that was like not totally common, and it was like really cool. Like it was a weird oddity that was like, man, this is so fucking awesome.
Damn, chicks play
You
Doom.
do this.
Oh my god, girls play Doom. Yeah, that was the one comment I got quite a bit when I was on YouTube, and it almost kind of drove me crazy in a way, because I'm just like, please don't think of me as like, oh my god, it's a girl who plays Doom. It's like,
Yeah, but you're not like a gamer girl. You're just a girl who's a gamer.
Yeah. That's cool.
So that was the one thing I was just like, I just wish, I play Doom. It's okay.
Yeah. It's weird.
It is. It's
At the time, it stands out. You're like, are there any other female members of the CAC Awards committee?
Are
Are you the
Marissa.
first one? Okay.
Marissa came
okay.
after me, but yeah, Marissa's there.
You're knocking down doors and bridges everywhere.
no, you got to burn the bridges. That's the key.
Yeah.
Yes, burning bridges.
Burn
But-
that bridge when we get to it. Exactly.
Anyway, I say all that to say I have been trying to get fucking Do to come on my show and explain the fucking CAC Awards for ever, and he won't fucking do it.
You produce this fucking
So-
podcast.
So this is my opportunity to finally get the answers that I think I deserve at this point from a journalistic.
Fantastic.
How the fuck do you guys pick things? Who gets to pick what wins what? You tell me.
Okay.
They fight in a
without
big
giving
pit
you
of mud.
away,
All I know it's like picking the Pope. It's like we wait
Okay.
for.
So it's a long way down from the ivory tower, but we're gonna go ahead and take the leap anyway. So I will say probably the best way I can describe it is we have two different kinds of picks. We have the popular picks, which are things that come out of the CAC Awards mentionations threads that we have on Doomworld every year. And then we have our passion picks. And these are things that maybe only 2 or 3 of the judges really, really liked, but we like them enough and we think that it's really well worth pushing forward, even though maybe not as much of the Doom community knows about these certain things. So one of those things, one of my passion picks actually happened to be Abyssum 2. Now, quite a few people talked about Abyssum 2, but didn't really push it forward enough for mentionation. And so I was finally just sat down and said, hey, guys, Abyssum 2. Like, you know, this is a great ARPG-based Doom PC, and it really, I think, deserves to be pushed forward. So that was one of the things that happened this year, because yeah, sometimes like things we miss things on certain levels because not all of us play the same things. Obviously, some of us like limit removing, some of us like GZ Doom Mark, etc. So but that's basically how it works: popular and passion picks.
One thing because I've gone through a few moments in the last kind of year or two, like where like something happens to you, like fuck man, that's like a big deal to you. And I think there are a few bigger deals than getting invited onto the CAC Awards committee. That's pretty up there. That's pretty pinnacle in terms of the Doom community. That's almost that's bigger than winning a CAC award. You know, Johnny Mount Olympus, you're up there with the gods.
Well, I don't know. It's like if you're invited to one of those like secret politician sex parties.
Yes. So Berlusconi's bunga party.
Who hasn't been a part of one?
Yeah,
It's just like Scuba Steve and Bill Clinton and Major Arlene.
Listen, I know what Instagram looks like. Don't put it in that way.
My eyes wide shut in the situation.
So my question is like, how I like feel free to talk about this much as you feel like you can, but like, how did it happen and how did it feel?
Basically, I got approached. So this is my 3rd year on the CAC Awards. This past year, 2020. Basically, they were just like, "Hey, we see you review stuff, and you're more like my ideals tend to be more aesthetically driven, and they've always been that way. I like the way maps look, and I didn't always put stock into how they played, which was a result of me just not understanding how gameplay worked at the time. But they said, you have a different perspective. You're younger, you play newer stuff, and we can use that opportunity. So they said, you want to hop on? And I'm like, okay. That's basically how it happened.
Yeah, how did that feel? Yeah.
I mean, it felt like I was kind of just like, are they like trying to play a practical joke? I was like,
am I being trolled?
Yes, you're gonna receive an award yourself. It's like the Practical Joke Award goes to.
Oh, we got you.
Mapping at the time. Well,
I would imagine
mapping at the time, so.
Yeah,
it was equivalent to like when I got invited to do Realms Deep, like that. Like it's a validation of the fact that like, hey, people actually do notice what you've done
and respect your opinion and listen to what you say, and you present good arguments, and it is a qualitative endorsement of what you do, that kind of thing.
Definitely.
And I think like in a different way that an award is, like you get this award for a thing that you did. Now that's good. You did that one good thing. That doesn't mean other things you do are good. But it might be that indicates that there's a quality there, but it's no guarantee. Whereas if you're invited to that kind of thing where we respect your body of work, and I think I think you could definitely hang your hat on that, Arlene. That's a huge thing, and you're still there. Like you're now 3 years in. You haven't been kicked out that we know of. So they have, and I know that your workload has gotten bigger within the CAC Awards committee. And that's another big tick. You're getting more ensconced, more involved. invited to review more things, and your opinion's getting more respected. So you're not the newbie anymore. You're established, and that's huge.
Yeah, well, that's huge. One of the things I do have to say about that is when I first started, I had no idea like how to talk to any of them. I'm like, I am in like way over my head. I don't know many of these people. I've only heard their names in like these hushed tones, and they're the administrators and the big bad people of Doom World.
Yeah.
It's like being in Mean Girls Club, like getting accepted into Mean Girls Club.
People get real fucking angry. Like,
yeah, they get angry. Like, and so, but like I didn't know what to say, and finally Najaba, and bless her heart, Najaba probably was the one person who really took me under their wing when I started out, and has really supported me through the years as I've continued to do this job. They're like, hey, don't be afraid to step on toes. Do not be afraid to step on toes. And
I mean, in your case, it's don't be afraid to kick shins.
Yeah, really.
I have to just be honest with you because I love you and I think you're awesome. And I'm glad you're part of the committee now because it changes things. And I know that you're a good-hearted person. And I have nothing against Scuba Steve, any of those guys. I have nothing against anybody on the CAC Awards team. But it's kind of like the WWE. Like, Doom World for a long time has kind of fucking just owned what is publicly acknowledged in Doom. And to a certain extent, I'm not saying it needs to go. I think it needs to be updated. Like, there needs to be something better than the current display of the website. Like, it's 21st
It is a fucking
century.
ancient website. This is true.
Yeah. and again, this is all just like
I
constructive.
haven't upgraded GeoCities in a long time. Okay, take some time to fix those sites.
That is.
But yeah,
So I was gonna say
the other part of it is Bridge. You go.
I was gonna say the very
Shut
like
up.
that's not a uncommon thought, and
Right.
there are some reasons behind it, but it is an ancient establishment.
So, to Linguica's credit, he has kind of put some feelers out there, or at least he tried to about a year ago or so, to kind of see what kind of people would be able to work on the website and get it more updated.
It will be a
So
fucking
it's not something
huge
that-
job. Well, the amount of
It would be
art,
a
the
job.
archive, there are fucking 25 years of archives there, like legit, like there are
Yeah.
millions of posts.
So
You wouldn't want to
Millions.
accidentally delete something.
No, so I can understand like fuck, I don't want to touch this fragile, artifice,
No.
this.
it
It's
is
like
a huge job.
pulling
and I
an
can
artifact
enjoy
out
it.
of the Parthenon, I'm not gonna fuck with that.
Yeah.
I think the presentation could, not just the website but itself, but like the actual event of the CAC Awards, like the presentation could be so, like, I can think of a million ways right now that would be so much better than just publishing an article. Right? Like, I'd love to see a real award
we
show.
had talked about doing video CAC Awards in the past, and it was something that they had asked me about, but at the time, unfortunately, I didn't have time to do it because I was.
Well, because it relies on other communities to propel it. So now with Discord, with people like me and Eileen did live readings, and John Sweetbeat, on Twitch and Twitter, these other medias propel it into that, but it's not through Doom World. Like, it's no official Doom World people kind of drive it, and it's because historically Doom World was it as far as the classic Doom community went. And
This is why I'm
and it
starting
carried the
with the
torch.
awards.
Exactly, yeah. And but now people who are peripherally associated with Doom World are pushing those spokes out into other communities, so it is getting a lot more attention, but it's organically and word of mouth wise. So there's definitely an opportunity there to drive it.
I
Do they have a
compared it
Twitter
earlier.
account? And do they have like a social media account that I can follow?
Not
check
really,
out,
not really.
No.
No, that's the thing.
Follow Major Arlene.
Yeah, follow me, follow Major Arlene. That's about it. That's about it. Follow Eris, follow Jimmy. Follow prominent Doomers. That's as close.
like
as
there's a fax line.
pretty much. Follow Endless with his Wanazine. That kind of stuff.
That's about as official as it gets right
Yeah.
there in your Twitch chat, Rich.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
But
That's Doom memes. That's not.
yeah,
But it's
I'm
not
actually
like
already
Doom World
following them.
people, but yeah, we don't really have like a Doom World like Twitter.
All right.
It's really
I actually
funny.
really like.
Or no, just like a CACO Awards Twitter account that you can always reference and look at, for the winners and stuff each year. Some like historical.
I mean, that's
I'm
on-
sure you guys have like a thread or a page on the Doom World.
There is
somewhere
that. It does
where I
exist.
could,
Like
Oh
that.
yeah,
Yeah,
the whole
that
CAC Awards
exists.
tab.
All right. All right, so does anyone have any questions for Arlene before we move on? Thank you again for coming and contributing a very unique perspective.
Actually, do you mind if I ask Arlene a question quickly?
Here we go. That's the famous.
No.
Right, so you mentioned kind of being a little bit sheltered growing up and being perhaps a little bit shy coming into the scene. So I'm just wondering what the kind of transition point for you was, where you became aware of what the community was like, and how you made the decision to go from just maintaining your own little YouTube channel to becoming part of like this big entity on the internet full of crazy people, basically.
Well, strangely enough, it was because of the CAC Awards that I even got really involved heavily with Doom World, because I wasn't involved really at all until that happened. I was really quite content just to hang out on my YouTube and really not interact with anybody else. And then CAC Awards happened, and I'm like, okay, well, now I'm going to start to interact with people. I think that's how I got into Discord in the first place. Then I got to, and then I started mapping, and then now I'm everywhere. So.
Right, nice.
It just sort of happened like that.
Nice.
I was gonna ask Arlene, like, so jumping straight into just this, the community, obviously, and being a part of like the level design and stuff, and you having your own opinions on what makes a fun level and stuff like that, and jumping into like making your own stuff for the first time and kind of, getting feedback and stuff. Like, how did you find that process to be a part, in the community and just, finally. I see you guys like all the time, mapping and stuff. Like it must be a lot of fun, but also just, learning about, the process and stuff like that. How do you find that to be going? And I don't know. You can feel yourself getting better. Like how do you feel about the process so far and like your current skills as they're going and stuff?
Great question. So actually, when I first started mapping, it was around 2018. I think one of the first projects I worked on was Joy Mapping 6 that Jimmy runs. And that's where I met Bridgeburner, and Bridgeburner, who has been my one biggest mentor.
Who?
Helping me get through the
Bridgeburner.
I was trying to, somebody in chat commented, I was trying to point to Bridgeburner when you were asking that question, but I got confused about the mirror image and Twitch image. Like,
but yeah, so basically, and because I've been surrounded by such great people in the community, that's really boosted me along. It's just made the process enjoyable. There are still days where I want to really like bang my head against the wall because I've done stupid stuff with my maps and decided to rework them, like today.
Yep. No comment.
Yeah,
no.
That feeling never goes away, by the way. And I think Chris and I can both attest to that. Being in the industry for so long, you pretty much hate your work all the time.
Particularly like 3 months after you made it, I was like, oh, what was I thinking?
Yeah. I think it's important as long as you're enjoying it.
I love doing it. That's
all right.
Let's acknowledge the chat questions before.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of questions here. So one from Jazz. As someone who is both part of the creative and journalism scene, how does the CAGWA committee handle reviewing projects from fellow writers? Which is a good question.
So, yeah, so we had a couple of those this year, myself included. And basically it was really funny because when Scuba Steve was talking about Technicolor, he was talking about it like I wasn't there. And I finally just sort of went, thank you, because he said something nice. He's like, oh, did you make this? It was like really hilarious. So they it's funny because they can put themselves in the mindset of like complete unbiased. Which is great, especially when we do end up doing internal picks. And obviously when we're doing internal stuff, we don't write about our own stuff. And it's always a very careful balance not to push internal things too hard. But yeah, basically they just look at it at the lens of, separating the art from the artist. And that's one thing that we're constantly having to do in the CAC Awards.
I think there's enough.
To a fault.
I think there's enough people on the CAC Awards that you can remove, and they don't just hand awards themselves. Like that's like the stuff like not Jabber's won stuff, you've won stuff. I'm sure other people like it feels like they're like out from the outside. It feels like they're deserved. Like that's the flat the end result of it. It's like, no, I can't really argue with that, you know.
I never see a CAC award awarded that I think doesn't deserve to have a CAC award. I just often see things get ignored.
Well, so one interesting thing
Definitely.
that has happened in this CAC Awards is there's now a flexible amount of honourable mentions. So
Yes.
that used to be locked. So
Which
that's a
is a
really
huge
good
improvement.
thing. Yeah, huge. So a few people that
This
push for
year-
that. That's massive. So that means that there's been so many awards that you think, fuck, that should have got at least something. And just because they had a set allotment doesn't make it bad. It's just like, well, you just, for whatever reason, you didn't get into the official recommendation.
So,
that's
so let
good.
me like,
Oh,
can I kind of break this down from my perspective a little bit? The issue is the fact that the archive for what is great Doom maps, right? Like for 25 years is in fact Doom World. Like
Yeah.
if most people that are like finding out about Doom WODs, where are they finding out about it? Like Icarus Lives.
Yeah.
So what does he do? He says, hey, if you're looking for this, he links you to Doom World. He says, go look at the CAC awards for
Exactly.
the past 25
Yeah,
years.
go play the top 20
So
ones or
if
whatever.
you're-
Yeah.
If your map doesn't get some sort of linking in that site, it is a really crapshoot that, you know, people will ever acknowledge it ever. Like,
Certainly
it's just
after it's been
not-
like, you know, when it's released, like if it's a good WOD but not a CAC award, it will get played. But then a year later, yeah,
it's
good,
just
good luck.
it's farting to win, right?
I just saw a post earlier on Doom World today that was like someone was talking about Tangerine Nightmare, and someone was like, "I've never even heard of this."
And
And,
I-
it's like,
Yeah.
I know, Arlene.
Wow.
Like, you know, that's one of her bugbears is that didn't get an honourable mention, and it's
Oh my God.
fantastic.
yeah.
And you know, RD's talked about it as another CAC award writer. Like on that year, that could have easily like won the CAC award easily, and no one would have no one would be like upset about it. Like that deserves a CAC award. Like that's that fucking good. But the quality was so high then that it just like fuck. Which one of these 40 amazing projects do we give these 20 recognitions
Right.
to? And that's why this honourable mention field's been expanded. And that's also why there's been a lot of push over the last year or so. I've recognised honourable mentions are not lesser awards. It's just not one of the 10 CAC awards. They're just as good, if not better for your personal taste a lot of the time.
Right.
I will tell
Yeah.
you guys right now that list. So we keep a Google Docs list usually, and that list changes like daily. Like especially the last month or so that we're working. Like this year was probably one of the hardest.
So
years
much good
for
stuff.
CAC award writing because there was so much good shit, and not only that, because I'm getting more involved in the community. It's like my friends are making cool shit, and I want them, I want them to get awarded, but I can't do that but so much because obviously other people need to get awarded. And,
Yeah.
so literally, like, it was like I've had a couple mental breakdowns like in November, and I just like, can we please just get it done? It's because there's so much going on, and you have so many opinions, and it's a very not easy job.
no,
to
The
definitely.
world
try to-
will not be just. There will be no balance of power on Earth until Scumhead is recognized in full. He's amazing. He's
Noted.
he's published like 7 games and he's 19 years old or some shit. Like it's fucking incredible.
All right, we've got
what
one.
that kid can fucking do.
We've got one more question for Arlene, and then we're going to move on to our next guest. This is another interesting one. This is from Puzzlewell. If you could be a content creator for something other than Doom, what would it be? And it doesn't have to be something you've got skill in, just like a pure thought exercise. What else would you work
Yeah.
on? Doesn't even have to be a game. Just what would it be? What would it be?
Like, probably if I were to stream anything, I might actually enjoy doing cooking. I love to cook. Other than that, I play like, Skyrim and shit. I would love to like stream that on a more regular basis.
No, from a create like. So you're talking
there's
as like
like a
just
creator.
playing it, but like I'm not sure what Puzzlewell's point was. You would play those,
I'm
but
open
was there
to it.
something else that you'd make things for?
How to make things for? I don't know. I've been doing the Doom loop for so long. I really don't know. Probably if it
Make
were
your own game.
anything else. Make my own game.
There we go. There we go.
I'm not quite that talented.
Question answered.
But
Skyrim.
we'll see.
Skyrim.
Might need some help.
Skyrim cooking. All right. Thank you, Arlene. Very unique perspective. Like, the inner workings of the CAC Awards, which is not a spotlight that gets shone very often. So thank you for joining us for that. And I know it's late for you,
I'm gonna
so
actually bounce because I gotta get to bed. So
no, that's fair enough. Thank you for taking the
having me on.
time, and We'll catch you later.
Very satisfying to finally get some answers.
Got some answers.
The sweet release of
Tell
answers.
those motherfuckers I'm coming. I'm coming. Good night.
All right. See you, Arlene.
All right, night guys. Thank you.
Bye, Arlene.
Good night,
See you
Arlene.
later.
All right.
Bridge is pretty cutthroat with these timelines. He's like, all right,
Well-
fucking 20 minutes, bitch. Like,
I know. Oh shit. I know there is
it's your show.
people in the wings, and there's a few time zones, and Eris has been up for a very fucking long time. Which is
Oh,
why-
I'm used to that.
Oh,
So.
this is true. This is true. So this is why Eris is next on the queue. So, the man with beautiful hair. So one of the this Eris is suggestion of getting Eris on was actually from the Motherload. We were trying to brainstorm some people, and yeah, I think as soon as he said it, I was like, yes, Eris would be great because you've got an immense talent for musical composition and playing. So you do a lot of your own instrument work for your final products. You're not to downplay people like Jimmy who do a lot of MIDI work, but I think there's something different about someone who actually fucking plays their instruments. It's rare in a lot of the music industry these days, and especially rare in game music compositions. So I thought, yeah,
Unlike Jimmy,
no,
Yeah.
sorry, Jimmy. So I was like, you're not the quickest, but you're a real artisan, I think, around that, and you're a slowish worker in terms of this kind of thing, but the end product is always incredible, like and unique and very recognizably Eris. So one thing I would like, there's obviously a lot of work that goes into what you make. A huge amount of cognitive effort. How do you start these songs? What's the seed that you build from?
Man, I've been trying to think about this since like you first asked me, and like I still don't really know like what my process is. I sort of just make things up as I go along, really. Like I'll sort of decide on, like if I'm just like starting to write a piece of music, like I'll just think of like what kind of style do I want to go for, what kind of sort of mood, and just kind of go from there. And yeah,
I mean, like an organic kind of chaotic process is still a process. Like, I don't think you should downplay that about the way that you work. Like, there's a real skill to be able to wing it essentially and build from an emotion almost.
Yeah, like I kind of like. It's not so much I have a problem with where my process is, but like trying to put it into words, it's just I've never really given that much thought.
I think I can I resonate about that because I think my mapping used to be a bit like that, just like very start with a vague idea and see what comes out, and that probably does make it harder for you to follow like a set path, very straight direction. But there is something about your tracks that are very evocative, very emotionally resonant, and I think that's a reflection of that process. You build from a mood, as you said.
If I might just interject, like
Jimmy knows shit.
me personally, like I pair visuals with audio quite a lot in my own head. So I'm just wondering if Eris is the same, where you'll take like a start room of a level and think, how can I make a score for this? Or like take a sort of picture in his mind about like a sort of universe that he wants to set musically. If there's anything there, like tying the visual with the audio side of things there that goes on with the creative process.
Yeah, definitely when I'm doing music for Doom levels, like I always prefer to work to a visual. Preferably like an actual playable level if I can, because then I can get like a feel for the gameplay as well as like the atmospheric setting. Yeah, when not doing that kind of work, like I don't always like have a sort of image in my head. Sometimes it will just come from like improvisation. But usually there is like a kind of like a sort of general idea of like what kind of visual I would pair it with sometimes. So like there isn't, I don't really have like a clear answer for it. Like it's sort of whatever, really. It can be anything.
Do you have like a mental image in your head as the track begins to unfold?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Sort of.
I tend to get inspired by. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was done. Sorry, I was just saying like it sort of comes together as like the track progresses.
I just thought about like a podcast episode of something. I want to see Eris and Jimmy just talking shop.
It's like.
I'd love that.
Yeah, you two, because you two are friends and you've got different processes, but you're both very good. Like, yeah, I fucking love that.
Jamming with Jimmy podcast. I'll produce it.
Fuck yeah. So yeah, I did have an inkling that would be your kind of answer for that question, Eris. I think part of it is that let's be honest, you're still fairly young, and you know when I was your age, I definitely didn't know what the fuck I was doing with anything, or why I was doing it. So I got a couple more. With the playing of the actual instruments, like what do you think is good about that, and what do you think is bad? Like what's the strength and what's the weakness of that process?
I think because like in these last few years I've started like moving away from just doing MIDI files. Like I want to sort of go for like a more sort of modern, like properly produced professional direction, whatever you want to call it. In those kind of settings, like if you can do something with real instruments, you should. Like some like samples have gotten like really good with modern technology, but ultimately they're never going to beat the real thing. Like shredded guitars, for example, like they sound great, but you can still sort of tell they're not real.
There's a lushness to natural instruments.
Yeah,
because
like dynamic range to it.
There's no amount of technical algorithmic work they could do to recreate the blues, right? Like the bending of a note. Like,
it's not even
what's truly important.
It's not even that. Just the single strum of a guitar, the way you hit the strings as the pick decelerates after each hit and gets slower as you move down the neck of the guitar.
Yeah,
you can mimic that to a degree, but you're not going to get it the same way that you get it, and that you pick it up in an acoustic body. That speed variation of kinetic energy, like it's just not going to happen.
There's a bunch of us here are at least hobbyist musicians. I know Bridge, you play the drums and everything, and I've been playing guitar since I was 11 years old. And it really just comes down to like when you hear a great guitar player play, there's people who there's Yngwie Malmsteens of the world, but then there's like people who can just bend a fucking note, like they just know how to make the guitar sing.
Yeah,
and you can't recreate that with a computer.
Jimi Hendrix is a good example. I think that like just extract the soul from the guitar.
Right.
It's even like even if I was to like just play like straight eighth notes on my bass guitar back there, like that's going to be completely different to if I just programmed in eighth notes on a bass. Like there are going to be slightly different timings. The tone of each one's going to be different depending on like where my nail hits, for example.
It's that organic variation.
I actually play. Like there's so much randomness in a human player. Like
even the best
we're not robots. yeah, absolutely.
And I guess the downside of it is time.
Yeah, well that's because what I sort of strive to do in the music I write now is if I'm going to be doing it on like a live instrument, like recording it, make sure I come up with something I can actually play. And I'm not always good at doing that, especially with guitar parts because I'm really not a guitarist. But like if I can do it in like as few takes as possible with as little grind that goes into practicing, like the better.
Very cool, very cool.
And then it's like more unique to my style as well, like because I'll just write what I would naturally come up with, like when playing, for example.
Yeah, it is a different writing process. Like the process of actually sitting down and jamming versus like inputting things. I imagine like Jimmy, a lot of what you do is like because your first instrument, if I'm not remembering incorrectly, was the MIDI, right?
Essentially, yeah. If you can call it an instrument.
So the difference in sitting down and like, okay, like fucking around with that thing and programming in a MIDI track is very different than the process of sitting down and just like jamming until you find a sound and you're like, oh, I like that. And then you work with it. You get a little, you grow on it. It evolves over time.
For sure. I mean, Jimmy's process is just throwing random notes and then filling out the middle spaces between them.
I mean, a lot of us map like that.
It's strange.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both. I mean, I have a tremendous amount of respect for both of you and both of the way that you guys, the ways that you do what you do. But it's different.
Very different. Yeah.
Jimmy's like he can make the MIDI sing. You know, he knows how to like just really.
Jimmy knows how to bend that MIDI note. You know what I'm saying? Like
bend that electronic synth.
The Stevie Ray Vaughan of MIDI.
And he can finish a MIDI in like 10 minutes as well.
Oh, shots fired.
That's a different comment than Jimmy making MIDIs in half an hour on stream. Yeah, that's impressive. Like in front of an audience. Yeah.
So
There was another concept that I want to talk to you about, Eris, because this is I often get to talk to people about this process, and you've just started streaming, and you seem to be enjoying it. So this, I thought that seems like it's been a positive experience for you so far. What are your thoughts? Like, what led you to that decision? Been fun? Enjoying it? Going to keep going? But just your general thoughts.
So like as you alluded to earlier, I'm very slow. It's like my biggest sort of drawback in the creative process is I'm just not very fast. And a big part of that lately, I feel, is just distraction. Like YouTube and Discord is just a terrible combination. And
it is.
Not vigorously.
It just leads me to like not get as much work done as I'd like, and it really bugs me, to be honest. And I know you've said, Bridge, multiple times now, like because you stream mapping, that's like the main reason you're as productive as you are. And like the maps that you make, like they're massive chunks of work that goes into like a single room, really. And like that kind of planted the idea in my head, is like, if I was to stream this, I wouldn't be able to get distracted by Discord and YouTube. Like I'd have to actually focus and get on with stuff. And so I just thought I'd give it a go, because I've basically, because I'm studying music composition at university at the moment. I'm in my final year. Nice. And I've got to do I'm basically writing an EP for my final project. And it's like, okay, so
I need to fucking focus.
This is due in April. I've got to write like 5 tracks or something.
Can't leave this to the last week.
Yeah. Like I've got to get on with this, and so I've just like come up with like the idea to just streamline this as much as possible, which is to start with MIDI mockups, stream the making of those, and rearrange those MIDIs with like live instruments and stuff, which is a sort of, that's kind of been my thing for the last nearly 4 years now. Is what I've done over those last 4 years is take all of my MIDIs and do sort of reworked versions with VST's live instruments. And I mean, I'm going to be honest, some of the older ones are a bit rubbish, because the idea was that it would also be like really good practice for like music production and stuff. So I've put a lot of time into that, and so, and I know like there's been quite a bit of interest in like how I go about that. So I figured just like streaming my musical process in like MIDI and sort of like live instrument, like that whole like streaming it, just like it made sense just to like it
felt natural. I understand, because like
so I'm blundering that a bit.
No. I think
it just made sense going forward.
I went through a similar process when I started. I was like, my first stream was 7 hours. This just felt right, and that productivity. I think you've tapped into that. You feel like you're getting shit done, and it feels good.
Yeah,
and you're enjoying yourself, and like you get this big positive feedback spiral of, I'm having fun, I'm doing good shit, people like watching it, I'm having fun, and you keep going, and it'll take you a while to really tap in. It took me about a year to really tap into it properly, And it was actually the 24-hour stream last year that I think really triggered it. And like you get into that and you're like, fuck, this is good. This is a good thing that's going on. It's not a waste. Like people tell you like, stream, your parents or like or friends or whoever. It's like, no, this is good. I'm achieving
It's all about
things.
who wants it.
Exactly. I'm doing things that are important to me, and mapping is important to me. Making music is important to you. And even when you finish, like hopefully you can, get into that loop. It's like I get lots of shit done. And to be honest, you're a fucking natural streamer. Like, I've watched I think 2/3 of your streams, 2 or 3, and like you're natural on the camera. Like you're just good patter. You're nice to listen to. You know what you're doing. You're staying focused, and you're not getting distracted, and you're not like trailing off into like distance. And Motherlode has a question.
Yeah. Oh, that actually works. And so in New Zealand, you guys raise your hands.
Fuck yeah.
To like say I want to talk next.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. I did this to a bunch of Dutch people the other day, and they were like, "I don't know what the fuck."
No, they started waving at you. No, I was like, no. Like, that's it.
No, I wanted to jump down just real quickly the rabbit hole of you as a Doom player, because you, like myself, are also a Z Damon baby, and I think that's very important. Did you receive one of these?
I did not. But to be fair, I've been out of the Z Demon scene for quite a few years now, so it's probably fair enough.
Domain sent me a Christmas card, and I like almost cried. So the man of many names here. Can I call you? Never mind. We'll call you Monica. Like in the Z Damon community.
Oh my god!
I sense an old relationship, an old flame coming.
That's an
Z
inside
Damon
joke.
is actually just one big sex party.
Yeah. Is that Illuminati sex party you were
explain.
talking about? Yeah.
But what was your initial kind of like involvement in the multiplayer Doom community? Because we spend a lot of time on Bridgeburner stream talking about single player bullshit, but like the real world is the multiplayer Doom world. And how did you get involved in the Z Damon and everything?
It was through the Thursday night survival sessions. So back in 2014, I was the project leader of a community project called Doom 2 in name only. It's not very good. Don't play it. I was a bad project leader. But the TNS team, they picked it for a session one week, and I showed up because I kind of have to. And I just had like a really great time, and I ended up like sticking around for a good few years. Yeah, and I ended up I was one of the sort of admin team. I also made highlights videos alongside Nirvanos, and Nirvanos actually I met through the Z Demon sessions. So and like we're still quite close friends now. And I'm still like I still hang around like the Z Demon Discord servers and stuff like Ducks, but I'm kind of sort of detached from it these days.
Yeah. Well, can I ask like what has kind of detached you from it?
It was just time, really.
Okay.
It was just I got kind of busy, and like I just didn't have time to like play Doom co-op every Thursday, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's the same for me. I honestly spend more time in voice chat with my friends who are playing than I do actually playing. Like that's the beautiful thing about multiplayer scenes in general, is that it has nothing to do with the game. Like I have theorized that the quality of a multiplayer game has nothing to do with the quality of the game. It is simply you will do whatever you have to do to be around your friends. And so if they like move on,
Yeah, I would agree. Like,
matter.
I wouldn't play Doom
Yeah.
Deathmatch if I couldn't be in voice chat with the people I'm fighting with.
Yes,
Like, it's
exactly.
about that shit talking and that banter. Like, yeah, fuck yeah, I love that.
Absolutely.
Well, I think like
Z-Damon
Among Us is a
sessions-
prime example of that.
Yeah,
Very good, very good. Yeah, Among Us would be shit without the voice chat. Yeah, it would be.
Yeah. Well, I've done it
It's
without
like-
voice chat. It's terrible.
it's like, if you go to a 5-star restaurant with like an asshole, it's a terrible meal. But if you go get a hot dog with your best friend, like
Exactly.
off a stand
Yeah.
or whatever, it's the best meal you ever had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the best metaphor I can come up with for Z-Damon.
Well, it's like if you could,
That's a good metaphor.
my kind of parallel metaphor is like you can put up with the worst job in the world if you're working with people you like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
100%.
Yep. Yeah, you could be fucking pumping portaloos if you're with cool people.
Yeah.
All right, so we do have a question from the chat from one Ball, who lots of people here know. Lovely human, very talented man, working as a project lead for Elementalism, which you should all keep an eye out for next year.
He's telling me to get back to work.
He is. Yeah, it's like, get the fuck to work. He should be yelling at me first, because I've got maps to finish for that. So his question is, which is a good question, are there any specific MIDIs you have written that haven't been used for Doom maps, but you would like to see them used for it?
Shadows. I did write that for the Rebirth MIDI pack. I'm really proud of it, and no one agrees.
All right, I'll put it into my next speed map, Shadows.
There's probably some others, but that's like the first one that springs to mind. I was like, it's really good MIDI. What you...
Oh, sorry. Okay, so to follow on for the question, why do you feel, what do you feel about that would fit with a Doom map?
I don't know. It's quite a dark MIDI. Maybe a bit more jazzier than what you usually get, but I just felt like tonally it's quite good for the game.
I mean, you can just say it because I fucking think it's awesome.
I do.
Maybe dark,
I do,
Doom
actually.
dark.
That
You
works.
do the math.
Yeah. Dark Doom Dark works. Both start with D.
Unused Eris MIDI's EP. That'd be great. Literally, just like have a whole map session that's strictly dedicated to making maps to use all of Eris's shit he never published.
I was thinking about this the other week, and I don't think there's actually many left now that have never been used. Because
That's impressive.
I mean, I'm not Jimmy, so like my MIDI repository is quite small.
Jimmy's got like 500 by
about-
now, I think.
Yeah, it's like I've got like 40 or 50 MIDIs in total, I think, and I think most of them have been used, mainly thanks to Antares. He uses my MIDIs quite a lot, but yeah, no, there's still a few that haven't showed up yet, and yeah, I quite like Shadows, so it'd be nice to see someone put that to use.
So before we move on, is there any other queries for one Mr. Eris Falling?
Real quick, I think it's weird that we've spent all this time talking to you and we have not acknowledged any of the projects you actually worked on.
That's good.
Maybe we did when I like stepped away to get another.
No, that's good.
Stuff.
That's good.
But the body of work that you put out so far, I mean, like, obviously, I became a fan of yours because of Ebb Eternity, and I really enjoyed everything you did there. And I know you're working on that one other thing that we're not going to talk about here today, but we will eventually talk about. But
Gonna raise an eyebrow at that?
you've already. How old are you now? Like you're like what 23,
23, yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
at this point in time, like, and you're not even out of uni yet. Like, you're going to have such a fucking career doing. You're at the tip of the iceberg. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just right at the beginning of a journey that is going to take you into fucking outer space, like to boldly go where no one has gone before.
Yeah, agree.
But do you feel that?
I-
Like, do you actually feel that in your heart? Do you know that?
No one ever does. No one ever does.
When did you know you were gonna be amazing?
When did you feel like you were a god?
No, it's like I really do hope that's the case. Like, from my perspective,
I don't hope
it's
it. I know it.
for me, it's like it's impossible to know. But
I think it's a case
on
like.
that,
Sorry, go on.
oh sorry, oh no, like on that note, I would actually just like to say big shout out to Mr. James Paddock here. First project I ever worked on was the Plutonium MIDI pack,
Nice.
and like it was like Jimmy's guidance and advice like on that project is kind of where I started writing music. So like, I probably wouldn't be where I am without Jimmy, really. So thank you very much.
I knew I was onto something good.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Like, I think
It's
Tears
like-
are rolling.
I genuinely think
It's weird
that.
being friends with It's weird having Jimmy hang out because I know Jimmy, you're like, I'm cool, I'm nothing special or whatever. But like to me, it's like, there's Jimmy and there's Mick Gordon and there's like they're all on the same. Fucking
Well, I
level.
remember reading that the only person that has contributed more to Doom in terms of quantitative output than Jimmy is John Romero. And
Yeah.
I 100%
And
believe
I-
that.
And actually, most of Jimmy's stuff is of higher quality.
Oh, I definitely agree with that.
I love John.
no, like, yeah. So,
Special guest John, come on in.
John, come in. Next year,
So much for the
next year.
Sigil 2 soundtrack.
I'm so you can't get in contact with John Romero. You have to talk to his wife.
That's awesome.
I know this for a fact.
That's awesome.
Like
So-
nobody just talks to John without going through her.
I think, just back on that
unless,
last.
unless he Facebook messages you and asks you to write midis for him.
Wow,
There is the
that's
part.
completely different.
Be a
Hey,
MIDI
go fuck
god,
yourself. All right.
be a MIDI god, and John Romero will talk to you, and so will General Vivi.
Yeah, I mean, he asked me to do midis, Jimmy, just so you know, but like since I don't make midis, I had to turn him down.
Like, no, I got better. No, you just said I got better things
Oh,
to
that's a
do.
shame.
Yeah. But like back to what that previous question from Milo. Like I think Eris, you have the talent and the drive to do that amazing work. All you need is just the right amount of luck. I think. You make good shit. Like when you made your last assignment track, that vertical slice one, and you posted it, and I was like, can we build on this? Can we make this into a thing? You're like, just instantly.
It's going to be a nature hell.
Exactly, it's gonna be agile. It's like, but instantly, I was like, this is without even like you didn't even make it specifically for a game. It's like instant. It's like this will work so well. So when you can get that kind of response from something that you make that quickly from this mate, I know what I'm looking for, and that's a talent. That's serious talent there. So do more.
Thanks very
Well,
much.
Have you got
One last
anything?
question for Eric,
Eris?
which is just will you join me on the on my quest to create some sort of MIDI renaissance, an uprising in the retro FPS scene where MIDI becomes the gold standard again?
Yeah,
Do it.
sure, why not?
Do it.
Because, I think that's what the scene needs.
You, Eris,
we had-
8079, make it happen.
Would agree.
We got a comeback of pixel art. We need a comeback of General MIDI.
Yeah.
I think.
I think this
There's
is the
never
right.
been a better
About mob
time.
tracks.
There's never been a
It's a
better
love for
time like it.
trackers.
This is the right era to do it because there are games that would fit MIDI. You got Project Warlocks. You have like even things like Iron Fury would fit MIDI. So like the games are out there that would suit MIDIs. They're being made now. You could if it would take some drive. Like you would have to push it a bit, I think, because you got your whole
Yeah.
Schultz like pushing that like OGG MP3 like that high fidelity stuff. But there needs to be like an underground resistance, I think. And when you get people like Eris and Jimmy and 8079 and Stu Boy and Ribbit, these kind of like really talented writers, composers, people lap that up. People love that lo-fi stuff. Fucking huge. You see that in Terraria, great example. The Terraria fucking midis are off the hook. Absolutely stunning, like banging rockin' tunes. There is a market for it. Go capture it.
Hexencraft is also kind of in the same league.
Yeah, he's good.
Do you guys communicate with him at all?
I talked to him a bit on Twitter, but that's about it so far.
Yeah, that's
He
that's
followed
the
me on
only way I
Twitter
haven't talked to him.
recently, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, that
Nice.
guy's got a lot of followers." I don't know who he is though. Sorry if he's
There's-
watching.
No, you
There's
should
like this,
big
like-
musician.
It's a thing. It's like it's becoming a thing. John of the Shred is another like fantastic guy that does kind of like retro.
Well, it feels
style
like
game music. And
you've got the retro FPS wave, which is definitely rising,
Yeah.
and then the retro music wave will follow it because these games exist
Yeah.
and they need these tracks. So it feels like a wave that can be chased successfully.
John
For
of
sure.
the Shred he's on a different fucking
All right,
level.
we've
That
got
guy
a-
knows his shit.
Hey, Nev. So one more question, I think. Question: where did your inspiration for the MIDI, the village that time forgot, come from?
One was the temp track that Dobu used on The Given. So like I was working on Panophobia at the time, which is a unreleased megawad that it's like Dobu's been working on for years. He sent me like an unfinished version of The Given, and it had a temp track which was like it was a MIDI rendition of like this 14th century English folk song, and like it kind of I was just trying to capture like the same sort of feel, and then I suppose it was like a combination of that and RuneScape, basically.
Nice.
I kind of just put
That's
those
what
two
makes
together.
you special. Like that is it. That one sentence absolutely encapsulates what makes you special as a musician. Is that, especially as a musician who's working on games, somebody can tell you, like, give you an example of like, I want to recreate this feeling, and you can do it without copying anything. and that is a very rare talent.
Very,
I think
yeah.
is-
I can name a few other people
Yeah.
that can do that. But yeah, that is a very like as a commissioner of music, and like people say, I want this kind of vibe, and then when the artist sends you their first draft, you're like, this is fucking on point. Like it's just,
yeah.
it's incredible to get that. It's
Because when you hear a Jimmy track, it's a Jimmy track, right? But when you like Eris could play, you know, here's classical music, here's like it's like this broad array. Like I would never hear an Eris song and be like, oh, that's Eris. I would just.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Nah, there's melodic loop. There's melody lines that
Like-
Eris uses that I can definitely.
If you hear, if you
Okay.
hear kalimba in the middle of a heavy metal,
But that's because you know
That's
that
it.
song. And
Forgotten,
you know it's Eris.
is it
Well,
the Forgotten God is Eris to I reckon.
It's like I try to I like to try like as many different styles as I can, like as much as I can, because I hate the idea that I just write the same thing over and over again. But like to an extent, there is always
Yeah.
like shared attributes between everything I do.
Yeah, I think so.
Not AC/DC.
Yeah,
what
no,
I'm
it's-
saying.
yeah, I think it's the melodies you bring, Eris, is what I recognise. It's like, this feels like an Eris melodic lead. Like, it weaves and layers, and yeah, and I think it's like, if you're more like the actual playing of the instruments background, it's like a prog layering that you don't often hear, that I think, is very unique to you. Right. Is there anything you want to plug, Eris? You got any links you want to share?
Check out my YouTube channel. That's Tristan Clark, my real name. Follow me on Twitter at Eris Falling, and there's also my Twitch, which I've just started doing, which is I'm in your stream chat anyway, so people can find that pretty easily.
So I can plug. I think
yeah,
that
thanks for having me on.
that's the wrong Tristan Clark. If you want to throw your links in the chat, we'll do another shout outs to Eris, and for his Twitch channel, because I can do that like that. Definitely go find us Eris if you want to watch him make his amazing songs. And I realised that I forgot to do the same for Arlene, so she has given me her things to listen to go follow. She's got her own website, which is
Technobox Anti-Color Christ.
that's the one.
Just remember, type it in.
Type it
Type
in,
that
her
into
name.
Google.
and that's her Twitter.
That's so the name of her greatest work to this date, up to date, is Technicolor Antichrist Box. But
it's Technibox
I like
Anti-Box
to-
Box.
yes, that's the.
Don't make it cunt.
It's actually called Technicolor Antichrist Box, but I love to fuck with her and just say it wrong.
That is a long-lasting meme. We will keep it going forever. Yeah, Giant Super Mega Cunt is actually a legit website that Arlene owns. 100%.
I'm an Aussie cunt.
I feel like the
Look at
content
me.
on there is not what I want to see when I click on that link.
Just don't do it on stream.
I think it's just
Oi,
blank, isn't
I'm
it?
an Aussie cunt.
Oh
Look at
shit!
me.
Chris is not actually. I thought this whole time Chris had just like taken a screenshot of himself and put it on.
He's alive. He moves. All right.
He's just been
He's
stoned.
actually breathing.
All right. So thank you, Eris.
Eris,
Legend.
Yeah, I was just checking out your YouTube page, and I noticed that you have a bunch of tracks that have this Raven MIDI pack or whatever, and you're using
Yes.
the Raven software like text.
Why are they
And,
Heretic Recreations?
Yeah.
Oh
it's
no, that's
wonderful.
the that was Jimmy's project, which
yeah,
was
nice.
we basically filled in the rest of the soundtrack for Heretic to replace like the reused MIDI.
So they're not just
Nice.
like committing obscene copyright.
No,
No,
I just,
no.
I just because I used to work there or whatever. So
Oh, wow.
I had to stay at the logo all the
Oh,
time.
God.
Well,
I was
perfect.
actually I was there last year. Or it was either earlier. No, it was definitely last year. I think before September or something. I was there visiting them again recently, and we had a moment because they knew that I was working on Proteus because I guess I'm a Raven Knight or whatever. I'm an old school. Old, whatever that means to them, and we were talking about the renaissance of like games coming back, and I was chatting with Brian. I was like, yeah, if, when we're done this, if you guys have anything you want us to work on, or whatever. I was like, you guys have a lot of cool IPs in the back, He was like, I was talking. I think Brian Raffle walked through and he congratulated, and he was like, he was like, "What would you rather work on, Heretic or Hexen?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm not gonna spoil anything."
Neither.
but anyways, I was like, I answered correctly. I'll just say that. Yeah,
All right, Jason, wait your turn. It's not your turn.
Oh, it's not my turn yet. I can't speak. Okay, yes.
So shut up, because that is a nice segue, because it is in fact Mr. General Vivi's turn next. So
Now you can talk.
yeah,
So I raise my hand.
raise your hand. So next up is the one and the only, the General VV, creator of Proteus, game maker extraordinaire, and yeah, thank you very much for coming on, Vivi. I know you're a very busy man, trying to get Proteus. I'm very aware of how much work you're putting into things. So yeah, very much appreciate you taking the time to come and talk to us. And thank you for the Motherload for reaching out. And yeah, you bring a perspective. Yeah, your unique perspective, I think, at the moment is you're currently, for lack of a better term, balls deep in getting a commercial game out the door as early as you can. Like, I like the fact that there is no release date for Proteus. It'll be ready when it's ready. But you're clearly, and your crew, your Dragonfly, Mike, Queen Jazz, everyone's working really fucking hard to get it done. So I forgot the name of your modeler. And yeah, it'll be done when it's done, and when it's done, it will be good. But you're working really fucking hard. I know that there'll be a lot of internal stress and pressure on that. So yeah, really appreciate you coming and taking the time to do this. So my first question is a pretty simple one, but it will lead into a follow-up question. Is like, is Proteus your first tilt at making your own game and releasing it commercially? So not being a level designer or a dev on it with a team that you're working for someone else. But is this your first thing that you've controlled?
That's like the short. Yeah. Well, let me open up my memoirs. No, yes. This is like the first foray into doing my own indie thing. Generally speaking, AAA people don't jump off the AAA bandwagon to make their own stuff frequently because there's like no net. There's no net to catch them. There's no, like, you go from having a cushy pay to not any pay, and you're back at that mom's basement type mentality where like everybody loves to like, it's like, yeah, I'm come, which is actually what happened, right? So after I left working on in Sweden on Payday 2, I came back, right? My wife and I moved back in with my parents. So it was like there was that moment of holy shit, I'm 32, I'm 30, and I'm living in my parents' house. And that was funny, right? Like, I mean, you can laugh at that. And that's when I got my dog too. We were living all there, and that's fun, and it's like save where you can. But yeah, this was the first time going indie, and there's like a realistic expectation that you need to have with it. I haven't made any money yet. Still haven't made any money, like, from working on Proteus. You could say that, we did a Kickstarter, but the Kickstarter money isn't for us. It's for development costs and stuff.
Very important part of doing business is knowing what money is yours.
Yeah, it's very important.
And the
don't want to get sued.
The knowledge of that is none of the money is mine.
Yeah.
so that's where the short end of it is. But I'm like, I think the reason why this works so well is, what you guys were saying earlier kind of touches on that, right? Is that and Arlene mostly was touching on this, which is just you have fun doing it, right? And that's where the core is. That's where it starts from. That's where it begins. That's where it ends. Is you're having fun. You love doing it. You'd think that, like, after such a long time of doing AAA and stuff that I would have just been so tired. And I know a lot of people that have been in the industry and just still haven't shipped a game that have been with me since the beginning and have not shipped anything. So it can be very grating sometimes, and the politics and stuff can really ruin your perspective on the industry. So I think going indie was like it was sort of a no-brainer. I was kind of tired of making money for other people, I guess. And now I can make no money for myself. So
Preach.
there's a great change there. That's
Fantastic.
I
Making
disagree
no
with
money.
any of that. I have to say.
Are you literally reading out of the book of Proverbs right now? Like,
Yeah. Well, I feel like this is me 3 years from now. It's like I'll be doing this, making no money for myself. Fantastic.
yeah, Bridge. I honestly
don't worry, Bridge. I'll be making about 50% of what you
50% of my no money. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There's like, I mean, we kind of touched on this a little earlier with like Jimmy and the Square, Adventures of Square, and I think there's always room to, like, Jimmy, like, for example, I'm just gonna say this, but I think if you were to put it together and put Square on Steam for a small price or whatever you guys deem worthy or whatever it is, I'm sure it'll be fine. The community would still rally behind that. They would still want to support you guys, and I think it's worth doing. Because people can still get it for free if they wanted to.
Yeah.
And then just putting it out there so that you can start getting, what would be like, you're accruing a credit card. You're getting your ability to buy a home or whatever. It's the backing that, like,
if you give people
you can reach a broader audience based on, because it won't be just word of mouth through the community. It will be on a broader scale. It'll be on a larger store that they
Motherload has a question.
I don't think it's
let them talk. I'm just acknowledging, like, I'm next.
I don't think that there's a reason. I don't think there would ever be a reason for you not to. I mean, sure, I could see personal reasons to not want to do it, but I do think that people want to support you guys and they want to support the team and they want more from you. And I think putting your project out there would be a great way of sort of doing that. And it's not a simple task. There's that, and it takes a lot of effort, and you've got to want to do it. And that can be very difficult after so long. Like, if somebody told me that, like one of my Half-Life mods from like back in the day was like, yeah, put that on Steam, finish it and put it on, I'd be like, nah, like, here, just take everything for me. So I understand that perspective, but I also think, like, on the other side too, Bridge, like, I look at your stuff and I think, wow, like, Bridge obviously has his own unique perspective, his own unique levels structured. Like, when I look at a level, I know it's Bridge's map. It's there's a drive there. You guys are obviously doing your own thing, and I want you guys to succeed too. And I want you guys to be able to put something on the Steam store. And like, it feels like a lot of us think that, yeah, like there's no reason to not put something together and then release it. And I don't know what the licensing agreements and things like that are for something like
so
PC
for
Doom, or like how that works.
For me, that's a big part of
Wide
it.
the fuck open right now.
Yeah, so that's a big part of it. Like, there's a lot of reasons why I wouldn't charge for Age of Hell, but I will invite people to donate Patreon.
That's what I was gonna say.
I think that's what you're saying with Jimmy and with the Adventures of Square. You could put it on a paid site and still have it for free over there. But people will fucking pay for that. I'd buy it. I'd pay like $10-$20 for.
I'm offended as a fan that I can't just.
It's like there's actually, like, that's, I think that's the thing. Like, and this is the path that I can see myself taking, is providing revenue streams for people who want to contribute, and I can make it explicit. This is for the game. This is for further development, as opposed to things like Twitch, which is for me. If you want to contribute to the game, here are the paths. You do that for Adventures of Square. Fuck, people will line up to give you money, and you don't have to make it not free. You can you can still have it for free.
It's not even
download on
necessarily
ID games.
about just like collecting money.
It's
It's
not-
just
we
about
want to support
giving
you,
people the ability
Yeah.
to. And I know nobody's saying that, but it's about giving people the ability to show you that they want more of what you've got.
Yep.
And
Yes.
they can speak with their money in a way that they couldn't by just, I don't know, downloading your game and giving you a thumbs up.
Well, like, how else do they
Stop making games right now and go be a preacher somewhere. please.
how else do they show that support? Like, do they go on Doomworld and like write a wrong spiel that's going to get buried very quickly? Like money speak. Like, for better or worse, money speaks. So if you give people that opportunity who really want to support you, they will use it. And you can set that price point, genuinely at a point where just recognize the effort gone into that. Like, fuck, I'd pay Grim Dawn was $20. That's a huge ARPG. Fucking, I played 500 hours in that game. $20. I'd pay that for Square. Easy.
For sure.
Yeah, even if I've
Absolutely.
already played it, I'd still gladly go and do.
If I,
give it-
if I
Square for
thought
30
that I
minutes.
could pay enough money to make Square 3 done,
yeah,
I would pay it.
exactly.
Like,
Yeah,
you know what
it's
I'm
really
saying? Like,
it really is the strong thing to when you're thinking about because it is about giving people the ability to like continue making the things that they want, but also it might be able to change your career path a little bit. You know, you'd be able to pay rent better or easier without stressing over like where's the money going to come from.
Or ditch that shitty job that you hate. You know,
That shitty job. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this, Ty, where when I was working at the movie theater, and
yes.
and just
Oh yeah.
getting the ability to
not
to,
do that.
make
Let me do a quick donut in my mom's minivan.
But yeah, I think there's something to be said about that. I mean, there's one thing if you're fine off and you're good to go and everything, but it's not always just about that as well. I mean, I've benefited from. I think one of the only reasons that I'm here, like right now, and the reason why, like one of the reasons why Proteus exists, is because of that type of ability to get the money for something that somebody thought was worth their while. And I think it's important, and I think giving people the ability to. So I think it opens up more doors down the line as well, right? It's like the next project you want to do, maybe you want to get more people, maybe you want to hire somebody, bring them on more contractors, then you're helping other people and you're giving back and
people are already
this,
used to paying for your product. They're not going to bulk at paying for another product. They know Jimmy makes excellent things, and his name.
Absolutely. And
so
that's
therefore,
one
they
of the
see the
reasons why
next thing that you charge off the bat for. They'll pay for it. And
Yeah.
yeah.
I feel like this is just one big Jimmy dick sucking session. Like we're all
That's okay. Yeah.
belated
okay with that.
Jimmy tonight.
Yeah.
well, it's one of
I
the
mean,
reasons
that's
why
fair enough.
we when we started Proteus, and I was I did like a deep dive into the communities, and I was trying to learn as much as I could and find the people that would inspire me the most. And Jimmy was like one of the first people in that lineup. I don't want to like get on you, Jim, but but yeah, no, I think it's something to be said, and it was one of the reasons why we reached out and we wanted to bring you on to do like MIDI soundtracks and stuff like that for the game.
Mhm.
And it's the same reason why we wanted to bring on Dragonfly and Andrew. Well,
You
we
just
didn't bring on
literally-
Andrew. Andrew literally just said that he was working for us. So,
You guys literally have the best team imaginable. Like I think in the podcast that I released with you, I compared it to like Supergroup. Like it's like the Foreigner, or when you put together like I want my best drummer and my best guitar player, best fucking bass player, and you just put them all in one band. It's like fucking amazing, dude. I can't congratulate you enough on that.
Well, I think it really isn't just. It's not really. I don't know. It's hard to say when I look at the project. I think of it as a really cool collaborative piece between everybody, and
Yeah.
whether or not like you're in the game like every day working on it, like I am or Mike is, or somebody like Jimmy doesn't have to necessarily open the game, but to be able to have them be a part of it and just sort of like put their soul into the game, and everybody that enjoys Jimmy's stuff will be able to enjoy it, and people who've never heard of Jimmy, will be able to hear Jimmy's stuff, and there's just it's just like one of the ways that I personally want to give back to the community, but also to the people that inspired me.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, thanks, Jimmy.
It was a lot of fun working on the music Proteus. Honestly, I was. I do feel like it's the next big step up for me personally in my work. I would not call it a career as such just yet because it's not quite got off the ground. Like
When did you know you were going to be amazing, Jimmy?
Yeah, but
It was when Civi11 talked about him on the fucking YouTube channel. It was like the Sigil review, right? He says
That's right. Yeah.
and it pops up, and he's like, the MIDI soundtrack, because he said you were better than Buckethead, which Jimmy, I like you a lot. I really like you, but Buckethead, you are a head to head with Buckethead.
No,
Like,
Jimmy's not
greatest-
head. Jimmy's not head. He's fucking way better.
I really like the Buckethead soundtrack. But
I'm just gonna say
I've
this,
never
you
played
didn't see-
Sigil with the Buckethead.
I'll just
will
put
just
this out there.
listen.
We didn't hire Buckethead. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You did hire Andrew Holshot though, so he's the one that I view in my head as like the one that I am.
I wish Andrew. I
I'm,
should have
I'm
invited
becoming
Andrew.
level with those kinds of people now. So
I
I'm
think
really,
it's wonderful.
really
Like
approaching
when
that level.
you know, when we first got whiff of Andrew, or when he jumped in our DM, we were having a lot of people that wanted to do the music for us. Like just out the gate, it was like a new DM every other day, and when Andrew reached out to us, you know, at the time, I wasn't sure. I've never listened to Andrew's stuff before, and I guess that was like the one part of the community that I didn't really do a deep dive on. So when I clicked on his stuff, I was like, oh my god, this slaps! Like
Yeah.
like Dusk is like, holy shit, have I been sleeping on something? You know. And then when I finally got into it, I was just like, oh my gosh, this is great. And yeah, we were like, yeah, sure, come on, let's you know. And he was like, I start tomorrow. I was like, okay, cool.
All right, next year we're getting John
let's
Romero
not
and
make
Andrew Holshot on the podcast.
Yeah.
We can do that. I'm
yeah.
pretty sure he would agree to it. He's a
Oh,
very, very cool guy.
that would be awesome.
So
I like how I do like this organic banter between Vivi and Jimmy. And, yeah, Jimmy is working with Vivi on Proteus, making minis for that. But there was
Yeah, the answer is yes, Bridge. This was my first time going indie.
there you go. So one of my follow
you
up
remembered the question.
questions is
How long ago was that?
has this been fun? I think you've answered that. It sounds like it's been fun.
What
but-
is Jimmy?
Yeah. So
What is working with Jimmy? Like,
yeah, is Jimmy a cunt? Yes, he is. We all are. Was there okay? So I think like one thing that preys on the mind of everyone who aspires or is currently or has done independently developed work of any kind, and especially with game development because there's such a long roadmap before you get to a finished product, is like, were there any moments of like doubt? And I don't mean like little quibbles in your mind when you're going to bed. I mean like serious, like what the fuck have I done? And if you did, like, how did you get through it? Like, what was the processes that you mentally or like work-wise went through to exercise those doubts?
I mean, it goes through phases, right? I think everybody has a little bit of imposter syndrome. I don't think that's avoidable.
Yeah, everyone nods.
Unless you just don't think about that. Unless you just never think about that and you love looking at yourself in the mirror every day. Which is like,
hey man,
you know, Ty. Except for Ty.
Yeah.
all right.
Ty thinks
don't
it's
talk
good.
to me like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
But yeah, I think one of the things that I can kind of touch on, right? And I get stressed out about stuff like that all the time. Like I'm always stressed, or there's like some kind of anxiety. Like it's funny because now it's like it's much more of a roller coaster now. Like I'll be feeling good about the game, and then somebody will write like a negative review, and I'll read it.
Or
And
I'll send you a
negative review,
2,000
and I'm
word
just like,
review.
fuck.
I want
And
to
I always
know
do that right before going to bed. I'm always like, you know what? I'm feeling
Oh,
pretty
no.
good. Like things are great. I had a great day mapping, and then I go and read some
You're like,
review,
oh.
and it's just some kid that was like, my map progress didn't save, and I was like,
Fuck.
I almost like take it personally when someone dislikes a podcast because I never assume this is speaking to my arrogance, I guess. I never assume it's because I'm a shitty host. I figure like, how do you not like Alex Pixie? She's the best.
How do you hate my guest? Yeah.
I knew when Sergeant Mark was on the show, like I knew that was gonna get fucking shit on all over. But like, you know, like I'm like, how the fuck do you dislike
Yeah.
Jimmy? Like, I
cunt.
synonymize like the interview with the person.
Right,
It's
right.
never like, oh, maybe it's just because I'm a shitty host.
That's good. That's good. That's a good deflection method. Yeah.
Ty,
Broker-
just to clear the air, I thumbs down my video.
You piece of shit.
Pro strats.
But yeah, I mean, technically, so Bridge, like to answer your question, it's a bit of like a, at this point in my career, like I've gotten over like people's opinions of like hating things. If I read a comment and I realize that it's just BS, I'm just like, all right, whatever. Like there's literally nothing that can be done.
You gotta get, no matter how good you are, you gotta get people like shitting on you. That's gonna happen. It's the internet.
Yeah, it's just gonna happen. You have to get used to it. But I think early on, like if there's something where when we were making the game and I had personal feelings on like the way that, I don't know, like a pixel filter worked or something, and then we had to put a trailer out there and then people would comment, oh, I hate this pixel filter or something.
You're like, damn it.
That kind of grates on you a little bit more. But it's not a big deal. It's like, I think originally when we put out our first trailer, that was like our biggest trailer. I think it hit like 200,000 views or something crazy.
Yes.
And that was right before we did our Kickstarter. And was one of the reasons why we decided to go forward with it. But the YouTube compression was really bad with the
fucking Twitter compression.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Fucking Twitter compression.
Yeah, it was like YouTube and Twitter, and it made it a little bit more grainy and a little bit harder, like blurrier, and so people were knocking on it and stuff like that. So we tried to address that stuff in our Kickstarter. Like every kind of comment from our first YouTube video, like I could go back and look at like people were like, the guns don't sound beefy, you know, and like the answer to that was, you know,
more bass. You're marking it. Yeah.
It was like, you know, let's get fucking Marky, who's the fucking best at making great sounding weapons. It's like Marky, you know, we brought him on, and that pretty much killed my anxiety for the weapons. I was anxious up until that point of the project.
He's only been doing it for like a fucking week or some shit. That's what's so insane. He's like, he's
really
already literally the best at it, and he's like, how? Like,
because he's immensely fucking talented.
I was trying to get us to collab on like a video.
All right, he's on next year's podcast
next year. Yeah, and so like to me, it's you know, if we have like a weakness on the project, you know, and that Mike or I cannot cover, for example, I start looking for people who we can bring on board that might be able to help us with that in a capacity. So like during the Kickstarter, we needed more character models for certain things, and I knew Mike had to do a lot of extra work on like the back end and stuff like that. So I'd be like, okay, well, look, we need to get a character artist. And like the first person who replied, Hitsu-san, was really amazing. And we were able to just get them in there, and they started making characters right away. And I always really like that process because they were somebody who followed us on Twitter and they really liked the game already. A lot of the people who we ended up getting like contract work from were people who already backed us on our Kickstarter.
So they were fans. Great. Yeah.
It was really great to just, it's like, oh, sure, you like, you know, you backed us for $20. Here's like $1,000 to do that thing.
Well, you don't like
You know?
if you do that, you don't have to convince them that it's a product worth working for. They already like it. So I think that's actually like whether that was in a deliberate process or just like a natural. Oh fuck, this is a good idea. But like that's a really fucking good idea. It's like people that are already supporting what you do. Oh, you've got some talents that we could use. You come over here. You already like what we're making. You've already bought into the product. I don't have to convince you. I don't have to give you a sales pitch. It's like, I want you to make something for me. And they're like, fuck yeah, I'd love to work on this thing that I already like.
Just like a really strange organic thing that happened. It wasn't necessarily planned or anything, but I noticed a pattern of that emerging consistently. I was like, this person that we liked, also, they were like, yeah, you know, I backed you guys. And it was like, what? And then it was like another one, and then another one, and I was like, oh my gosh, like look at all these people who backed us that are just super into the game, want to help us out, and they jump in and they're able to perform, you know, at like a high level, and it's just this really cool.
I think like there's something to be said for like when you present like a good product and people buy into it like that, and it's really, really gratifying. I think that those are the kind of things that crush those doubts, is when you get talented people willing to just like support you, but then also help you. And I've had a few instances of that with Age of Hell, and like, you know, putting calls out as like this message to people. It's like, yep, we'll come in and help. And I think that is the answer to that question: is how do you crush those doubts? Is more than anything, because the internet is fickle. The reviews are fickle. You don't know what they're drawing negative things from it. It's just a subtle sound or a little bit of pixelation, certain elements or whatever it is. But when you get
Sure.
people who are masters of their craft coming and helping you,
Yeah.
that's a big fucking tick. Big fucking tick.
Yeah, real quick before we answer Ty's obvious question. That was the same thing with Dragonfly too, actually. Like really early on, right after we did our first trailer, I was trying to get some feedback on stuff, and because that's just like a big thing for me. I like to get feedback and have like a loop where I'm constantly working and trying to improve stuff. So I'll always like call somebody up randomly from the Discord now that's been a backer or something, and I'll have them sit on a call, and I'll just throw them a P-Link in our game. It's a code to like a hidden level or something like that, and I'll ask them to play through it, and I'll just watch them play, and I'll take notes the whole time and have a Q&A afterwards, and I do that all the time. It's
So good
probably
for
one of
game
my
development.
favorite things to do.
That live pay through is just incredible.
It's important. I mean, back in the day, like I've never had the ability to do this. Like even back in AAA, they would put you in like a one-way mirror room where you watch like 15 people.
Fuck
and,
that.
It's like
How are you going to get good information from that?
it's weird because like they put you like you'll watch people who are like good at games and then who are bad at games and who have never touched a controller. So you're just like watching. Okay, so this person's never picked up a game, but like, look at what they're doing. They're trying to get through a window that's clearly just a black square, you know?
But should you be marketing
and,
at people that have never played games before? I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just really weird, and the
Feels
whole
very
experience is
misdirected.
kind of grating. I remember enjoying the one when I was working on zombies for Black Ops. They had a basement in Activision headquarters that you have to like drop all your cell phones and stuff into like a box, and then everybody goes into like 4 teams. And it was really cool to like see like they would have a pro team that they would call back consistently, and then like the newbie team and the people who've never touched stuff, and you can go around and like the newbie team never made it past like round 2, but like the pro team would always break your level, and it was just like a really interesting process. But anyways, yeah, so I like reached out to Dragonfly really early because I wanted to see what his thoughts were on something that some of the game, and that was when he was like, dude, this is. Like, I'm paraphrasing, I guess, but he really liked it and was just,
This is fucking
you
awesome!
gotta let me, he was like, you gotta let me try out the level editor and do you need anybody on your team? And I was just thinking about it, and I'm like, I hadn't expected that, or I wasn't really like expecting that at the time, and I was just like, oh my gosh, like, the possibility to like do a collaboration and like work on stuff, got really excited about that, because, I'd been like, hanging out in his Twitch and watching him work on Eviternity. Like as he was working on Eviternity, I was just like working through the day, and just he would make like 4 maps by the time I got done like 1. I was just like, this kid's crazy. Look at all this cool stuff he's doing. And I was like, okay, yeah, sure. So we talked about it, and we brought him in and had him start trying the level editor out, and he was up and making stuff, and
he's a master. Yeah, definitely.
yeah, no, it's great. I mean, and his ability to translate into like the 3D space was pretty quick.
Nice.
And it was
Natural grasp of
it was
3D,
great.
level design and that kind of stuff. So, Motherlode, you had a question, and then we got one from the
I
chat.
have 2 questions, and I want to acknowledge first of all that we're coming up on the 2-hour mark, and
I'm well aware.
we still have like 3 or 4 more guests. Okay, it's your show. You do whatever the fuck you want.
No,
I'm
that's good. That's
just bringing
good.
that up. All right. Question number 1, because we did not talk about this at all when I interviewed you, but you worked on Black Ops, right? And as much as I could give 2.5 fucks about playing Call of Duty and stuff like that,
That's more fucks than I can give.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ironically, we're in the same boat.
It's okay.
Well done,
The point
John.
is, you are literally like a part of history for working on that game like that. I remember being, you guys are all fucking old farts except for me and Tristan. So I remember.
Bridge, how old are you, Bridge?
35.
85.
Wait, did you just say 85?
Yeah.
Look at that touch of gray, that sexy fucker to you. Bridge.
Fuck that
Bridge doesn't
crazy
dye his
people
hair
white
like
bones.
me? I'm just kidding. Anyways,
He's got like a
continue.
permanent bald spot underneath the headset.
Yeah, it's actually wearing my hair out. It's the thing.
No, that's what people watch Bridge stream because he's so handsome. Like that's what it is. It has nothing to do with the AOH.
Have you seen
all
this
that
man work out on stream with his?
I did press ups earlier today. The price point was hit.
The question is, how does it feel to have worked on that? Because I remember being 13, 14 years old and hanging out with my friends, and they're literally like losing their fucking minds about like, dude, the Black Ops, bro. Like you changed the nature of the world when you worked on zombies. Like what was that like? That changed gaming. Twitch chat is.
I don't look at it like that. I guess would be like the simple thing. I think once you've been in the industry for a little bit, you don't necessarily look at the projects you work on as like game changing. I think that's in the eye of the person who is enjoying the product, right? Because I don't play Call of Duty, even though I worked on a few of them, right? But no, I don't know. I don't really have like a. It was fun to work on. I'll just say that. Like it's the projects that you work on, like Singularity, for example, where I met Mike, who is the other co-creator of Proteus. I enjoyed working on and playing Singularity. That might just be like a nostalgia thing because that was like the first game I worked on that went public or whatever. But I don't think at the beginning when you're getting into the games industry, and I think Chris might be able to like touch on this a little bit too, which is like when you feel like you finally got in, and I was like 19 or something at the time, like when I left the movie theater, and I was like, when you finally get in, you're just like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be so sick. I'm gonna get to work on all this really cool shit. And that was when Unreal 3 just came out, or like Gears of War just came out, and we're looking at these crazy things that look like CG assets in this editor, and I'm just sitting there behind all these developers' shoulders, like as an intern, I'm like, whoa, like this is crazy, like whoa, and like the one guy looks over at me, he's like, you said whoa like 13 times the last minute. And I'm like, is this not the coolest shit you've ever seen? And in the beginning you're just like, oh my god, this is so amazing. And I think it's important that you can hold on to that feeling, but also, you're there, you want to get into it, you want to make your stamp, you want to like get used to the process and start to shine where you can. And that takes different time for different people. But yeah, I think working on the Call of Duty franchise was cool. I just immediately jumped into wanting to work on zombies though, because it's like, it's fucking zombies. Like zombies is fun.
Zombies are fun.
The whole process of like, how zombies even came to be was somebody made a mod at work during like a summer or something like that, right? And enough people started playing it at work that they were like, oh my gosh, we need to do this. The ironic thing about that was before I even played zombies, when we were working on Singularity, during one of the transition periods at work where they were moving teams around, like Wolfenstein team was finished, I made a zombies type game mode in Singularity using like the Kismet functions or whatever, where you had to like purchase guns and like get upgrades to your TMD and stuff like that. And enough people liked it that they wanted me to be on the Singularity team at that point. And I still have footage of it somewhere. I'll post that one day. But no, I think it's about that modders mentality and getting in there and just enjoying what you work on. And as long as you're enjoying it, it doesn't feel like a job, first of all. But I don't think you ever really sit back and think about like, is this like what kind of impact this makes?
I like that.
I feel like the only one where I thought about that was a preconceived version in my head of the BioShock series, and having been out there for so long and been so critically acclaimed, but also being in the same generation cycle of console, because the Xbox 360 was still around when I worked on Infinite, and just thinking like how are people gonna take Infinite and all this other stuff. And I always look at Infinite as something that's lasted in a different light more than the others, but I haven't even gone back to play that. Infinitely, right? Yeah. John Proteus Infinite.
John Proteus, the maker of Proteus.
I have like a serious, like you talked about imposter syndrome earlier, like being friends with the people who made things that like touched my heart and kind of changed my life, like BioShock Infinite, is bizarre. Like it's very difficult for me to like accept the fact, because when I think of you, like I think you're a Proteus, okay, but like I know that you've been attached to so many things that literally like changed my life in some way. Like BioShock Infinite, the whole BioShock series in general was like right here, like right in the old heart. I loved that shit. And so, like, when I talk to you,
what do
as
you think
if
of
you're
Doom
like
Eternal?
a person,
I'm just kidding.
do you really?
We're
want
not.
to talk
No,
right now?
we do not have the
Before the
fucking
show.
time
I've
to
actually
go
been
into
playing
that
recently. I
conversation.
really enjoyed it.
I have one last question, Bridge, if you'll permit. I have one last question for.
One short question. They got one from the chat, and it's Chris.
Okay. All right. So, last question for you is, I want you to please explain to me the 2D versus 3D asset flip. Like, when you
Actually,
have
I want to hear the answer to
sorry,
this
the
one.
enemy models
I want to hear the answer to this one.
in this game. How do you do it? Because
How do I do it? I don't do it. Mike does.
I want to know why
How
do you do
how
it?
do you guys do it?
No, that's the
in
right.
every
It's the
game?
why do you do it?
it. So
Well,
would you say Bridge? Sorry, you got cut off.
Oh shit! Oh, sorry. I was thinking it's the for me the bigger question is why did you choose to have that dichotomous visual presentation where you've got rotating sprites on the corpses and the weapon pickups, and you got true 3D models on other elements? Like, what was the decision? Why was the decision made to do that?
Well, we're still in early access. Should be prefaced, right?
True.
But
Yeah, good point.
Mike has definitely. I think the problem with the way that it's currently at, right, where like not everything is flipped or whatever, is mostly just an engine thing. Mike has to write a 3D.
Right.
He has to write a 3D editor or engine thing for these sprite versus.
Because you get
Like
a
I've
sprite
seen
mode
3D
model.
pickups. Like we have 3D models for the pickups and stuff.
Okay.
It's just, and I think that's another thing that causes me anxiety, right? Because like I know these things and nobody else does, but
No, we do.
everybody in the community will comment like when they go.
I
to check
I know.
out
I
the thing.
commented. There's another 60 people watching that now know about that too.
Yeah, but I mean, it's. I'm still gonna get that question tomorrow. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. In like, instead of just telling everybody all the time, you know, it's just they'll just see it when it comes out, and that's another part of the roller coaster, right? Where a lot of people on the Steam forums, for example, there's like one guy that just gets really upset because we don't have crosshair, the ability to disable crosshairs, right? And it's like that just wasn't a priority, bro.
Who the fuck? Who gives a fuck?
Getting
You
the
do.
game
No one else
finished.
does. Yeah.
Getting the game finished for early access
yeah.
at like a pretty decent quality, and like
Oh,
I just know that like when people they get really upset and then they don't realize that the developers have a different priority and they have a different list and a different priority than people on the forums, and they just don't get that. Chris, your camera got knocked over.
That's but I think
Like-
I think that's actually a really.
He's drunk. Chris is.
It's
drunk.
been. I've been so much of it's kind of one. But I think
I can't
actually,
wait to have.
we've got one more question from the chat, and I've got one comment I want to make. I think actually what you've just said there, Vivi, is actually a really important comment. Is it's easy to lose sight, and like as someone who thinks of themselves as a dev, I still could lose sight of this, but it's really important to not lose sight of the fact that the devs have other priorities, particularly playing in early access, a beta, an alpha build, a test build, whatever it is, you know, not full release. There might be assets going to change, like, and when you fucking like bring the hammer down on your review on this very minor thing because the fucking weapon pickups aren't models. Like when I saw that, I was like, it looked weird to me. I will definitely admit. I was like, yeah, I don't like that, but. You know, whatever. It doesn't detract from the game being actually fun to play, but people will get and like it's good. Like, you know, you receive these reviews and someone like burrows down onto this very minor thing and gives you a 1 out of 10 review because of it, and you're like, give this guy, you know.
Well, I think the one thing that's kind of interesting too is that I mean I pretty much stalk the Proteus like Twitch channel, like whatever. So like anytime somebody's like playing Proteus, I'll watch for a while, you know, and just see what they have to say. Like I'll usually never like make myself known. I just want to watch and see what they have to say, because if they don't know a dev's there,
Yeah.
they're gonna speak their mind. They're gonna say, oh, this is crap, or like, oh, I really like this, or like, you know, a lot of the times they'll say like, as soon as they pick up the shotgun, they're like, "Holy fuck, this slaps!" And like, they're like, "This sounds amazing."
You're like,
And, you know,
yes, win.
I was gonna get a compilation of all those together and send to Marky, but then I lost all the links.
Oh no.
But it's really great, and like, so I'll be, you know, watching what people are saying and trying to get an idea, but you know, there comes a point where like some of the feedback is just not our game, you know, where they wished it was a different game. And I remember like even on the Steam forums we had a thread that was like, if this game isn't Brutal Doom, then it's the worst game ever. And that was before the game came out, and I was like, why don't you just give it a chance?
Just,
You know,
why
I'm just
don't
thinking
you
about it, it's
just
gonna be fine. Like
play Brutal Doom? You know?
And I think you know, you go on this kind of like roller coaster thing, and I think it's also important to listen to the little things too sometimes, because some of that stuff is low hanging fruit, and then other times, you know, if it's just like the two core, you know, Mike's the guy that inputs everything, right? Like if it's gonna show up, if it's gonna be a tweaked value or whatever, Mike's gonna do it. I'm not touching those values. I'm gonna let him do it. And at the end of the day, like some of that stuff gets through, right? I'm the one that like sponges everything up and then tries to distill it down into a form that isn't anxiety driven towards Mike, right? Because like he tries, you know, he's got a family, he's got kids that he's got to, you know, take care of and stuff like that. So it's a little different. I've got a husky. It's not the same thing. But
no, Chloe has children.
But like, for example, and this is almost like something that you mentioned too, actually, really early on. It was you and I think, is it Milk? I gotta look that up again. It wasn't Milk. It was shit. I'm gonna forget the guy's name. I'm sorry. I apologize. But basically, we was like, yeah, you know what? The arc rail does have like not balanced ammo for the sniper shot, and it was like, that sounds like something we can definitely fix, and something that I haven't really thought about because I really enjoy the arc rail. So
it's overpowered as fuck.
I haven't thought about like,
yeah.
you know, maybe this is a little too OP. We should probably fix that, you know. And and because it's a simple tweak, you know,
change the number
value, versus like completely changing how the weapon works, for example.
It's like make that a bit more less cost efficient, and you'll have to think more carefully about using it.
we were able to implement that,
and that's a good change.
And I think it's little things like that can work, and we actually have an entire Crosshair rework already in our test branch that we've got going that we're working on. And Mike's got some stuff coming down for the community workshop. We've got like a developer curated list that's coming up pretty soon. And not only that, but we also put out we did like a rework on the binds. Mike did a rework on the system.
That was good. That was good.
So that people could combine their weapons into, like, you know, you could put two as both shotguns or
grenade launcher, rocket launcher on 5. which is a gripe that I had.
It could literally be a combination of whatever you want, and that's not necessarily trivial. It sounds trivial sometimes, but that stuff isn't necessarily trivial. So just the fact that we were able to get that in, and then he also added it so that you could use the crosshair to select things versus.
And that's a big quality of life improvement for the player. When I saw that, as like, I really expect it as like you guys are listening, implementing things, and it's obviously like you're still fucking working hard. Like no one can doubt. I think that's the biggest tick for Proteus for me is like no one can doubt the effort going in. You guys are listening. You're putting in. You're passionate. You want to do the best thing by your players that you can, while adhering to your dream and vision and your own like inherent like I know what's good kind of mentality. So huge props to balancing, sticking to your own morals, I guess, game morals, and listening to the community, because it's a really fucking tough balance. When you get people I want this to be like Brutal Doom. Like, this isn't fucking Doom. Shut up.
It's definitely a challenge, and I think, as we continue, there's things like
I love Brutal Doom.
Difficulty and stuff to tweak and whatever, and it's just about all of the list of things to get through and make sure, and obviously continuing to work on it and stuff past 1.0. And
it comes back to that priority list that you got to, like, these are important, these are less important, these are less important.
Yep.
So we've got one question from
Next
Sorry?
time we do a podcast, I'm gonna get Mark to join us, and you can just tell him how you feel, and you guys can make out afterwards. It'll be
Lovely.
fun.
Interesting enough, I am not like most Doomers when it comes to Brutal Doom.
I know.
So, one last question from the chat. Simple Tony has posted several times. He posted it in the last interview. So, direct question for VV. But how important to you is shilling and promotion and getting your stuff out there, even beyond the communities you frequent? So, I get, you've got a presence on Twitter, you've got your own Discord, obviously you're on Steam. Like, how much, just kind of like paraphrasing, like how much energy do you put into going beyond those spheres, and how much does it matter?
I think it matters a lot. Yeah, I mean, just as an indie developer or as an indie, you will never reach your core audience. Like, you just won't. Like, it might look like we've reached a ton of people with our game. We haven't reached anybody. That's the crazy thing about it, is that there's no amount of, and I know it, like, I think my gut reaction is to not necessarily self-promote. So that's one of the reasons why we created just like a Proteus account. So it's easy for me to just spam that with like a GIF that we've worked on or whatever. And I think we're starting to get to the point where it's easier for us to do like a word of mouth type thing, but it's super important to just be constant. There's literally nothing you can
Be loud.
do.
Be the squeaky wheel.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at New Bloods as a great example of like how Oshri sort of commands the troops.
He's a marketing genius.
He just doesn't stop talking about the games, and the way that his brain works is just he finds like
he's a freak.
he like finds like the little thing that everybody's talking about right now and relates it back to the games that he's working on.
Well, he's got that great patter. Even on Twitter, like he feels very approachable, and like I'm just in awe of what he does in that kind of, because I can put out the tweet with the cool thing that looks great and people like it, but like that building that like personal rapport, there's none better than Oshri.
I mean, he's pretty chill too, and we were doing
lovely guy, lovely human. Lives in my country.
We were doing
Lives in
Realms
New Zealand.
Deep. We were all hanging out, and there was a developer just chill hangout thing, and I was just chilling, working on Proteus, and a bunch of people joined in, and we were all chatting about development, and then Oshri just joined in, and we were chatting for a bit about game development and when we're releasing stuff and like how things are going. And yeah, he's just a super chill dude, super cool. Early on they like QA'd some stuff randomly for Proteus, that was really cool. They're just really chill people.
Osh, right?
Yeah.
I mean, David's great too. I reached out to David to just have like a one-on-one dev chat like a few months ago, because I just like, it'd be great to just touch base, and I'm coming up on release, so I'd love to just pick your brain about certain things, and we ended up chatting for like an hour and a half until he had to like go and pick up a car or something like that.
Love that shit.
He's generous with his time, right? Like, he's weirdly not ever trying to just like get the fuck out of there. It's strange.
No, I mean, I think what you'll find is a lot of indie developers are really chill people.
Well, I think they come from that passion project mentality, and they know how much it means to other passion project developers. So they're like, we how much, like, you put so much time into Proteus, Chris put so much time into Tempt or Graven, or Jimmy's put so much time into Adventure Square, like all these kind of like games that people have like just like poured their soul into. And I think even if they've made it the big time, they still resonate with that. And when they meet someone who's like less like layers below them, they're like, no, fuck yeah, I was there once, not that long, and they'll give you the time. Yeah, I think that's and I've really recognized that on particularly through Twitter, which is surprising because I fucking hate Twitter. And like the indie game dev community is very nice, positive, friendly. What the fuck? Yeah. Why is it an assessment of toxicity and hate? It's just overwhelmingly
what's
nice.
Important about the,
So good.
just our backgrounds, right, as like developers, and I think that it's important to be able to, in my opinion, I gravitate a lot more towards people who follow their passions and aren't just there to collect a paycheck. Like, I met a ton of people like that in my career, and I've seen them come and go, and it's just, the people who have a passion for, level design or art or whatever, and like you can see that they have a craft to them, and they have like a unique perspective on it. It's just a lot of fun to follow those people and sort of like sponge up a little bit of things here and there, and just really kind of get into it. And I think to me that resonates a lot stronger than just I kind of wish that for AAA it was a little easier. It's becoming a lot easier nowadays with like things like Blocktober, for example, where people get to like post their levels that they worked on or something like that. But for the most part, you generally don't get to hear from the really cool, like super creative people unless you've worked with them in the past. I've only worked with somebody like Mike once in my career, besides Mike, who's like just a jack of all trades.
I was gonna say, like, what about Mike?
Yeah, what about Mike?
It's just Mike and like one other person named Steven Alexander, who worked on the original BioShock and works at Question now. And those people, they're super rare, and you get to like see their process and just be in awe of like how amazing they are and what they do on a daily basis. It's really cool, and I think that's one of the reasons why the mod scene that like I grew up in, that you guys are in now, and that like everybody is a part of, is super important. It's like the same thing with when I grew up in the Mapcore community. It's not the Doom community, but it's for Counter-Strike and Half-Life and stuff like that. Just growing up there in 2005, everybody was modding, and now everybody has a job in the industry at like a certain position. Like all the level designers now built Overwatch. Like all of them from Mapcore like built Overwatch, and like just continue to like surpass and continue to work at like Valve and stuff. And it's just really cool to see like how everybody's like still has that really hardcore passion for what they do, and are able to do it at like this crazy level.
Yeah,
and it really goes back to feeling like the indie scene and the modding community and stuff like that, and everybody just coming together to do stuff. And that's, I guess, to tie that response up, it's the way that we handle Proteus a lot of the time. We'll showcase stuff that is work in progress all the time. I'll stream when I'm working on something. It's just the way that our team is kind of like built from the ground up. It's about showing the process. It's about getting engaged with the community and answering the questions and sort of trying to share the knowledge and stuff like that. And it's one of the reasons why I love the just having a level design community around the game, that I can play people's content and enjoy it and get feedback, and also just be inspired, really. There's a lot of people who have made some really cool stuff in our editor already, and people like Dr. Spaceman, who's just made these
Shades
really cool
Master.
Yeah, and Shades, obviously Shades being one of our like mega backers, which was really crazy.
He's great.
Yeah, there's just so much, and I just love being in the. I like being in the.
All right, I am going to have to draw a line here, unfortunately, because I could listen to you talk for hours, Vivi, and if you're willing, I'm definitely putting you on the list for a proper one-on-one.
Vivi, you can come back on the show anytime.
So I mean, huge shout out for Vivi. Like I said, this is a busy, very, very, very busy human.
Record skips.
He is balls deep in trying to get a game out the door. And really appreciate your time. And I think you've said a lot of things that really resonate with what I think about the game industry and what's good about it. And fucking awesome, man. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, dude.
And,
Real quick.
go fucking buy Proteus. Go to Steam. Put it in the search bar.
What?
Prodeus. Buy
The
it.
D is important.
The D is important.
Prodeus.
Prodeus. Pro God.
What?
Is that what it means? Pro deity. Is that have we cracked the code? Have we cracked the code? We've cracked the code.
Before
Prodeus, professional god.
Professional God. Yeah.
what makes Jason so special is the fact
The dog.
that
It's Chloe. It's Chloe. Chloe.
No,
Chloe.
you are like the most altruistic fucking person to be in the position that you're in, right? Like you have every reason in the world to just sit here and be like, I'm fucking better than all of you. Because I've done, you're like a shitty actor who's like,
I would hope not.
But You literally seem to only care about helping other people, which is why
Yeah.
I respect you so much.
No,
Thank you for
I've always
Thanks,
enjoyed my
Ty.
interactions with Mr. VV. Yeah, lovely human. It was streams. General VV on Twitch. Does Pro streams. And yeah, we'll
Yeah, I'd
always
love to do a one-on-one at some point, Bridge,
Oh, yeah.
and just like chat. It doesn't have to be on a stream or anything, just to chat.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, have like a cool little
Fuck yeah.
powwow of thoughts and ideas about stuff would be good.
No, I think a bit of that, a bit of docking. No, I think like I said, a lot of what you said today really hits with what I think about things. So it's from a personal perspective, it's really nice to hear you kind of like cold agree with me essentially. I am right.
before you have a one-on-one, like I don't have to be there. Just text me so that I can like get off while
Yeah, he wants me to sit in the corner, just like. All right, no, VV,
Alright,
feel.
well, I'm gonna let you guys go from my podcast.
Phil,
Bridge, I
definitely.
want to thank you for being here. Jimmy, you've been great as always.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here as
Pleasure,
always.
pleasure as always, Vivi. We look forward to the next episode.
Yeah, cool. All right, I'll catch you guys later. Bye.
Cheers, Vivi.
All right, Chris Holden has been here sitting perfectly
He
still
has
for
very still looking like he is dead. Is he ready? Does he hear us? Are we going?
Oh, he can hear us. He's just drunk, dude.
It's,
He's fucked up.
Mr. Holden,
Is it my time?
it is your
Can you hear
time. Apologies, we're going long, but I have all the time in the
Can you hear
world.
me?
Yes, we can
You can
hear
hear
you.
me, right?
Yeah,
Fantastic.
you're all good. So next up is Mr. Chris Holden, who, like General, so this is a kind of like pairing of shall we say professional game developers, both who I'd say they're kind of like forte is level design. And yeah, Chris has been in the industry for a long time. He's done some AAA stuff. He's been making his own game called Tempt. And he's also now working on Graven, which is very much hit, the Twitter sphere, shall we say, like a bit of a wrecking ball. Everyone's very impressed with what we see. There's a little bit of a demo that came out a couple of weeks ago, briefly for availability. And the thing, Chris, that I think that you could bring that is unique to you is you've developed a technique, a methodology, a workflow of taking trench broom maps, so kind of like taking Doom Builder maps, like old school editor, and converting them to UE4, and converting them in a way that is actually usable and productive for a modern game. So I think my first question was like, how did you come up with that idea? And like, what was the process that you went through? Like, is this a good idea? Yes, it is. How can I make it work?
I was basically just told, hey, it's the workflow we want to do. Fucking, you make it up.
Was that a Fred order or?
Yep.
Fucking man.
But there must
so-
there must be something inherent in the editor, like in Trench Broom and in UE, like there must be an inherent process that was already there. Like fucking the Unreal devs aren't going to. I wouldn't have I would have assumed they're not going to change the engine to suit your whims, as much as maybe they should. So what was the thread? What was the thread that you saw that allowed this to happen?
What happened was, I'm an Unreal guy. I've done a lot of Unreal Engine games. Yeah, and like I made a bunch of Quake maps, and they were like, "Oh, you made a bunch of Quake maps. How about you translate your Quake maps to your Unreal Engine knowledge?" And that's pretty much what happened. We got a hold of this tool called Hammerer. Man, why are you guys laughing so much?
Because me and Bridge were talking in the background.
Okay. Now, what happened was like, okay, we got Unreal Engine, right? And there's this tool called Hammerer. Weird way of pronouncing it. It's hilarious.
Is that like the Hammer editor for Source, or a separate?
I don't. But point is, we spent like a few months working with it, testing it, etc. And somehow we ended up making a game with it.
I like that.
Yeah, that's the best way of putting it, right?
I think because as soon as I heard about that, I like so Doom Builder you can export models, and I'm like my brain started taking over. It's like, can I make maps in Doom Builder and export them into Unity or UE4? And I know people that have taken my maps and actually done that. So it's interesting. Like I think yeah, it's interesting that no one had really done this before. You guys with Graven.
Well, it was a process. It was a very long process of testing.
Yeah.
Figuring the pipeline out. That was the whole thing, was making the pipeline work. That's the most important thing, is like, okay, we're coming from, okay, here's some maps. And when I first, okay, let's take a step back. When I first signed up on this game, they were like, your level was the only one that took. I was like, okay, well, why? And it was because I wasn't good at Quake maps at the time. Because I used what they called standard mode. Standard mode. And it turns out that Hammer tool that uses to import stuff to Unreal Engine was just not ready to accept stuff. And for some reason, my map was the only one that accepted. They're like, oh yeah, this is the guy. He knows what he knows.
You're like, accidentally found the path. I like that.
Yeah, exactly. I fell on it, but also there's something to that. Because I'm an old school guy. I've been making maps since I've got maps from way back, and I just didn't accept modern methods of making maps. And I was just like, oh yeah, here's a map.
I think like, you know, you are pretty old school. That's fair. Like, you still make Quake maps, and I think that's really cool that you still take the time to make your Quake jam, you know, your Halloween jam, your Christmas jam. You know, you see Chris Holden maps out there, and they're fucking stunning. And I think that's one of the things I really admire about you is you still take the time to not just salute your roots, which a lot like your people like VV and do, but actually still fucking contribute. I think that's really cool, actually. As much as I don't very much like Quake that much, everyone knows that. But I really respect that you take, even if it's just a few hours, like with your speed mapping, or it's a few days or a week or whatever it is. Like, yeah, you're still making Quake maps, and I really like that. Like, and that's the kind of thing that I would love to do, is like have the professional map, level design gig, but still have time to do maps, or for Quake maps. Yeah. Like, I think it's fucking great. And yeah, it's interesting that it sounds like the trench broom to like UE4 was almost an accident, a bit of serendipity perhaps. It just kind of happened.
Has a tendency to declare an impossible task and find the person.
Just find the one thread. Yeah. So yeah, you're pretty connected with these people. But so, what's your perspective on this process?
Well, like for me, the fact that Graven is happening, for me, because like
let you chime in on my life. I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead. Playing around.
Of course, it's important to me.
Go ahead.
It really means a lot to me that you guys are doing this project. Like, okay, first of all, like just right off the top of the bat, like Graven is a homage to the Heretic Hexen sort of vibe, right? Like that's a beautiful thing. But then there's the people that are working on it, which really touch me in the fact that they touch me. It touches my heart to know that people that I know would otherwise just be making Quake maps, which is fine. Like if that's what you want to do, it's what you want to do. are getting paid to make a fucking amazing, huge game. So with you, you're one of them, obviously, and Scarecrow. The fact that Alex's name is in, the opening credits to the demo, like, which I assume will be the opening to the entire game. That's well deserved. And to know that people like JCR, people like Dump Truck, people that I have the highest amount of respect for, but I always assumed like they're just going to be relegated to this modding scene. To see them work on a professional level is one of the most important things that's happened in the last several years, at least for me. Just to know that my friends, the people that I respect so much, are actually being paid to work on something that I know is exactly what their passion is. And you and Fred are kind of responsible for giving them that opportunity.
Well, we're doing our best. I mean, as far as all designers go, level designers, I mean, we're trying our best. Trust me. We've had a lot of content creators come through us, and not just level designers. We've got modelers, artists, whatnot. I mean, we're hiring everybody that wants to. I mean, I just recently retweeted a Fred post about he's looking for a programmer. We need people.
It's bizarre, right?
Are expanding because everybody knows about Graven, right? Right.
Everybody here does.
Right?
We just talked about it for like 15 minutes. So
there's more than Graven. We've got more shit. We need people. We need level designers. We need people that are good. And need people that aren't going to quit. We need strong talent. We need people that know what they're going to do. That said,
Bridge is making dinner.
He's breaking. Yeah, I'm looking
he's
for
like,
him.
He's like off camera. Like you can hear the microwave going.
He's like, thank God. It's the time where fucking.
I was trying to avoid making food on the podcast, but
That's great.
No, dude, don't worry about it. If you're hungry, you're hungry. Let's just ride the wave.
So,
Right the way.
this is one of the questions I did want to ask you, Chris. That
Hold on, Bridge. Slow down. Chris was transitioning into a question for you.
Oh,
so I think
okay.
you should let him
All right.
ask it and then go on.
My question was, what do you think Motherlobe is going to ask you next?
What's I think he's gonna ask what beer I grabbed.
Do you have clairvoyance?
Possibly.
I was going to say, hey boys, look in the background. Do you see the Quake Extremities behind me?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
That and Zero. Those were my first two games, 1998. 1998.
Nice.
What a year.
So the question, this is actually the question I really want to ask you, Chris. Is like, so if you develop this process of taking trench maps and turning them to 2E4 maps, do you think this is something that will actually move through the industry to a degree? Do you think it would change things? Is this a new methodology that other people will pick up, or is this a one-off?
I think we're pushing things here. Like, okay, so check this out. So we can do these things with Hammer.
Can we turn Chris up a little bit?
I can't.
I'm turning him up for me.
Can I move my mouth louder?
Yeah,
Much better.
Much better.
Yeah.
Okay, check this out. So the hammer tool is pretty dope. But that aside, I think there's more coming from Unreal Engine. We have this new variation of tool where they allow you to, I guess, build your own thing.
Mm-hmm.
That might be wrong. That might be right. But they just introduced it in the the newest version of Unreal Engine, but they're also telling everybody like, "Hey, we're also doing Unreal 5 engine." So it's like it's a difficult place to say, "Where are you at? Are you pushing this old tool? Or are you pushing a new tool?" No one really knows what's going on.
That
And
makes
here
sense.
we are.
Because I think that'd be a cool thing to like enable us. Because Doom Builder, you can export everything, anything as an OBJ, as a model that can be accepted by UE4 or Unity or any engine. And this got cogs whirring in my brain seriously when I heard about this. I love that idea of taking an old editor, or like an old editor that's been made modern, and people have been working with it for 15, 20 years or whatever, masters of that, and being able to use their skill in that editor to then port their designs into a new engine. That's exciting, and yeah, I think there is potential there, and that allows these passion mappers and level designers to be drawn into professional careers for new games, because they know this. All they need to do is like how to convert, and then fairly rudimentary.
Everything-
It is unprecedented.
Yeah, it's
in
amazing.
the world of game development to have people with that much experience actually be able to publish a game like using the tools that they're used to, right? Like that's not a thing in general.
Never been done before. Yeah. I mean, the closest to that is probably like something like Arcane Dimensions or Wrath or Hedon, like in the GZ. Like, there's a few games out there, but not enough.
Even Hedon, right? Like Zan's not some expert level designer. Like he's not been doing this. Right? He's like, I just want to make a game, and he
Let's
ended up
use the
with
GZ
Doom
Dimension.
engine,
Yeah.
right? Like same with Wrath. Like Wrath is there are other guest developers working on Wrath, but like for Jeremiah, this is his maiden voyage as a game developer.
So he just
period.
chose
it's just
that.
a coincidence
Yeah.
that he happens to be working in the Quake engine.
And then he could use Quake
But-
mappers to come help him.
Right.
Yeah.
But for Graven, what makes it so bright and shiny is the fact that Chris is the lead designer. Like what do you do with that information? Like, it's mind-boggling.
It's driven. Like in this case, it's driven from the developer or the designer, as opposed to being a mere coincidence that they chose that engine. And I think like if you can, there's now a new pathway for like, I know this old thing that can now be used to make a great new thing, and that excites me. That excites me quite a lot. I'm looking forward to seeing more of that, hopefully, within the industry.
Question from the chat, real quick, Chris. Simpletonium wants to know if you are working on Wrath.
No.
See, there we go.
Yeah, no.
Let me be very clear for everyone. Wrath and Graven are two different projects. We are 100% unrelated.
Yeah. So Jeremiah, I try to explain this to people. I know that it's like difficult to grasp onto, but so the way that any company like 3D Realms works, the same is true of New Blood and other things. But so Wrath was Jeremiah's game that 3D Realms said, "Hey, we want to fund this," and picked it up. Graven and Ion Fury, for another example of something that's already published. These are games that 3D Realms said, we want to make a fucking game, right? Which originally Graven was called Priest, right?
Yeah.
And so these are projects that they in-house were like, we want to make this.
Let's employ
and then they
people to
hired
make
them
it.
do
Yeah.
Right. They're two different creative processes. So let's be clear about that.
All right. Sorry, Chris. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
I was gonna say, as far as we know, Wrath is its own thing, 100%. We are completely unrelated to Wrath. Like there may be a few crossover designers or artists, but as far as that, man,
Yeah, it's definitely different. I think.
nothing at all. Like
Yeah.
Wrath is its own thing. It's 100% its own thing. And
On that note, I have a couple of questions for you that I think you can answer pretty well. First of all, can you explain the separation between 3D realms and with? So there's 3D realms, right? And then you also have like Slipgate Ironworks. Where's the distinction? Can you draw a line somewhere for me to understand what that is?
I mean, personally, I don't know.
Okay.
It's like, I'm just level designer.
You're just like, I just like collect my paycheck. I don't
Yeah,
know
it's
what
make
to do
maps.
with
I
it.
just make maps. I make good maps. I'm good at making maps.
Maybe that's a Fred question some other time. But
Yeah, it's kind of like for me, it's like, well, who pays you? Well, let me check my
check his bank account.
You know what I mean?
Where's the paycheck come from again?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's like a weird thing. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, I mean, I don't want to say anything wrong or weird, but
I'm very cognizant of the fact that like I don't like the last time you and I were both drinking on stream together. I was like, I don't want to get Chris fired. Let's keep it real chill today, Bridge Burner. Like,
there is some history. All right.
yeah. All right.
No.
Anybody?
Yeah. Any
in
questions?
chat?
I think there was a question from. So who did they model? Who did they model Graven guy off? Anyone in particular? Is there an inspiration? I guess is the question.
I think it's obviously based on me.
Perfect answer. Perfect.
Did you see
That
that?
is true. That is actually true. I've gotten a lot of information on this. Can confirm it is literally just a digitized picture of Chris.
Yeah. Fucking,
Fantastic.
what do you call it? That last dev blog.
Another like rabbit hole we could dive down, Bridge, is the fact that Chris, like myself, is also a former like semi-pro wrestler.
I do know that. I do.
So
Yeah.
Brody Lee actually passed away a couple of days ago, and that like fucked me up really bad, honestly. Like he was
In the Brody Lee episode of AEW.
yeah.
Man, like I was going to tears watching this. His son doing things.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunate, man. And yeah, I did pro wrestling for about 2007 to 2009,
Here he is.
and I'm a giant boy. It might be hard to tell. But
We can tell. We can see.
I'm a big old boy.
I'm definitely a cruiserweight class.
All right. Thanks, Chris, for joining us. Apologies for having to wait a bit. I'm blaming Vivi. The chatterbox. No, it's been really great. And yeah, I think that design concept of taking transfer maps for UE4 is genuinely interesting and could be very revolutionary. So feel free to hang out with us if you want to. Keep drinking that wine. And is there anything you want to plug? Any social medias or links you want to?
I mean, generally speaking, I mean, I got Chris Holden Dev, and we got fucking Raven.
I mean, Graven, just fucking Google it, you'll find it.
I wish I could tell you to go download the demo right now, but it's fucking gone.
I missed it. I'm
That's a whole-
so mad at myself for missing
There's
out.
the
on
whole there's a whole fucking other conversation we could have on a different day
Yeah.
about my opinion on that. But
Everybody, let's run.
Ghost Runner is fantastic. Yeah.
Dime. So Chris Holden, like, he makes a lot of stuff. He's got Ghost Runner. He's making a game by himself called Tempt, or not by himself. There's another dev. He's released what was that other game? Spirit Keep Keep it spirit of the keep. Spirit of the keep.
Oh yeah, well, shit, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you for-
Spirit of the Keep.
Spirit of the keep. That's the one. Yeah. And yeah, like keep an eye. Like just go follow him on Twitter. You'll tell him what he's doing. And yeah, he's making lots of cool shit.
Wish list, Raven.
Yep.
Buy fucking
Ghost Runner.
Ghost Runner.
Ghost Runner. Yeah.
And
And then you're set. You're done. You're done. That's all you need to do today. That's all you need to do.
All right.
Thank
I
you,
love
Chris.
you,
Yeah. Pleasure as always. All right. So next up, and this is one that I'm particularly excited about. This is we're taking a bit of a pivot in terms of like we talk to like producers in terms of like creative content and level design, making games, music, producers of award shows, professional level devs, level designers. That's been the theme so far. I'm going to take a little bit of a sidestep, and this will set the tone for some of the remaining guests, but there's one other one, which we'll keep a secret.
I want to acknowledge the diversity of nationality of everybody that's been on the show.
Very good,
Arvin
actually.
and I are American. We've had a couple of Brits on. We have obviously a New Zealander hosting the show. We've had Chris, who's also American, but he's like me from the Confederate part of America. And now we have our Canadian debuting.
First good, and we have some more nationalities coming up, so that's a good point. And we've got the is there any other
What
introduction
What
we
words
give?
could
Like
you use to describe this guy?
exactly.
I'm trying to figure that out.
I'm
because
lo-
the way, like Bridgeburner was talking about it, it's just like there's all these professional individuals making music, working on level design, and then there's these three guys.
There's other cunt.
I'm Diva and Spot on her head.
Here is the absolute fucking legend of Doom that is King Dime. Like, I think there's no other real way to introduce. Like, you are just synonymous with Doom. You are Doom. You are John Doom.
And StarCraft. But I want to jump in real early right here. King Dime. Did you take your name from Dimebag Daryl?
I took my name from my brother.
What?
Probably about 20 years ago. He was
What a
playing
strange
Diablo 2,
coincidence.
and he used this name. But my brother listened to tons of music. I remember him having like hundreds and hundreds of CDs. And you mentioned him earlier here, but like listen to Jimi Hendrix, Pantera, Metallica, like all of them. And he took King Dime from Dimebag Daryl. So you are correct.
So,
Okay.
like, through a couple of iterations, that is where the name came from.
Yeah, through a third-party adaptation of Dimebag Daryl from Pantera, which is my number one favorite guitar player of all time, like ever. Except, actually, Tristan Clark, number one, and then Dimebag Daryl. But
I don't like that guy. He's not a guitarist.
So what carry on with like the kind of like concept of people who can bring a unique perspective to the conversation, and Dime, you more than anyone that I know is you're a speedrunner, and I know people who like have like do other elements of that kind of grind, but you run classic Doom in particular, Doom 1, Doom 2, and I've introduced TNT and Plutonia into your repertoire. You've done Doom 64 after it came out with Doom Eternal, and bringing that to some degree into your speedrunning repertoire. And like, there's just something about that process that I don't resonate with. I just like look at this continuous playing the same thing. Oh, he's gone. So they don't.
Dime's
It
here.
should be. Is
We lost Chris.
Your cam. Chris. Oh no, sorry, it's Chris that went. Okay, that's good. Sorry, I just saw camera disappear.
Well, it's confusing because my name's Chris too.
Yeah.
I was like, Chris is gone. Where'd it go?
Okay, so you do this kind of like repetitive, like an athlete, more than anything. I think running the 100-meter sprint over and over and fucking over again. So I guess like what got you into that? Like why, and what do you like about it? Like
Well, I guess like at least my background is I kind of came from at least like semi-competitive gaming. So after I'd played like the original Doom when I was super young, is eventually I got into the Blizzard titles and I played like real-time strategy forever. So that's like one of the interesting parts, and just that there's some folks in the Doom community who've just been there like forever and ever. And you think of me as like old school, but realistically, I've only probably been there since maybe 2012, 2013. Wow. That's like a baby. It's like a baby in the community. But after I kind of finished up with StarCraft 2, is I played very, very competitively in that, worked up to Grandmaster League and got into some tournaments. My best qualifications was the World Championship Series for Canada. And so I was doing like pretty well.
StarCraft is not easy to get into competitive.
No, it wasn't. And like StarCraft came up like right along with like the birth of Twitch. Like it was the biggest esport from 2010 to 2012.
That's interesting. So, because I remember watching you go back and playing StarCraft 2 on your stream like relatively recently, and I thought that was a new thing for you. And it's quite interesting. Like, for it's like, oh, that's where you came from. You know, I'm gonna have to invite you to come play some RTS with me. So, what made you transition from RTS to FPS? Like, those are two very different games. Like, there's not a whole lot of crossover there. Like, what was the kicker to get you into Doom? Like a very fucking old game.
Well, I suppose like after I quit in 2012, I had to figure out something to do. And so I had two things going on. I was kind of busy at university working on my Bachelor's of Science. And I was checking out these streams on Twitch because I'd watched like live stream. I watched a little bit of Justin TV, but I saw this new event that I'd never seen before, Games Done Quick, in like 2011 and 2012. So it was a combination of like a few factors. So there was Games Done Quick, which I'd watched, and I always had like an idea, this looks cool. This looks really, really cool. Like maybe this would be an activity that I'm like passionate about. Number two was like YouTube videos were getting like more and more prominence. So there was like some Super Mario 3 tool assisted runs, some Doom stuff with like STX Vile, Henning Skogsto, etc. And then
okay,
was that my mark?
That was not you. That was not you.
No issues. And so GDQ, learning about all of this on YouTube. And then I had a buddy. He was like my practice partner in StarCraft, and his name was Knight of Knee from, Monty Python's Holy Grail.
Nice.
He told me about Z-Doom. And I'm like, I'd played Doom back in the day, but what the hell is Z-Doom? And he says like, oh, you can go and find all this cool content that you can go and try out. So I downloaded Z-Doom, and he said, go try Scythe. Go try Scythe.1.
Good starting point.
So, yeah, I got into like casual play as far as doing like Scythe, Requiem.
Was Scythe your first classic Doom experience? Was it Scythe?
Yeah, yes. My very first .wad.
No, but did you play that before you played the iWads?
No. Oh no. Now we have to roll back a bit.
Okay, no, that's enough. That, like, I just want to know, like, was that your first experience? So yeah, continue with the thread.
Yeah. So like Scythe, Requiem, etc. And then after I'd really enjoyed Doom, and so around 2012, 2013, there was a speedrunning site called Speedruns Live. Where everybody would go and race, and after you did approximately 25 races on IRC, there was like a whole setup for this where you would, set up your username, find somebody else to race against. You could get your stream on the main page, and I noticed there was no Doom on there, and I said I'd watch these runs on YouTube, like back in the day, and these runs look incredible. Maybe I should try it.
Nice.
And that's how I got started.
So, like, you've gone from that, that's about 7 years ago, to one of the best. pretty quick. Like you were setting records not a few years ago, so it feels like that your transition upward was pretty fast. You're obviously good at games. Like, do you feel like there was something in RTS that helped with that, or is that are you just like innately like high reflexes, that kind of stuff? Like, speedrunning is a refined craft.
Back when I was a kid, I'd be so good at games that my friends would like not let me play because I would just win.
It's an innate
But,
ability. Yeah.
yeah, so I had like a bad experience with that. But it's kind of cool that nowadays, like meeting, other folks in the community, you don't really have that issue anymore because like everybody's just really good at games.
Well, like a lot of people have other skills. Like
Not me.
nowhere near as I will never be as good at games as you. I'm quite okay with that. But I think there's a more of a people are more willing to just like revel in other people's skill now through Twitch. Like Twitch has been really good for that. Let's be honest. You get the odd troll, but when you see someone like yourself, sounds like came to Doom in this kind of way relatively recently and getting this good this quickly, judging your fucking Twitch follow account, your partner, like all that kind of shit. Like there's objective measures that show that people love this kind of thing and love watching you do this. And this transitions into my next question. And this is something that I think you can give a very much a unique perspective on is GDQ. You were saying, and that you said earlier that you watched GDQ, and that kind of had an impact on you. And I really like that, how it like I wanted to ask you, like, what's that process like? Submitting a run, practicing it, doing it live in front of a fucking huge audience. What's that? Take us through that.
Real quick, before you answer that question, the first time I met Dime, I was at QuakeCon and I watched him do.
Sorry, I
the
can't
Doom
hear
2.
you in the keep. Can you speak up?
Are you crazy? Can you just not hear me right now, or is it because you're deaf? 'Cause I'm never deaf.
No. That was the first thing I told to you.
Yeah, that's the first thing you ever said to
I'm
me.
an old man. I can't hear.
Sorry, I have tinnitus. I can't. It
Not
wasn't
deaf.
just because you're
It's 40,000
it wasn't
years
just
old.
because you're deaf. It's because I had been shoutcasting for 3 days, and I lost my voice completely. I was like, when I was talking to you, I was like, "Hey, Dime, like, I'm a really big fan." There was no way you could have heard me, but. Anyway, the first time I met you, I was watching you do the Doom 2 speedrun that you did, and people like Decino, there are others obviously, but true people who like just truly intimately understand the game. It's whatever it happens to be, but in this case, Doom. Watching you guys play it is a completely different experience than I have when I play Doom, because I'm terrible. Like I don't even have any intention of ever being as good as you. Like it's stupid to even imagine that I would be that good, because I don't care enough. But the reason I say this is that watching you play is so inspiring, and seeing the way that you do it, seeing how comfortable you are in the situations that you're comfortable in, situations that make me feel like I'm going to shit my pants, right? That is what's so fucking incredible about seeing you do what you do, man.
Oh, I appreciate it. If you really want to, get into that style of play, like it's all about practice, and often, like I
It's
think
about being a
we're
nerd geek.
I accept that one.
No, that's definitely a big part of
Really.
it. You say nerd, I say focused.
But
So-
it's like going back and watching your replays, seeing what you did wrong, just checking every single task, and and practicing more.
So that's actually quite interesting, because I would have thought that your kind of iterative process was just playing it over and over again. Like you're saying that part of mastering a run is going back and watching yourself again.
To bring some context to that, Bridge, Dime has been on not my show, but Doom is Dead before, and we asked, like, the first question I asked you was like, what makes you such a fucking weirdo freak that you would do what you do? Like why on earth? Because I can't imagine sitting there and going back through every single VOD of every time you play, demos, whatever, and picking myself apart like that. So there's something in your psychology that makes you
very
able to be just honest with yourself.
An amount of self-analysis. Yeah, which because I remember when I used to write essays for uni and school and shit like that, I would never proofread. I fucking hate it. Like, no, I'm not going to go back and read what I just wrote. I hate it. And I was like, no, it's good enough. Give it to the teacher's mark. And I think I understand what you, in that concept for you, Dime, like analysing what you've done previously, because mapping's a bit like that, because you iterate over yourself many times if you want to make a really good map. You make it, and then you play it, and then you tweak it, you play it again, and you tweak it, and you play it again, you tweak it, play it again, and you refine it, and you give it to other people to play, and then you tweak it, and they play it again, and then you tweak it again. If you want to make those really high-end maps, and from what I'm hearing, you do that with your runs. It's not just about playing it; it's about reading what you've done previously.
Real quick, Bridge. Chat's making a good point. Let's let Dom actually answer one of these questions.
This was a question. Yeah. So yeah, like, do you study your own runs? This was the question originally. Sorry, Dom.
Sorry.
Do I study my own runs? Well, when you're really like trying to go for a record, like you absolutely have to. You're checking for every single mistake, just as far as like the strafe running mechanic in Doom is you're checking your angles. Is there any ways that you can go about just certain encounters differently so that you're, say, saving ammo? Or that I think a really interesting part for Classic Doom is just with the movement of the monsters, is that different general movements can create like differences later on. Like, for example, on TNT Map 2, there's this huge like pinky hallway after you get in. So you can hit the switch, which opens up the window so you can jump out to the yellow key. But like one of the differences there was just destroying the barrel, like as you're coming out instead of like going in, and it's like more consistent.
Because I just lead on questions like, Doom has an inherent RNG, and I think for speed running, it's not the damage. That's it's the movement of the monsters. Like, are there things that you do to manipulate their movement? Like, and how much do you do that, or do you just like accept the roll of the dice?
It just really depends on the circumstance, because like certain movements you can control, just as far as like 180 movement on like monsters with walls, but like say take a look back at like Shock Blast, like his big 8-second E1M1 run. Like his manipulation wasn't really so much his movement itself, but he was shooting at a precise time so that he could get like a manipulation for 8 seconds. So just a bunch of ways to do it. But it's really interesting talking about RNG, because like we embrace it in Doom. I think we all love where you can play a map 20 different times and have 20 different like experiences. But like in other parts of speedrunning, they do not like RNG. They want it to be exactly the same every time.
I was going to compare it to like Lovely Planet. You know, it's a game built for speedrunning, and you can guarantee every single time the enemies will be in the same place and behave in exactly the same way. So you can just, your speedrun is essentially learning that pattern and moving on. But what you do is so different. Any Doom speedrunner, because Doom is so randomized, you're always in a different situation. Like 20, as you said, 20 times, 20 different outcomes. How do you deal with that? Bridge?
I have a comment, but I'll because wait to what Dom had to say.
He's getting tired. It's 24 hours.
It was like an hour and a half later than the time. Can you repeat that one?
So how do you deal with the RNG? Like, do you just like run it again, or like?
Sorry, I guess your question was about like if you kind of enjoy the RNG. like how you get into just that mindset. But I think on the other side, like as the runner, just so that you're not doing the same ho-hum day in and day out, it's just like interesting to do for a long time because it isn't.
Well, it's actually something, something to think about every time that you do it.
Do you see it as a greater challenge than, because a lot of people, as you said, prefer when they're speedrunning to know exactly what's going to happen so that they can just get through the fucking level as fast as possible. But do you feel that Doom is a higher watermark for a speedrunner because you never know what's going to happen to you? Like, what does that make it more interesting for you? I could ask like 30 questions, but I just want you to answer one of them. So,
okay, higher watermark. If the skill cap is like higher than what a human can produce, then I would say no. Because if you had a game that did not have that RNG, then it has a higher degree of perfection. Whereas like on these RNG runs, like usually the sum of bests and is not as close if you're looking at splits. Because have you watched like Super Mario 64?
Am I fucking American and born in 1995?
I'm just curious if you've watched some of those runs because
Kaiser runs.
I've seen a few.
Kaiser runs.
It's weird watching those maps because the way that you guys play that game, right? Like, and I say you guys, I mean speedrunners. The way that people speedrun that game is so detached from the way that I enjoy Mario that it's like actually kind of like not enjoyable, if that makes sense. Like, I played that game as a little boy, and it was, like this exploratory, like I want to like feel every little moment of the game, and that's so detached from what you guys do.
You're applying it to just like YouTube commenters is you just go into like speedrun comments and it's just like you're glitching, you're cheating, you're doing this.
I'm not.
I'm going fast.
Yeah, like, I'm not saying like I feel a certain way about it. Like I think that what you do is amazing. I just personally don't practice it, so I have no reference point to put myself in your shoes. Right.
So I think there's a particular event which I'm going to actually play on screen that happened at GDQ recently.
Okay.
And I actually want to talk to Dime about it because one of the things I want to talk about is what your experiences at GDQ. We're going to watch Barney.
Yes.
Dime knows where this is going. I've found it. So this is Dime AGDQ 2019. This is quite possibly one of the greatest moments I've ever seen in a speedrun. This was fucking awesome. So this is a arch. So for context, Dime, you want to describe what you're trying to do with the arch file?
Well, essentially, an archvile moves. It's like the fastest moving monster in Doom 2, and it can move so fast that if you just think, it literally can clip through a key door. So it's opening it from the other side because this key door on map 27 is very, very thin in map units. So it's opening it from the other side. And
it's a reach around.
So we are trying to manipulate the arch file to open the door and also using the little key post so that we can reduce damage because there's two damage components. There's the direct and the splash. But something a little different happens, and let's just work with it.
So the little key post eliminates the splash damage. So you can take an archvile hit, and it's like you take 12 damage or something. So you can stand there and like lure the archvile. And this is about halfway into this event, and like Barney was not behaving. He was being very naughty.
No, he wasn't being a naughty boy.
Thank you very much, Arrow, for the $125 donation.
No.
Serious.
No audio.
He went over there again.
The other thing to note is that archviles will always infight anything. Shoot it.
That's hilarious. That's a classic.
Barney, you're the real MVP.
What was the
gone?
What was the one where you just like ran away?
Yeah, that was pretty.
There was.
Shoot it.
I think this is the one where it runs right here.
Yeah, that was
this is a precursor. So this is where. Okay, we'll do the whole thing.
That was amazing, though.
He doesn't usually bother to run all the way away from
Barney
us.
getting his run on.
This happened several times. Like Barney.
$25 donation.
No.
No, this is actually sorry.
The other thing to note is that Archviles will always infight anything.
Hang on. Fuck that up.
Strafe run over a section, but there's a lost soul below me.
There we go.
And,
go for the beginning of the map. Go for the beginning of that.
You can do. There's like a trick called thing running, and
There we
it
go.
applies the
All right,
same
take
movement
3.
bonus as a wall run.
Bridge burner, a little tired, a little drunk.
Here we
Little
got
bit. That's
a
okay.
mean archvile. We call him
Thanks for
Barney.
having a happy
We
New
think
Year.
he's the same individual from
well,
Half-Life.
it'll be New Year for
who was
us.
trying to open the door,
What,
but
tomorrow?
the archvile is way
Bridge is
worse.
living his best
So
life.
we're
here,
actually
so
running up
I'm
against
here
this little
for you.
post here to take
100%,
only
baby.
splash damage from the Archvile. And what we're trying to do is get him to run in here, and because monsters are always using.
So he's manipulating the
interacting
post,
with
trying to take no damage, which is doing.
the Archvile is actually able to open the door from the other side because it's not locked from the inside.
And because the door is thin. Oh my god. Barney, no!
I love your head sway. You're
Barney,
like,
where are you going? Oh, hi.
Fuck
Hi.
And his heart
He might
just
actually
breaks.
kill you this time.
This is the way it goes on the corner as well.
Oh,
That didn't happen in practice as far as I know.
so this is fucking live.
Gonna,
And he kills you.
okay.
He fucking kills him.
Yeah, we were going to give Barney a chance there.
Yeah,
but
that was pretty bad luck as far as Barney goes.
that was amazing, though.
He doesn't usually bother to run all the way away from
Barney
us.
getting his run on.
Why?
I love that. I watched this live. I was so happy.
$25 donation.
no.
And he was like, no.
He went over there
It's
again.
like-
The other thing to note is that Archviles will always infight anything. Shoot
I
it.
imagine it's from Barney, the security guard, opening the door for you.
Yeah, it was, and then
Barney,
we
you-
converted that over for Doom. But literally, like Barney right there is trying to leash your drunken friend.
Oh,
One of those benders, and you just can't get him to
can't
come.
do it. So I just wanted because that was like for the viewer, that was fucking gold. Like that was memorable, entertaining, and just awesome to see. Like it was a very unique experience to see a speedrun that I knew pretty well go like that. So my question is, as the runner, what was going through your mind? And then Mother has a question.
You finish the question and then I'll ask mine.
So after practicing for months and months and applying the principle of Allen Iverson and fatality, and you hardly ever see that. It's very, very rare. I probably saw it like once within months coming up to that. So you just gotta filter it down to like marathon luck. Like this is really happening to me. This is really because I really did make a mistake on like those unfortunate moments back in 2014 in my very first run, because my whole goal was to get a time that was as fast as possible. But in reality, it's a charity event and it's a spectator event. Spectators might kind of care what your time is, but in reality, they just want you to explain the run and put on a good show. So in 2014, I would have cried, maybe sat on the desk, but now we just got to go with it
roll with
because
it,
it
yeah.
makes a more memorable moment.
Oh, it's incredibly memorable. Like I remember it. Like I was like, here it is. I didn't actually plan to do this today. I was like, nope, but we're going to do this. We're going to throw this on the screen. And sorry for throwing you in the deep end a little bit. But yeah, it's.
I think what
it's
makes
amazing.
Dime so incredible, right? Like what makes you a truly personable, like there are lots of speedrunners, but like what makes you cool and someone that I like really want to talk to you is not the fact that you're like really fast and really good at games. It's the fact that you can do it and also communicate what you're doing in real time and perform. So like when, again, my first experience seeing you was at QuakeCon. Like I saw you do Quake 2 and you come to the, the scene where it's Cyber Demon versus Spider Mastermind. And you're just like, all right, this is like the 20, you could have just like tried to like speed run the whole fucking thing and make it really fast, but you were so cool about it. And you're like, let's make this a moment for everyone. You're like, this is a, 25-year-old feud. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah.
And you step back
Nice.
and you're like, all right, you just like flex your muscles, sit back and let it go. And that moment was so great for you as a performer. Like I was like, this guy really gets his audience, right? Like you're not. There's a lot of brainiacs, right? Like I talk to game programmers all the time. There's people who just code computer crap all day long and like don't know what the fuck how to have social skills. So the unification of both, the unification of having great, nearly autistic level skills, and also being able to communicate with other human beings in a way that is endearing, is rare, and that's what makes you like so unique and so great for me as an audience member, is seeing you do things like that.
Yeah, and I think back to Barney, like you rolled with that professionally and entertainingly. Like that's not like that would have thrown you for a fucking loop. Like that's such a spanner in the works. And like I like what you said. It's like it doesn't matter. Oh, sorry, I think you mother like most people won't care what the speed actually is at the end of the day, and you're not here to break a record.
Yeah.
You're here to entertain people.
I don't even know what the record is. And
who cares? Like people watching don't care. They want to see you do it pretty fast and do some cool shit. Barney being a dick is some cool shit.
Yeah.
And it'll be the one point that's remembered from that run. Just those 30 seconds, but
it's incredible.
I just gotta say, it means a lot coming from you in the keep, because I think we all know about imposter syndrome, where you're thinking like, oh, maybe I'm not doing a good enough job in these runs or this or that. But then you get home or you start doing some reading online and it's like everybody loves it, and it means a lot.
Your value is not how fast you can complete a map. It's how many people in the world resonate with what you do, right? Like, yeah, you could set a record, but honestly, like, I have no idea what your records are. I've looked at the list a couple of times. Like you have some StarCraft shit that doesn't matter to me. Like you have Doom stuff that, again, like, I can't even put it into context because like I don't know what 5 minutes on a Plutonia map means because maybe I haven't even played it. Some people could probably relate to that.
Yeah.
But you're a personality. You're someone who has been so. To take a moment, just. I'm gonna separate myself from the fact that we're on a podcast. Like, you have given me so many opportunities just because of who you are. You're a good person, and that's so much more important than any record that you've ever set.
I think
because for people who don't know, listening to this, King Dimes Take the Crown tournaments. These are you lent your name, your claim to fame and everything to benefiting the Multiplayer Doom Federation, which is so fucking amazing. I would never have in my life probably had a chance to work at QuakeCon if not for you saying like, will you stream this?
Well, I think this is Toot Dime's horn now. You can look at like the kind of industry you built around yourself. I think it sounds like pretty organically and naturally, Dime. I don't think there's anyone with a greater follower count on Twitch that just plays classic Doom. That is just, and like you have a serious following of people who just love watching you play Doom. They don't really care that you get a record. They love watching you go fast.
Tonight is just me and Bridge like tandem sucking people's dicks. Like,
No, serious. Like that is not a small thing. There's a good collection of people. There's a lot of very good speed. Like fucking Shockbus streams a bit, Ellen streams a bit. I've seen and Calic stream. I've seen Zul stream, and these are all very good speedrunner UV Maxes and people who have this similar skill, this similar focus. But none of them have anywhere near the following that you do. And I think you talked about imposter syndrome. That's come up a few times today, and that is a genuine thing that everyone has to deal with who aspires to something. But you've got that quantitative and qualitative recognition that I think is like immensely deserved. Like you are a genuinely entertaining and, as Mother Lode said, just a really nice person. Like you come hang out with me and play Among Us with my idiot friends. Like it's a real strength to be able to be that good at something, but also that low key and casual. Like and I think that's what people like to watch is. You're immensely skilled at this thing, but also immensely approachable. You're not some deity on a hill.
To piggyback on that a little bit, Bridge, like Dime, you know, I expected you to, at an event like QuakeCon, to be like, all right, I'm on stage, and then just go back to the back with all the other fucking, quote unquote, celebrities. And I walked up to you in the middle of the fucking exhibit, and I was like, hey, I really think you would be interested in my podcast. And you could have been like, oh yeah, whatever. But you literally sat there with me and communicated when you couldn't hear me and I couldn't speak, and go through the process of like, hey, here's my cell phone, and this is what my website is, and listen to it, and actually like gave a shit. You didn't have to do that. You literally didn't have to do that, and it meant a lot to me. When I approach someone that I consider a celebrity, my intention is to like, hey, I really like your shit, and then walk away. Like I don't want to like bother you, right? But you wanted to be. It felt like you wanted to be bothered. Like you were like happy to interact with people, who are your fans, and that's a really admirable trait.
Yeah. So I feel like it feels like this has been just the Dime appreciation hour. This is obviously just.
Well, the first off was the Jimmy appreciation.
Yeah, Jimmy appreciation hour. Dime. I don't have any more questions. I think that I wanted to ask you, Dime. But like, is there something is there something you want to say? Is there anything on your mind that you'd like to tell the people about speedrunning?
I guess you've said. Said a lot of nice qualities about me, but like I pay attention to the community all the time. Like I've always been so excited to like check out Motherload's new interviews nowadays. There's always somebody cool coming up. Like the whole Realm Deep show. Like I had to get a T-shirt. Got to listen to like John St. John, John Romero, etc. It's like, oh, what is Bridgeburner doing? We're gonna go check out Bastion of Chaos. General Vivi on this show. Like Proteus, let's go do it. Like everybody in this community is working hard and just like coming out with worthwhile stuff for people to do. Well, it's awesome.
I think that is, and this ties into a more Dime dick sucking. That is another strength. Like you're not just personable; you actually take genuine interest in what other people are doing. You play people's WODs. You play, you pay attention to what's coming out. Like there's nothing quite like seeing what you've made played on a Dime stream. And it's a huge fucking self-esteem boost. Like Dime's taking the time to play this, and you play all sorts of stuff. Like you play a really wide variety. It's not just the latest hottest thing. You're really interested in Doom WODs, and you take the time out of practicing your speed runs and playing your Warcraft 3 because I know you're really passionate about that. But you also play like community stuff. You'll come and join us for Doomware and play and lead Doomware sessions as well. Like I really admire about that. You do genuinely enjoy what the community makes. That's very cool.
Real quick fan question, chat question for Don. DW Chester would like to know, what is your favorite custom .wad speedrun?
Custom .wad. Just thinking of different ones that I've done, but it never did get into an event, but it was hilarious because we would just do races of it. But do you remember the Arch P-Wad Pirate Doom?
Oh, Pirate.
So you have like a scimitar in Pirate Doom, and that allows you to boost yourself all over the map, and you just break it. You just break it down into the fundamentals and, speed around. It's incredibly rewarding.
So Dime likes breaking things. It's official. I really appreciate it. It was a fairly last minute request. Thank you, Dime, for taking the time to join us. I know you're a busy man.
I had like a very limited say in who would be on the show.
I gave you the fucking opportunity, mate.
He had a lot of people lined up before I joined, and I think I added too many because we're like an hour and a half over time.
Yeah, I think we're fine. This is like this is great. Don't like go like everyone's. Yeah, this has been fucking fantastic so far. I'm really enjoying this. Amazing people. Like, so the thing is, the notes I'm making, this is future podcasts, more questions with these individuals. So
I haven't smiled this much in I don't know how long. Bridge, like
he's having fun.
This is beautiful. This is really fun.
Anything you want to plug, Mr. Dime? Any socials? Your Twitch page, I imagine. You can pick that up.
I feel that everybody who watches this community probably already knows it, but you can always find me at twitch.tv/KingDime. And
you arrogant bitch.
No, I think that's fair enough. Like, I think Dime's right.
It's 100% true, but you son of a bitch.
You fucking cunt. There it is. There's the nasty, arrogant person we've been thinking. No, definitely. If you do not, and I think there's a few individuals here, like from Motherload's community and some of the others that possibly don't follow, definitely go follow Dime. He streams a lot. He plays a bit of variety game. He still plays StarCraft every now and then. He does a lot of Warcraft 3. He plays, like I said, Doom WODs from the community. He does speedrunning. Definitely worth a follow. Definitely worth watching. Always entertaining. Comfy streams. And he has a cam now. It's his beautiful face.
I just need to get some lighting in this apartment. Like, I've got really good kitchen lighting, but like everything.
Yeah, you need face.
You go straight monochrome.
Yeah, you need
monochrome
face.
Is the way.
Yeah. Motherload's cracked it.
This is not because I want to be in monochrome. It's like I don't have to pay for lighting. I just look good.
Yeah, just look good. Whereas I moved my entire setup to get better lighting and a nice painting.
Y'all motherfuckers crazy. Monochrome is the way.
Monochrome's the way. I really appreciate you taking the time, Di. It was lovely. And
Chris, you're amazing. I love you.
If you're still around, I imagine you're going to bed soon. But if you're still around a few hours, we're probably going to be playing some Doomware and some Among Us. So if you got a long night ahead, we'll keep you entertained. And feel free to keep hanging around if you want to. For the next guest,
is it Mr. Cat now?
It is the eponymous Mr. Cat.
Hello.
Here
the way
he
you
is.
said guest sounded quite carnivorous.
Are you not going to do?
Am I welcome for dinner?
You are welcome for dinner.
I don't actually have a webcam, but just believe me when I say that I am the most attractive man on the face of the planet.
He's not wrong.
Because of your voice.
He is not wrong.
Because of how good you are at Doom.
Well, yeah, that's what all the ladies say.
I'm so fucking stiff
At least
right
one
now.
lady.
At least one. This is true. Mr. Cat is partnered.
So, are you married?
No, I am partnered, but not married.
Oh.
All right. Hey, Dame's doing the monochrome. Oh, he's getting. Looks very cool. Very cool.
Eris is on board. That's my fucking boy right there. That's why I fucking like. That's why I do business with fucking.
Dime's looking like a fucking Bond villain right now. I love it.
Have you considered wearing a turtleneck, Motherload? That would really complete that.
Yeah,
look,
just a floating head. So, okay, I think a lot of people in my stream know who the Mr. Cat is. For those who don't, he flies under the radar. He's very, self-deprecating, and not self-aggrandizing. He doesn't toot his own horn, so we're going to toot it for him. He joined. So this is quite a personal one for me. He joined the Age of Hell project a long time ago, a couple of years ago, just to make a song. And he has become, just through friendship, Motherlode gets it. Just through like hanging out and just getting stuck in, he has become, I'd say probably equal to myself in terms of like the principal level designer and concept creator. The equal biggest force behind Age of Hell, in terms of both like the variety and the quality and the creative ideas. I cannot ever overstate his contribution to what we're building. So this is pretty cool. And I've got a few questions that I want to ask. But first and foremost, I actually genuinely want to give a fucking huge salute to the work that he puts in. So like the last 2 weeks, I've been on holiday, or 2 or 3 weeks. I've been on holiday, working hard at the Bastion of Chaos conversion, and Cat every night coming home from work, fucking working with me for a few hours, going back to work the next day, and then when he's on holiday, fucking when I'm online, he's there working on shit, coming up with new ideas, and just huge amounts of effort and making incredible stuff. So, but first thing is, I just want to say thank you, Mr. Cat.
Oh,
and
here's my bill.
You're very good at what you do.
There'll be that point where I'll just be like, hey, my work here is done, and like unfold my umbrella, just fly away.
You're like the guy from Sailor Moon, where he's just like, my work here is done.
Was that Sailor? No, what's his name? Fucking Tuxedo Mask.
Yeah, Tuxedo Mask, exactly.
So Motherlode's got a question. So yeah, go for it.
Real quick, because Kat, I've only known you through watching Bridges stream and shit like that. But first of all, how did you get into programming? What was the moment that changed your life, I guess?
Well, I don't know about any one particular moment, but we did have early home computers, like in the 1980s. Like, so I grew up late 80s with a Amstrad CPC, and that thing had BASIC on it. And then we moved to IBM, like XT, like the original fucking PC machines. And I didn't really do anything through that. I was just like a casual gamer at that point.
So just enjoying the computer, like we all did.
Yeah. My first foray into game modding would have been the game ZZT, which was by Epic Mega Games. I don't know, now it's just Epic. And that had a surprisingly large modding community for pre-internet.
Yeah, Clifford Blazinski is actually a very nice chap.
Yeah, and then after that, I think similar to Bridge, I did work with Warcraft 3, and that probably was a large influence into getting my brain to like cope with the fundamentals of programming.
Yeah,
like conditional statements. And
Warcraft 3 Edition was very fun and very powerful. You could do some really amazing shit with it. That was my first real foray into complicated modding too.
But I mean, once I joined the Skulltag community, I just kept learning. Just learned as I needed to know how to do things. The wiki has always been there to provide valuable assistance.
You were a Skulltag baby.
In terms of Doom community, I mean, I played Doom back in 94, 95. But I then moved on to other games.
Did you have a relationship with Brad Carney?
No.
No.
Not. I mean, I've spoken with him. I believe we've had this discussion.
I love Brad Carney. Like, I think he's one of the nicest. Like, I know he's got like a bit of a reputation in the Doom community for some shit that happened in the Skulltag days, but Brad is one of the nicest, most genuine people on planet Earth. Like, for real. And even like I really like Rack. I don't like Rack Exaverses, at all, to be honest with you. Like, I'm sure Brad wouldn't be upset with me for saying that, but like he really understands game design. Like, he is like a very instinctual kind of way of approaching, and I think that comes from Skulltag, because that was his kind of magnum opus at the time, way of approaching the art of game design. And the reason why I ask you is, like, did you have a relationship with him? Is like, does that Skulltag influence have anything to do with why you are so talented now?
Well, I mean, it was Doom modding, and ZDoom modding is still Doom modding. So, at the core, of course, there are some game design principles that are going to transfer no matter what engine you're using.
I feel like at that time, Skulltag was the forefront of new ideas, and one of the things that I think Cat...
It was like Zandronum, if Zandronum were good.
Yeah, exactly. One of the things that I think, Mr. Cat, you're uniquely talented at is ideas, and this is definitely one of the things I want to talk about. Is like, not only, like, you have objective technical skill in a wide variety of fields, and one question could be like, where did you develop those skills? And I think it's just like you just like getting stuck into new ideas. So go ahead.
I feel like it's just a matter of learning how to learn.
Yeah.
And then once you know how you best learn, you can apply yourself like at maximum capacity.
But you haven't focused on one field. You know how to write music, you know how to play music, you know how to make seriously fucking good maps, you know how to script, you know how to decorate, you know how to fucking sculpt, you know how to model, you know how to use blend. Like your quiver is very fucking full. And okay, we'll dive into like is there something you think drove you to learning all of these different technical skills, or is it just something you just kind of keep falling into, like, I'm interested in that? Like, yeah, how did that happen?
Well, I suppose it's a combination of interest and background, and just the fact that no one else is going to do for me what I can do myself. It's just perseverance, and yeah, I mean, I would go so far to say that I am, in a way, a jack of all trades but master of none. But then
you jack off. All
I
trades.
do.
We all do.
I jack off on trades.
Yeah, exactly.
Average.
So I actually made a note on the things that were like jack of all trades but master of all, because like I know you play down your own ability, but let's be honest, you outstrip 99.9% of people in your technical ability alone. You say that you're not that good at Z-script. Yes, you fucking are.
That leads into another question I have, actually, Bridge, is Kat, how come you're so good at what you do and you've not contributed to a major project before now that we know of? Like, why are you so reluctant to be
in the works.
in public eye?
I suppose it's more that I haven't had my name associated, like, by
Chaos?
the Mr. Cat, other than, say, Wormsdoom,
Okay.
which was pretty fun for a few years back in the Skulltag days. It was more that I'd end up, like, doing minor resource work or just helping out people who would then, be working on their own projects. I tried not to get people too reliant on my help, because I feel like learning it yourself and being able to do it yourself is one of the most important things, and that's why learning how to teach yourself is.
So you undermine your own monetary value, is what you're saying. Like, you'd rather teach someone else to do what you do than to benefit from it. Like,
I think I'm going to just I think because
it's your
like,
show. You can just interrupt whenever you want.
I think, like, because I'm a Kiwi and Kat's a Cat, like, I think interrupt me for sure, Kat, if I'm sitting around Browns, but I feel like Kiwis are very self-deprecating. There's a very strong chopping down the tall poppy syndrome in Kiwi culture, and striving has been suppressed unless you play rugby for decades. We don't like people who excel to a degree, and that has actually been a strength in some elements, but there's a really strong thread of self-deprecation in New Zealand, and when fucking Sir Edmund Hillary climbed Mount Everest, it's like, oh, we knocked the bastard off. He didn't shout at the heavens like, we've done that, let's go back home. So there's a couple of things that I know about Mr. Cat, and like I said, if I'm overstepping, feel free to interject.
I want to know what his dick tastes like. Just go ahead.
Later. That comes once the stream's turned off. It's very fluffy. So that element
is,
but
fluffy.
But Mr. Cat is driven by new ideas, and when it's just, and I've done the thing by yourself, and I think Mr. Cat's been cursed by this in the past, like with your Underdoom. Really cool concept, and you've gotten like 80% of the way there, and then just like the last 20%, that real niggly, shitty work has been unappealing, and that might mean that, like you said, Motherload, Cat doesn't have his name emblazoned in large letters across significant projects, but that's what's made him good at everything, is because he keeps trying his hand at new things, mastering it, but not quite releasing it, and then moving on.
Having seen what I've seen of Age of Hell, right, that is your contribution. Like, obviously the mapping is Bridge, but the enemies, the programming, everything that goes into that,
freak.
You're a freak of nature.
Yeah.
You're not normal.
Yeah.
You're not on the same playing field as the rest of it. You're like King Dime. Like, you're not one of us.
No, I definitely
I
agree.
just found a workflow that works for me, and hopefully the other people who share the project.
Yeah, and I think that's a big part of it. Is like I think you found a good group, and I think
I feel like I'll never understand the psychology of a great programmer. You know,
they're weird.
They're they're a totally different type of human being than the rest of it. It's like if life were an RPG, you would be a different class than most people, right?
So we've touched on it already, but one thing I wanted to ask about, Kat, if you could provide some insight on, is like one thing we've covered your technical skill, which is phenomenal, palatial, planetary, but it's also your creative ideas, and that I think that's more like you get a lot of like technical savants that are very good at that craft, and they can take an idea and then code it or turn it into like sculpt it or model it or whatever. But you can create your own idea, and those ideas are almost universally excellent. Like even small stuff like the text for Hasmodale, that Raging Bull text, like that just really puts the bow on that boss reveal. I was so stoked about that. That was fucking incredible. Do these ideas just kind of bubble up, or is there some sort of process behind them?
I suppose it comes from experience, almost just like media experience, and stuff like, I don't know. I've read, say, probably the entire TV Tropes website several times at least by now. Just knowing about presentation and how to frame things, and there's so many different aspects to it. But when it boils down to, it's just what feels pleasing at the time. What I think will look pleasing to the eye. If it doesn't work, I'll reject it, move on, or tweak it till it does.
No, I think to presentation and framing, you are like so many of your like little throwaway like gifs that you post in the dev channel. In fact, they go wild on Twitter, like way more than my mapping. Like they scream through the stratosphere. Like you have an eye for this shit.
You're bare minimum, like just like cats throw away like whatever, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's a GIF.
Work is like, why is that not paid for?
Yeah.
Like,
It is that good. Like seriously, it is that good.
On that kind of level, that I just wanted to get myself to that point where I am comfortable enough with what I do that I'm ready to be paid for it.
And
it would be nice to be able to make a career.
Every single person we talk to is like the most humble fucking piece of shit. Like,
yeah, and like I think
why can't we talk to some I just want to talk to one arrogant piece of shit so I can bring them down to their own fucking.
I can be that arrogant piece of shit.
They don't exist here.
No, I think Kat, you're similar to Jimmy. Like Jimmy undersells his skills so much, and I think hopefully we gave him a bit of a boost today. Like he is immensely talented, and I know, Kat, you do worry about that mastery, and I definitely from what I've seen over the last year or so, you have mastered so many things, and I'm amazed you don't have like an ArtStation page or an Itch.io or a Twitter or anything like that. There's lots of people that do community that I'm amazed don't have those things. You could definitely be marketed quite successfully, and I know that you do want to get into this kind of shit, and as do I, and I'm fucking dragging you with me. That's my one goal. It's not to make a good game, it's to drag Kat into the spotlight. But I just I am legitimately constantly amazed at what you come up with. For Age of Hell, it is incredible. It is seriously groundbreaking work. That that Hazmat Elf fight is, I will say this now, that is the best boss reveal ever made for Doom.
Oh,
I will actually put that
currently.
Yeah,
Good thing I can
several horns at once.
I publish anything of my own.
that I've never seen anything like that, and guess I had a hand to make it, but a lot of it was
I agree. I actually agree with you. Yeah,
I gotta say, like the music is what just like tops it off.
So when we're talking like Primeval, fuck man, he is another freakish talent who refuses to charge for his work. I would pay money. He is the next Andrew Holshot. He is that fucking good. Yeah, Prime. Oh man, he just incredible. All the Bastion cast music is by Prime.
Tristan, why are you awake? Go to bed, you piece of shit.
He
Go
never
to
sleeps.
fucking bed.
He never sleeps.
Fuck you, I don't sleep.
So can stop the notes. Mother, do you have any other questions for the legendary cat?
For cat, you're like opened up a can of worms. So, like, do you want me to start asking them questions? Or you just
I think
politely, like, thank you for coming. Like, I could do that, but
no. A nice directed question.
It's just the fact that we're way over budget in terms of time.
I don't give any fucks anymore.
All right. Well, if that's the truth, Kat.
Hello.
What has been your relationship with Bridgeburner? How did it become, and what made you want to work with him on Age of Hell?
I guess I'm not a patriotic person, but it's nice having somebody in the same region that is into the same things.
Your accents to me sound very different. Is that a normal?
He literally lives in the same city as me.
That's weird.
I sound different.
You got more of a South Island. You got more of a South Island accent. You're a bit of a drawl. Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, I mean, what, like 2.5 years ago, we just met on Discord. I was like, hey, I can do some music-y shit. He was like, okay, and joined my server, and here we are. I mean,
yeah.
Well, I think because I learned of Worms Doom, and I think that's the first thing I asked you about. And then you're open to joining Discords, and it's like, and you're like, I found out you made music. Oh, cool, you was maybe a bit of music for this project I'm working on. I don't know. I think it was just
you. I'm sorry, Bridge.
No, you don't. Go ahead. Your question's a bit better. Go for it.
What made you look at Age of Hell, or at Bridgeburner, I guess I should say, and be like, I want to be part of this?
I couldn't tell you really. I mean, it was more of a community thing.
That's a bullshit answer.
I don't know. I think again, I'm going to speak a little bit here. I think there was a natural, like, Cat is an organic developer.
Yeah,
he sees holes, and he just like his desire to learn. He injects himself into situations, whether it's like personal, like I'm going to make this new project, like Underdoom, Doom. Like these are fucking insane Doom mods. And you made that fucking Cat side scroller. You made that shoot 'em up, like all these wild concepts that, like, holy fuck, you make this in Doom. No one's ever done that kind of shit. And I think initially it was probably like I was working with a couple other people who have since dropped off by the wayside about like making like around the assets. They kind of saw a gap. It's like, I can help out here. And he's a naturally helpful person.
I guess a better question would be, instead of why, it would be like, I don't know how to say why without saying why, you know? Kat, what is it about you? What happened in your fucking, like, who hurt you? Like, what happened in your,
why are you who you are?
Why are you so giving, if not for your own benefit?
I am just a creative. I like doing creative work. I like to refine what I do.
Mommy and daddy like.
Why are we going here?
Cat is genuinely helpful.
You've never been on In the Keep. That's
all right. Filling up my water vessel. You can keep grilling Mr. Cat, making it uncomfortable, and then I'll come save him.
Oh, you want me to drill him? Is that permission or is that just an offer? No, I'm genuinely curious how you are so good at what you do and you don't seem to care what benefit comes from it, which is, from a human perspective,
Does this just come down to that I don't charge for the work that I do, basically? Is that what you're...
That's part of it. That's part of it, but it's like the fact that you don't charge for it, like money, whatever, like that's your own choice. Like if you're making a living that you're comfortable with and you're just happy to help, I'm willing to accept that. I'm more concerned with why you don't want glory. Like why is it that you? Because for me personally, like I want people to know who the fuck I am, right? Like I want people to say like, "Hey, Motherlode's awesome." You don't seem to care at all about whether or not people acknowledge your existence. You just seem to care about the work. And where does that come from? Like, go search deep in your fucking upbringing, or like, you know, from a Freudian perspective.
I don't understand why that needs to be. I mean, okay, all right.
It's not a matter of whether or not you understand why it needs to be asked. It's just a simple fact of I'm curious.
Some people have a Facebook page. Some people do not have a Facebook page. Some people do not have a Facebook page because they specifically don't want to have a Facebook page. Other people don't have a Facebook page because they just can't be. They're too lazy. I will fall into that lazy category. I focus on the work. I do the work. I maybe like show off a little bit to like the dev channel and stuff. And then I move on to the next thing. I don't then take an hour or so to update all of my various social medias with a thing that says, look at this that I just made. If I did that for every asset I made, I would never have any time to do anything else.
You're so incredibly selfless.
I have the needs of any other human.
Of course, but
I'm here to save you, Cat.
Yeah.
Let's switch gears, right? Okay, so look at someone like Bridge.
Hi.
Bridge Burner. Jin is a normal person. I don't mean that as an insult, but like he's a normal fucking human being, right? And he wants to bask in the glory of his works. And even if he will say like, I'm humble, I don't want to feel that way. I am actually an very, very self-confident person. Yeah. I just mean like, as a normal person would, you care about what people think of what you do, which is fair. I think that's totally normal. What I'm concerned with Kat is like, you're working with easily the greatest mapper maybe in Doom history. And I'm not saying that because I'm Bridges' friend. Like I genuinely mean that. Like I think this is like, you're on the precipice of something that is history changing in terms of our genre, of our gaming zeitgeist, right? And you don't seem to concern yourself with that. And that it's not a concern. Like if you just straight up don't fucking care, cool. But you're on the edge of glory, and I just don't. I can't, from my perspective, as the person that I am, understand how that's not like so salivatingly appetizing to you as to compliment Bridge as the best mapper. You're the best programmer. You're the best at what you do in the genre of what you do. Why does that not mean anything to you? Are you just crazy? Like, are you just...
I'll accept it as a compliment, but
yeah,
I know that I have to be critical of myself in any field, because if I fail to be, then I allow myself to slide in that aspect.
And like, you know, Motherlode, you kind of wonder that, and I do as well. but I again think
I know you fucking do because you benefit from it, and you're like, why is this guy not charging?
Why is it like? But I think I actually think that's also part of Cat's strength, and it ties into the desire to learn. Is like I think I can be better. I think like, and I have that thought process. I strive. I think that's why I'm good at what I do. Is I strive to be better. But I don't. I also am very self-confident and to the point of arrogance at times. I've been told that, and I think that's a fair comment about me. And I've learned to moderate that. And
your CAC awards were not your choice.
Exactly. No, I'm talking like even like 15 years ago, people told me that I'm arrogant. No, my self-confidence verges on that level. That's fine.
Again,
that's part of my
your
personality.
CAC awards are strictly because Arlene loves
Exactly. It's all because of her.
And there's no other reason.
None of the other fucking 9 CAC award committee members said anything to it. But like with Cat, he doesn't have that. Sorry to speak of you in the third person, Cat, when you're in the room, but he doesn't have that self-confidence or arrogance streak or like overly optimistic. My mum used to like you're not. I said I'm a perfectionist. She said no, you're not. You're a weird optimist. It's like yes, I'm a weird optimist. I think everything I do is the best thing ever, and fortunately in this particular field, to be honest, I have the talent to back it up, and it's a talent I've developed, but it's been a talent driven by that optimism. Whereas with Cat, it's a talent driven by self-criticism, and it doesn't weigh him down. So you get those creatives that they doubt themselves, and it buries them, and they don't act. Whereas with Cat, it's like I don't think I can do this right. I'm gonna fucking learn. I don't
get the sense that Cat doesn't like think he's talented. You know,
but he thinks.
I don't think the Cat demeans himself.
He thinks he can be better though, and he becomes better. Yeah. And I've watched him I
wouldn't say that I self-deprecate. I mean, unless it's out of humour, of course.
No, you think I think you recognise your talents, Cat, but you also look at your talents and think, how can I make them better? And I've watched you when you first made.
What I'm trying to say is, no, go ahead, Bridge.
I was going to say, like specifically Age of Hell, like when you first made the Dreads and the Brutes and the Brutish, they all look really good, but you've gotten so much better over the last year and a half. And when I watch what you made now, and then I say like, these things you made before, they need to be redone because you've improved.
I think that you don't exploit your talent.
There is that.
That's what I'm concerned with. It's not that you don't recognize your talent. Like I know you know how good you are. You know exactly how talented you are. I'm concerned with the fact that you're not benefiting from it.
So to assuage your fears there, Motherload, is the. And this isn't a big reveal. I have actually talked to Kat about this a bit. The first person that I'm dragging along with me on my journey is Mr. Cat, and I will make sure that he gets
well deserved. I think well deserved.
Yeah. And I think we're good here.
You should also have Primeval too.
Yeah, Prime definitely. Prime, Cat, me, and there's other people as well that I've got my eye on. But like specifically Cat, like because he is self-deprecating, flies below the radar. It's like, no, you need a spotlight. And I know, Kat, that you would love to make a living out of this kind of shit, or at least some money.
Oh, well.
Yeah. And you're good enough to do it. 100%. 150
you're not
fucking
just good enough.
1,000%.
You're the man for the job.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Like, if there was like, there'd be I'm amazed that you, like, if you showed you, like, you'd get picked up by a game industry and I'd lose you and I'd be miserable. Please don't.
I'm in love with the work that you do, right?
Yeah. Like
I know less than a quarter probably, or less than an eighth of what Bridge knows about what you're putting into this project. But just seeing what you do and seeing how much it means to you, like just tuning into the stream on a Friday night or whatever, and watching Bridge, talk about an issue or whatever, and seeing how quickly you respond to it and how professional you are with doing it, I'm really very confused why you're not a millionaire. It's a stark contrast. Like I don't get it.
Oh, let's not put too many of those.
Psyche of someone like you.
No, and like
You're a
I've
different person.
I've talked
You're a
about how
different person.
much of a joy it is, like doing the live dev thing with Cat. Like I'll
Yeah.
be on stream or in voice chat, and I'll be playing shit like, oh, this happened, and he fixes it within like minutes.
Yes.
and
Exactly. I've seen it happen in real time. That's what I'm getting at. Like,
Fucking
you
thing
can't,
of beauty.
You can't pay for a programmer who gives a fuck
Oh,
that much.
Yeah.
Literally.
So-
they don't exist.
That is my legit goal. Is when Age of Hell is done, and I move on to the next thing. Is Cat will be
Right.
a very
I'm buying
integral
that.
part of it, and
I'm totally buying that.
it's like money is just like getting paid right now. Not going to spoil anything. This is a few years in the future, but Cat's the best at what he does.
Let's let him close out his own
Alright.
thoughts. We talked over a minute.
Cat, do you?
Okay, all right. So hit that bell and subscribe. Literally hit the bell. You will be hitting a few bells, I think. Yeah.
If you're watching right now and you're not a card carrying member of the Hellforge community, like if you're watching this, you're not
everyone.
already. Yeah.
I recognize every single name.
Yeah, it's
I don't.
It's pretty much that. Here is the Discord. There's been a heavy petting with the cat. Very good afterglow. Very good. If you want to see what the cat does, like this is legit the place to see it. Is actually the Hellforge. This is not just be self-promoting.
Spuddy's here.
Spuddy is coming in.
I'm gonna go make a drink before we talk.
You can make a drink. I'll talk a bit, and then I'll introduce our next guests. So join the Hellforge. You will see Cat's work. One thing I'm going to set up soon is a Patreon account. The funds raised from there will go direct to the project. So this will help maybe reimburse some of our asset creators, pay for commissions, generate revenue for other projects from the people that are currently working on it. So that is my goal, is to actually make a free game that generates a bit of a revenue stream for the people that have helped us with it. Because, not going to lie, Age of Hell will break walls when it comes out. People are here for the vertical slice reveal. That boss and get like this is pretty next level. I'm very excited about this.
I have made him harder. Since the.
Cat's already been tweaking Basmodel.
I was watching. I was like, oh, he's doing this a bit wrong.
There we go. So cat is always watching, and that's what I love about him. He also legit. He is always thinking, always considering what he can do to make things better. And yes, make it harder, Daddy. Eris is okay. Nah, Eris is very fun. We sucked Eris' dick earlier. This has been the Dick Sucking Podcast. So we've been going fucking 4 hours, double the length that we were planning, but it has been amazingly fun. I've been really enjoying this, and this is always a pretty loose environment for the first Burning Bridges with a Bridge Burner podcast. This will be a recurring thing. They will always be recorded live, and I've got good notes. I think my first goal will be to bring back the people from today. Your VVs, your Chris Holdens, your Mr. Cats, your Erises, your Jimmys, your Arlenes, and give them a full interview, because I think everyone here so far, your Dimes, has enjoyed themselves, from what I can tell. And they've all got good stories, and they've all been like really, really fun. I've really enjoyed it, but every conversation I've had, I felt like there's a lot more to explore, which is great. That's encourages me to do more of this, and I've been thinking about this concept for a while. So we have Sorry, Iris?
If you can get a full podcast out of me, then that's quite an achievement.
There we go. Well, there's a challenge, and we're going to fucking meet it. So
editing.
I've returned.
We have
Jimmy's back.
One last interview, which is a duo from two pretty fucking cool individuals. I'm gonna fucking ping one of them to tell them unmute. No, Devo has told him. Sorry, Devo's on me. So, 2 people. Here he is. So, Spud.
Spud Hunter.
Put your
are you
fucking
gonna be on
cam on.
webcam?
Stand by with my sunburnt face.
Yes, bring us the sun. These Aussie cunts. So, we're going for
Just came back from a trip in the outback, you see, with some family. Just got some snapper in it. Hold on.
This is already off to a fantastic start. So we have
This is such a treat.
This is going to be awesome. I'm really looking forward to this. I think these are 2 people that I really respect for what they do, and from a different sphere. So like King Dime is a massive streamer, but he's connected to Doom. Classic Doom, so he feels somewhat familiar, and then everyone else is like very creative, and I interact with on an almost daily basis, so they're all very close friends. Not to say that Spud Hunter and Devo are not friends, so but they're from another kind of peripheral element, and they're both very successful streamers in their own right, and for different reasons, which is what I want to explore tonight with these 2. So. Our next interviews, we've got Devo already on stream on the top left there, looking very chiseled as he always does, and then the fucking Spud Hunter, breaking his can because he's too sunburnt, will be joining us shortly. So this is really fucking cool. 2 Aussies, we're completing the around the world journey, coming back to
We have literally been across the entire fucking.
We have.
No.
Here he is,
Spud,
replete with
You don't
mass.
have to do that. You don't have to do that.
Oh, it's alright, mate.
When you forget to take your green screen down. happens to me at work once.
All right, so
camera while I was at work, green screen sitting there behind me.
I got to start off and just like break the elephant in the room. Do either of you know who the fuck I am? At all?
Not until today, no, sir.
Okay,
but I know you're responsible for In the Keep, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that is my thing. But
the brains behind the box.
Regardless, Spud, you're a motherfucker, and I've been trying to get you on my podcast for a long ass time, and you don't check your fucking PMs. So fuck you.
He does if we play Doom.
Did you go through Harry or my DM?
No, fucking what do you? I was like Spud fucking Hunter. No,
Harry!
There's a full bureaucracy over.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw gasoline on the fire as soon as we started. But.
No, seriously, call me a prick what you want, because like sometimes I do like slip things. When did you ask? Because I'll do it. I legit.
Well, we're doing it right now, so don't worry about it.
Fucking Harry. Here you are. You're here.
We've set a precedent. We've set a precedent depending on how today goes. Because, with every menage a trois or more, you see how you like it, and then you talk to someone like, hey, I'd like to just like go off with you some other time.
I'd like to touch you some more.
Today, then perhaps you'll come on In the Keep. But let's just have fun today.
I like it when people like they sass me, they break my balls. I like it. It's adding like a bit of like attention, a little bit of extra element. We gotta mend this. We gotta
Spud. So you're here to hear. You're here to hear.
Relationship already.
Spud loves a bit of ball breaking.
The first time that I knew that you existed was I mentioned like 15 times today because of Jimmy, but at QuakeCon, I was sitting front row at the BYOC watching you and Jahar co-cast Doom 2. And that was, for you, I know it was a big moment. Like, it was really cool to watch you guys, like, just do your thing. And I was like, who the fuck, why is this mass piece of shit doing my job? But it's really cool. And while we have you here, I actually want to get into your character and, like, why did you initially as a streamer decide to go with this luchador-esque gimmick?
It's a hammed up version of me, and sometimes I'll take the mask off, breathe a little bit because
you're very handsome.
I love your eyebrows. They're sexy.
Yes.
Yeah, I use a comb to keep them in shape. What do you call it? I fucking Sorry, is this a PG-13 podcast?
No.
I didn't ask.
It's rated.
No.
Major Arlene was on the show.
Yeah, David gets a 1983 PG-13. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't go fishing, guys, right? It's not my thing, but I went on a fishing trip with a bunch of mates who were like, you know, how you fucking going kind of type. So it was just like every second we were fucking this and fucking, you know what she fucking said?
Yeah, you fuck.
So it's going to split that. All of a sudden I'm going to sound like I'm on a construction site. But yeah, like...
You're being hosted by someone who works on construction sites, so it's okay.
As I was fucking saying, Bridge.
Exactly.
What do you call it?
Look home.
No, it's just a hand up. It's fun because like I'm not shitting on people who just stream and have fun, right? Because like they just pop on a camera and then they put some overlays on and do their thing.
Mhm.
But I just kind of wanted to do something a little bit different. And people can say, oh well, it's a gimmick. Everyone's finding a gimmick because like I think when Dr. Disrespect popped off on Twitch and then around 2018, 17 or whatever it was, like every fucking dog and their owner was like all of a sudden wearing like a fucking a top hat or some shit. You know, all of a sudden everyone's got something. But I genuinely was in the process of doing this before all that Twitch stuff because I was heavily into music and this was kind of going to be my get-up as a weird thing because it was a good way of standing out. You can thank Daft Punk for that. They were like one of the originators for like making a brand of yourself outside
Daft
of your
Punk,
own
Slipknot,
face.
you know, there's good like musical precedent for that, and you know you're big, you are big into and you do your DJ streams, like you still, you know, it's not a gimmick, you do tap into that route. And
I want to differentiate where the word gimmick for me, and I think if Chris were still here, if were he not totally drunk and it weren't
too much wine.
Gimmick for pro wrestling is simply just saying like
character.
That's your thing.
It's character.
Right, your character.
Yeah.
So I don't mean gimmick it in a negative facet.
Oh yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And I remember Spud when Insane Gazebo told me that you were playing the Slaughter Spectrum, big streamer, you know, from Aussie, and it's like, and I think Gazebo told you to play it, so big props to him. And I was like, who's this fucking cunt with the mask? But like,
that's exactly what I thought.
Yeah, but
within
within
why is this fucker like with this weird ass white mask on doing my job in front of me?
But literally
I really loved watching you perform.
Yeah, literally within minutes of like
it went beyond that for me the first time I saw your streams, buddy, and it would have been through Quake Champions because you pop in, you see the mask, but then you know you see the whole tour to the Temple of the Bullshit Arts, and then there's
fucking Harry.
It's not a gimmick at that point; it's a full production effort. It takes a lot of time and patience to come up with stuff like that. So it's you know you got to give respect to that. Like I think people kind of shortchange themselves when interacting with streamers that do what you do, and they go, "Oh, it's just a gimmick." It's like, well, hang on a second. Someone had to sit down, think about this, edit it, put it together, put it in OBS, get feedback from people, and be brave enough to do it in the first place. So,
it's your craft.
Yeah, it's
it
awesome.
really is.
Yeah,
it's what makes you.
That's a really good point, Devo. And Motherload, we were chatting about you, Spud, a couple of days ago, and he was saying that this is Motherload is somebody who's professional esports casting, and you know your production is like the best in terms of the holistic package, and you see your face as like, oh, that's a gimmick, and then you see everything else like, no, this is a gimmick, this is a fucking show.
This guy, I was like, who is this motherfucker? But then I saw you do it, and I was like, oh shit, this guy really knows like his shit. Like this guy's like 100% in on Doom,
especially if you're bringing other artists in too. Like you know, you might have like Zeus, for example, that might help you out.
Or 40 Lions
that you're taking as a broadcaster to be like, I'm going to pay someone to help me make my thing better. I have no idea if it's going to work out. Like it's a risk that you take. Go ahead.
No. You're in the middle of a sentence. I was
about to finish, but it's a risk that you take as a broadcaster because you have no idea whether it's going to work out in the long run, and you could just as easily go slap some wallpaper you got off Google Images behind you and be done with it.
No,
you go the extra step.
Everything Spud Hunter does is 100%. Yeah.
So Spuddy, my boy, what's it like working with Alex? Because I've done it once. I know the answer to the question, but like, what was it like for you? To sit next to the best of the, like literally the greatest of all time and cast Doom.
He's a total pro. He has a big background in production. Like that's his job. Yeah. So he knows how to present. He knows how the behind the scenes work. He knows like every aspect of putting on a show. So, like, when you're working with him, you sort of feel like just through osmosis, being around him, you're just absorbing talent. It's just wrong. So like,
literally.
yeah, like he's very knowledgeable in all the behind the scenes stuff, but he can present as well. I mean, like all the QuakeCons, I feel like him and 40 Lions always stole the show at QuakeCon. Like you got all the professional casters. Like I love all those guys from Zoot to Jackie, all the PGL guys. They're all
Zoot, yeah. Catch up, all those guys, yeah.
But I've always had a real soft spot for Jahar and 40 because they sort of bring.
Fuck yeah, I love Jahar.
They bring the fact that they are of the community, right? Like Zoot.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, you feel their passion. You feel their passion.
Zoot, it feels. I know it's not true, but like the fact is that we feel Zoot as like an outside. Like he's part of the system.
No,
when we talked to Joe,
he was heavily involved in Quake, but like he was ended up having to make a living through that work. So then it's hard to get a part of the community. So like in his defense, like for me, right, I've made this whole streaming thing my living. So then sometimes I can't just commit to just streaming Sunder, Doom WODs all the time because all of a sudden it's like, well, I've got to bring in new people, audiences from other things, make a bit of a living. So it's like I could spend years playing Doom games and all of a sudden I'll shift for a little bit and people be like, well, this guy's not part of the community anymore or whatever. Like, and I feel like Zoot he was heavily in. He wasn't heavily in Doom, but he was heavily into Quake. He loved Quake.
Yeah, right. Truly, he really did. Yeah.
But like people got to make a living, so they shift.
All right. I'm gonna interject.
To finish up the question on Jahar, he's a ledge, and doing those Doom deathmatch comps was a bit of a blessing because, man, like he just. The thing is, like, I knew Doom, but like I didn't play Doom competitively like the OG Doom.
I could tell. Yeah.
I didn't know those maps, like the way they attack, people.
You sucked at Bastion.
All the BFG shots and all that kind of stuff, So obviously I was learning that on the fly with him, but at that level, because those guys that are playing those comps have just been doing it for generations, man. Like, the likes of Devastation, like that guy, he was doing things on the screen that I just didn't understand. Like I thought you could do that.
Devastation is my best friend.
Yeah.
All right.
Like,
gonna interrupt the love fest. We'll come back to your Spud, but I feel like Devo.
Stop talking about Quake. Stop talking about Quake.
Fuck Quake. Devo, you're obviously a friend of Spud, and it was so full disclosure. It was Spud and Devo's idea to do this joint, which I think is fucking awesome. There's two Aussie cunts here to gang up against the Kiwi broadcaster. But Spud, you're a very established presence online at this point. Very, very well known, very good at what you do, and you have this amazing presentation. But Devo, you're much more low key. Kind of the kind of streamer that I feel like I'm risen a bit more. You just kind of play your game, very good at it. Your Doom Eternal, and you don't have fucking tens of thousands of followers, but you pull viewers, huge viewer numbers. You made partner, and doing it.
How?
Yeah, how? How? So one thing that I remember watching you go through that fucking rise when Doom Eternal came out. I felt like that was the wave that you like. How did that feel? Like, what was that?
Should I leave now?
No, you're good. Like, how did that feel? Like, what was that? How did you, like, was that a cognitive process? Like, was that something that I'm going to focus on this and it's a thing I can draw from? Or did it just happen organically, you rode the wave? Like, what was that?
I mean, I think, like, it was a little bit of both, to be honest. I was drawing from it, but also having a lot of fun with the process. It was an interesting time because February, I started to do this category of speedrun for Doom 2016, which was called 0% full combat rating.
That's why I started watching.
Mental, yeah. And I just really got stuck into that to the point where I was just consistently streaming that category of that game at pretty much the same time, 5, maybe 6 days a week. So like it was a reasonable time investment. And so that 2-month block sort of set me up, and then Doom Eternal came out, and elephant in the room, COVID happened, obviously. And there were a lot of people watching Twitch at that time, and it was a really big game launch, because up until that point, I'd kind of been streaming new Doom for nearly 2 years, pretty consistently. Like I sort of dived into Resident Evil for a while and had fun there and came back, but I'd pretty much built a base in that game. Yes, you'll love to see it. Nice. And so yeah, it just sort of happened. I would say I only look at numbers like once every 6 months.
Nice.
And then I don't eyeball it every stream. I don't go, oh, this is where it's going. Just one day I thought I must be getting close, and then I had a look and I could apply, and I got accepted, which was probably one of Twitch's biggest mistakes I'll ever make.
I'm really good friends with Andy from Sudden Death TV. So he's like the Quake World streamer, like Quake 1 deathmatch streamer, and somehow he's partnered. Like 60 views per stream, kind of similar to what we're doing right now, Bridge Burner. Maybe you could work your way in there, but they just like love Quake so much that they partnered him. Like, so it's not unheard of, right?
You hit the numbers
though. Sticking to a certain style of content, and the thing with Doom Eternal is, you'll hear people say this, but it's a game that verges on making PvE content more appealing and entertaining to watch than some PvP content. And so it took people's view of me playing 2016, and it helped me. It basically gave me a leg up, because it was just a way more interesting game to watch.
And it was new. It was like as a new novel experience. And I think like the experience you're talking about, Motherload, is different. Like Devo, you had a good viewer base. Let's not play that down. Like you had core, and then this new game came out, and you were inherently good at it. Like you are one of the best Doom Eternal players out there. Let's not beat around the bush. You're better than Spud Hunter.
Well,
better than Spud
Hunter. Hold on. Give Spud Hunter his fucking moment.
Spud Hunter's good, but Devo plays it all fucking day, all the fucking time.
Spud streams of like beating Doom Eternal and ultra violence and everything. Like, let's give him his moment. I know it means a lot.
Has Spuddy beaten into the Proti?
On the race course, Spuddy beat me to.
He did. No, that's fair.
I have to tell you that I'm a fan. Like,
there's bad luck.
Getting past this conversation without saying like I like you.
Yeah, I remember watching that. You had bad fucking luck.
The thing with Devo is though, like you've what do you call it? Over time, you've like
mastered the grind,
crushed the games, right?
Yeah,
and like done it like. Methodically and like professionally, not just sort of like just playing the game. And you've done your best. So people like watching it like it's a sport. Like you're talking about PvP. A lot of the reason why people like watching PvP is because it's competitive. When you're doing your speed running, people are watching you try and get that, crush that goal, and you're working hard on it. So they're seeing a story, a journey, and then while you've got that story and journey, you've also got the funny elements and you present really well. So it just sort of goes hand in. It just makes sense that you did a good job. So
yeah, very much so.
I don't know. Maybe you can say the same, Spuddy, but I just find when you play certain games, you respond to them in a certain way, and it gives you a certain kind of energy when you stream. Like when I play any other game, it's like if I play a Souls game or a Resident Evil game, I feel completely different, and it reflects in your behavior while you're live. Whereas when I play Doom Eternal, like I just gives me
energy. You don't get because
easy to stream.
You don't get angry at any other game. You only get angry at Doom Eternal.
Bridge, does this mean the same in Australia?
It does. We'll get to you, but I think I want to like just build on Deva's point here. Yeah, you get very salty at Doom Eternal. I think that's that.
I hate that game.
And you keep playing, but that's that energy. It's engaging. It drives you.
Yeah.
And I can recognize that, and
I would agree.
That's you found your niche, and people watch you for it, and like you pull bigger viewer counts, like double when you play like Dark Souls or Resident Evil or something like that.
Yeah,
people resonate with that energy, and I think I love that about you.
Yeah, I think if I invested the same amount of time into the Souls games, eventually you'd get to the same outcome. But I think this might sound really wanky, but like I think streaming is like watering a garden. You might have a few plots in your garden, and if you water one really well, it's going to grow, and the other ones are going to like fall by the wayside.
That's why I'm at.
And you can. That's just like one way to view it. If
as a person who has a garden,
and you had the Doom 16 garden.
Unlike Bridgeburner, I have a garden.
Gardens are illegal here apparently. But you had the Doom 16 garden already, and then that Doom Eternal garden grew from that. I think and it felt like a natural progression for you, and like people recognized that, you enjoyed it. It was a really great synergy for you. You wrote, and then you said it was like it sounds like it was a pretty organic process, and you rode that new game wave to a very big viewer community. It was great. And this was originally, like I said, it was originally going to be separate interviews, but it's nice having the two Aussies here together. I prefer it. It's good. I like it. I love it. Good idea.
One of the reasons I invited Spuddy, and it was sort of offset when KD jumped in first, but there were so many excellent creatives in this conversation. I felt like I was going to be the little boy in the room. You had Chris Holden in here. You got great musicians in here. Mappers, etc. So
that's a good question. How does it feel knowing that of all of the people that we've interviewed today, you, Devo, are one of the penultimate guests?
You and Spud,
you are. You and Spud.
Yeah, you guys are the last. This is it. This is the end of the podcast.
The most famous and the most significant. I'm not trying to say. I'm not discounting anybody that's been on today, but like, you are the most significant in terms of people. People care about what you have to say. People actually.
I think it's good that. I think it's good that you guys are covering so many different topics, because you get to get across so many different things, like the whole creative process of having General Vivi, and that was super interesting. Chris Holden as well.
Chris was drunk.
Some excellent stuff.
So drunk.
Yeah, he was drunk. I was like, "Is that a bottle of wine?"
Yes, that was like his third.
Chris was. I know Chris intimately. Not like
he was fucking pissed.
Intimately, but like
no, definitely.
He was drunk. He was having a good time.
So I mean, like, I legitimately, you two were like one of the first people that I approached for this, and you jumped at it, which I really appreciate. You guys are busy. You do a lot of streaming. You've got your own shit going on. I really appreciate, and I know that this is New Year's Eve for you two, because you're in the similar time zone to me. So this is a big deal. I really appreciate it, and like,
it was a risk for you. We could have rocked up not sober.
Yeah, you said you were going to be drinking whiskey. I'm disappointed you're not. Devo, I'm very not surprised drinking the waters. He's very sensible. He's a fellow lifter. Spud thinks he is.
Teetotaler.
Spud. So contrast. Like we talked about, like how Devo, you're very driven by that solo, like an athlete competing against their personal best. Like that feels like that's kind of your analogy. Doing the 100-meter sprint, you've done that. You've done it in 11 seconds. I want to do it in 10:9 and then 10:8. And you keep driving against that.
I would compare Devo to an Olympic athlete in terms of his prowess.
Yeah, exactly. And you are that fucking good. You are not, you're at that level in terms of doing shit. Like I don't think I've seen anyone play that game as well as you. And watching you beat that fucking master level Atlantica fight, that was fucking insane. Right. That is. I would never beat that on. Like, holy shit! That is. You have to be pinpoint. Like fucking. Yeah, that's a whole other podcast. Sorry, Smart. So that
I was gonna say you can't. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say you can't. Like he to get on that level. Like Devo used to smash a lot of Quake champions, and that DLC is like, it's like a death match,
Yeah, exactly. No, actually, that's a good point. You do move like it's a death match. You're always moving. You cannot stand still. You always got a target. There's always an objective in the way that you move, Devo, in those games. And like, I can't play Doom Eternal like that. There's too many buttons. There's too much cognition. I have to stop and think too much, and that's a real art. So, pivoting to Mr. Spud, I've watched you play competitive gameplay. Your Tarkov, the Hunt Showdown, your battle mode Doom. You're obviously into your Apex. I don't get Apex, but I love watching you play it. You are the sweaty competitive gamer. What draws, like, real basic question, what draws you to that actual competition against other people as opposed to what Devo does, which is competition against the game?
Well, I grew up going to a lot of LANs, and we're talking, your RTS, like Command and Conquer, and all the traditional FPS, Counter-Strike 1.6 and the older Quakes and Half-Life Deathmatch. So, I grew up playing a lot of multiplayer against my friends in my social groups, and then we went to a couple of big LANs like Valhalla, which is in South Australia, and that was sort of my jam, and I always enjoyed that competitive, because it was sort of like Devo, like all the speedrunners, you're always trying to get that next best. And it's the same with competitive gaming in FPS. You're trying to get better mechanics, better aim, better brain. You joke about that in Quake Duel, aim and brain.
Cerebro!
Yeah. So that was that's why I always brought the comedic element to things. Like I do a lot of self-deprecation and play the fool a lot, where and probably sometimes people lean into it and believe that I'm a peanut, but
oh, you're definitely a peanut.
Hold on. What does peanut mean? Because I'm American and most of the audience is
dumb.
I don't know what's PC, because as an American, you guys flip out on everything. So I'll just
dumb, slow, stupid.
I'm not gonna flip out.
I have to talk you on. Hold on. I have to talk you on.
Attaboy. We're not gonna flip out.
What do you call it?
I love it.
No, it's
so
what do you call it?
That was great.
Yeah. So as I was saying, like it was the competitive drive.
Oh, King Dog has a question.
Yeah, the competitive drive was what I really enjoyed about that, because it was kind of like learning an instrument to me. I always liked music, and it was always like, all right, I've learned how to do this. It's cool. And the same thing happened with competitive gaming. It was like I just learned when I got back into Quake Champions, and then that's when I started streaming. I was learning how to duel again, and you learn, no, don't be a peanut and run for the red armor now, which is up in 30. Yeah. Sit to the side, delay it a little bit, and he's gonna now come. And you start thinking like that. Whereas so many people in the battle royale genre, that it makes you just get on, you point and click, and you run around like a deer in the headlights. Whereas competitive FPS gaming, it just feels like it's like
it's very engaging,
learning to grow and all that kind of stuff.
Because I've played a bit of Doom Deathmatch over the last 12 months, and it's very focused.
Yeah.
Like I played PUBG once, and it felt very dispersed and like vague, and like this doesn't draw me in. Like a fucking genuine deathmatch where you spawn, pick up a weapon, kill, like in like split seconds. Like this pulls you in. And I know you like your Tarkov and your Hunt Showdown, which is more than that like slow creep.
I like Tarkov too.
Which genuinely look like, particularly the Hunt. Holy fuck, the Hunt looks so cool. But I love that about classic deathmatch. Is just like you get pulled in straight away. There's no time to think. You just start shooting.
And No, I mean the thing is, like, it's all hand in hand. Certain games bring that flavor, like the new Dooms do, especially Doom Eternal. That's why I said Devo excels so well at it, because back in the day when I started getting back into gaming and competitive gaming, we went to a couple LANs, and Devo and I went to a LAN together before either of us were like prominent streamers doing FPS games. And this guy called Ultimate Sacrifice, he ran a competition for Quake, and like Devo was kicking ass back then on Quake, and I feel like those games, they prepared people like him and myself to play games like Doom Eternal and stream them. So, coming full circle to a game like Doom Eternal, It's all
Doom-
really one and the same.
Mm.
It's just people see it differently, you know.
I think it feels like it's about finding energy.
Single player game as has ever been to a multiplayer game.
Mm.
Is that fair to say?
I don't know if that. I think Doom Eternal is the first. Doom 16 had a touch of it. Doom Eternal is the first genuinely challenging FPS game in a long time.
I disagree. Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that
Yep.
statement. I think
It's the Dark Souls of FPS on Nightmare. It is hard.
Doom 2016.
No. Doom Eternal. Doom 16
Okay.
had touches of it.
Doom Eternal.
Doom Eternal has it.
Doom 2016 is easy.
Yeah, it is. So Doom 16 peaks in difficulty on like the first map.
And Devo would be the person to.
But
silence
Doom
me.
Eternal,
Just be like,
Doom Eternal,
calm
whether you
down.
like it, I know you don't, Motherload, which is fine. I got nothing against
I
that.
literally hate it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. But in terms of difficulty on Nightmare, Doom Eternal is a genuinely challenging experience.
It's as close to a multiplayer experience
Exactly.
as you're going to feel in a
Exactly.
single player game.
Yes.
And that's a compliment.
Yeah.
That's like a.
You're talking to two people here who know Doom Eternal better. Like, would you guys agree? Is Doom Eternal the Dark Souls / skilled multiplayer single player FPS? Like, is that a relatable experience?
I think it has definitely. It doesn't have the metagame elements of a Souls game. Like it doesn't really have. It has some light elements like the extra live stuff. So as you die, the game gets harder because you have to repeat content. You run out of extra lives. So in some sense, that has like some similarity to like losing souls or echoes mechanic in Bloodborne or Dark Souls. Same with Sekiro. Like you run out of reses, then you have to repeat the whole fight over again. But outside of that, that's where the similarities sort of end. What I will say, though, is it definitely has a lot in common with Sekiro, at least in terms of how rote its mechanics are. So,
There's
like
a pattern,
Sekiro,
there's
there's a very specific way.
There's a pattern.
Yeah, there's like a
isn't
very... There's like a pattern to mitigate or avoid damage, but there's also very specific mechanics in the game that you use to specifically deal with that type of enemy. And it is much more like Sekiro than it is any of the Dark Souls games. Like 2016, maybe you could make an argument, but not quite. Like it has more flexibility in how you approach it than Eternal. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's the Souls of FPS, but it definitely has that unforgiving difficulty.
This is like specifically linking to Sekiro because I haven't played any of the Souls games, so I think that's a good insight. And yeah, Spud as a more competitive gamer, I've always viewed as Doom Eternal as like the single player equivalent of playing good people in deathmatch. Would you agree with that, or am I off the mark?
No, legit, because like a good arena FPS, a competitive FPS, that has you thinking about positioning, weapon choices, timing, and your resources, your health, and your stack, and all that. Like that game does all that. It's just there. It isn't a human behind those demons. That's the difference. Outside of battle mode, which is kind of rough, because like battle mode was my personal go-to with the game. Like I knew like there'd be usual suspects like Draco and Bite Me that do the speed running. Battle mode was going to be my thing, and it was like we never had Aussie servers on release, and they were still sort of developing it live as the game came out. And I don't think it got didn't really get received too like welcoming because it divided the community a bit. Because there was a lot of guys that wanted the deathmatch from 2016.
Fuck yeah!
And then there was other people that didn't know how to feel about battle mode.
I felt like battle mode was a shot miss.
From an American perspective, like battle mode sucked dick. It was garbage. It should not.
Are you talking as a mode or the like the servers and the way it was?
I mean from the way that it was perceived from the people, right? So like, I'm not coming to you saying like battle mode itself is a failure. I'm saying that battle mode did not resonate with the people the way it.
But you can say the same thing about Quake Champions. It didn't resonate with the people.
Of course,
say the same thing about Doom 2016 too.
Yeah, Doom 2016. Yeah, like ID has a very poor history with multiplayer over the last 7 or 8 years.
They have it's not a priority,
Yeah.
right? It's not like
I would
when
pay
Quake Champions go back, Quake Live, Quake 3, Quake whatever. id does not value the multiplayer scene the way that I think they should. If that makes any sense.
I would pay the asking price for Doom Eternal again for a co-op campaign, straight up, instantly.
Of course.
I would.
But co-op is a different thing than competitive.
But it's different. But like, there is a market for that, and I would pay money for genuine deathmatch in Doom Eternal. Capture the flag, classic. Like, imagine being able to pick Doomslayer, Pain Elemental, Marauder, all equally strong, and imagine kind of like Quake Champions. But I think there's more dynamicism in the Doom Eternal bestiary to make for funner things to play. How fucking cool would that be? Like in a deathmatch arena, that'd be awesome. And that's where battle mode falls down. It's like that 2v1 is so skewed to a certain mentality.
I very much feel that Quake and Doom multiplayer over the past 10 years has been undermined. I don't mean to say it like not good, but like, because Quake Champions was really truly excellent, especially in the first 2 years of its development.
It's been an under-resourced product, I think is the way.
Look, okay, I'll put it in my like usual generic kind of discussion of the topic. There is a need for this kind of game, but if you want to make an Overwatch happen, if you want to make a...
That's never going to happen with an IP. Never.
If you want to make a really, truly great multiplayer FPS game happen, you have to invest in it over multiple years.
Yeah,
right? It's not a like 2-year process. So we have 2017, it's 2020 right now, as we speak, and 2021 tomorrow. Yeah, for you Aussie and New Zealand people.
Hey, you flew by fast.
Yeah, fucking cunts.
Yikes! Right. 3 years is not enough to develop a game like this. You need multiple years of like.
No, and like you need to keep tweaking it. It's
constantly reinvest.
It's like a good ARPG.
It's a failure like most of its time.
You need a dedicated team to it.
Yeah, and then you end up with like this situation where it's like, okay, we're profitable. Look at League of Legends, right? League of Legends is not a game that I'm currently personally interested in, but like they have made so much. They've made money and they've reinvested it continually in their player base. Like, let's just continue to do that. And then you have Quake Champions, which is like a 3-year project.
Well, Quake Champions is only just getting good over the last year or so.
I know that Devo and Spud Hunter can like relate because they played the game a little bit at least. And Spud, you played it a lot, right? Like you played a lot of Quake Champions.
Yeah, it was my bread and butter. It was the community I was a part of.
It is. It's a game that, unfortunately, Bethesda and I don't blame Bethesda. Like I look at them and I'm like, as a businessman, I wouldn't invest in that either. To be honest with you.
All right. Sorry. I am going because.
Can I have a question for Devo?
I've seen your question. Is it the same question you asked in the chat, Dime? Because I've got that.
No, it's actually a different question.
Okay, you asked that.
Oh.
Yeah. I've got your other question.
Because Devo was talking about his history with coming from Doom 2016.
I'm sorry.
As long as I can ask King Dime a question right after.
Yes. Okay. This is agreed by the host. Go.
Can I just finish the thought and then I'll be done?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. The issue with Quake Champions is that Bethesda is rightfully unwilling to reinvest their profit into what they deem to be a non-profitable.
It is about money.
Yeah.
Well,
They see it as a non-profitable venture that they've dived into. That's
But
it.
that's natural. That's natural.
Yeah.
As soon as there's a
Yeah.
shareholder involved, that's natural. The thing is,
I have no issues
they
with
did
that.
put in a lot of, in the defense of them, because I have met a lot of people behind the scenes of the game. They did put a lot of effort into it, whether it was misplaced choices, poor judgment
Yeah.
on certain things, timing, blah blah blah. I used to be very vocal about certain things in the past, like server issues.
You
and things
as well as me, we have no like investment in Bethesda, so you can say whatever the fuck you want. I assume. Go ahead, please.
Well, I'm on the payroll. No, just kidding. What do you call
I
it?
know you're not, because they don't have that much money.
What do you call it? Really, it's just I think a poor timing with. See, remember when they started developing it? It was before the Battle Royale craze. You got to remember that they were actually developing it years
It's
before
true.
the Battle Royale
2017.
craze.
2017 happened.
That's when they released it, and
Yeah.
they were developing it years before then.
But then PUBG.
And yeah, and when they released it, at that time, the culture was still okay. Everything's fine with these early access games where things aren't 100% finished, and we develop it as we go. That's starting to be phased out because people are kind of getting a bit iffy about games that aren't, 100%
I think it's
functional.
probably still relevant for small.
When you're
games
wearing
and
your
stuff,
mask, I
and
can't tell what you're
probably
talking about.
Small games are different.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, small
indie
games are-
scene's different because that is acceptable because those
Yeah.
guys don't have millions of dollars in their pockets. But the AAA scene, like there's a lot of EA games in EA games like in early access, not EA early access. I mean like EA games, and they like that company's trillionaires in the industry. Like, why are they doing early access games? You know, like, there's no
Because they're
explanation for that one.
profitable.
I don't know
Because
what the
of-
fuck happens.
Exactly. But look, but at the end of the day, right? They did put in. Speaking objectively, they did put in a lot of finances and effort into the game. It's just a lot of timing on things. Like, I genuinely think Arena FPS did have a window of maybe getting a bit of appeal with the mainstream audience. Not massive, but a bit more appeal than it did. But I think it's just a timing on a whole bunch of things. And then
I think you're tapping into
'Cause you gotta
this,
remember-
Spud, where like Quake Champions could have been a flagship game, but Battle Royales happened, and they put it. They put it.
I think
They
me
put
and
in
Spud
this.
Hunter need to have a one-on-one podcast. It's
That,
not
that,
this.
oh, it's on my list. They put in this huge amount of effort and energy and money into Quake Champions. Like, this is a game that was backed. This is not a game that was like half-assed produced. It was backed. It developed. They wanted to be good. It came out, but then PUBG happened, and the Battle Royale became this new wave and just completely crushed any other multiplayer deathmatch kind of setups. And then there's like, well, fuck, do we pour money behind this thing that's not going to work? Like, I can actually fully understand the commercial decision.
From a business perspective, I 100% would not invest in Arena FPS.
Exactly. You would not. Like, you'd make Overwatch, you'd make Apex Legends,
Yeah.
you'd make fucking Tarkov, you'd make the Hunt Showdown.
Even then, I wouldn't invest in that. It's a stupid idea.
And like this new wave happened, and I know I've heard all the complaints about Quake Champions. I've never played it, but I've heard the gripes, and I think they're legitimate from a player's perspective. But I can understand how that happened. There was a wave. There was a wave that they did not foresee that just completely drove over them, and crushed old school deathmatch. Just it's gone. But now I think there's a wave coming back, and there is an interest in it, and like Doom Eternal's battle mode, it's okay. It's not going to sustain. There are that Fortnite's still big, Apex is still big, but I think there is a growing hole for an old school arena FPS PvP to grow into. I don't think it's Quake Champions. I think it's something new. Maybe Doom Eternal does pop into that bubble. I don't know, but I feel like there is a market desire for it coming up.
All right.
Fuck, it's gonna be Dusk. Dusk multiplayer. Hell yeah. So I have a couple of questions.
Dust World is great.
I think we've got maybe 10 minutes left, and it might be time to move on. So, fuck, I had actual questions, and I can't remember what they were. Well,
all right.
Fuck.
Bridge, if you're confused, I will
I'm confused.
impose with the real question from the audience.
Oh, all these questions. Okay, no, I've got those lined up. So, King Dime asked the question a long time ago. Bridge, Devo, Spud. So this is us three very sexy humans. How do we balance, and I'll rotate through Spud, Devo, then me, exercise and this very sedentary pastime? And this is from King Dime. Yeah. Spud?
Alright. Well, back in the Quake Champions days, I used to do celebratory dance-offs, I guess,
Nice.
with a visual effect. You'll probably remember it, Devo. I called it unfocculating because your body would get fucked up over time. Catch a little bit of arthritis. But yeah, I used to do that a lot. And then my setup sort of changed that a bit. But I do a lot of running. 2020 sort of threw me out of whack with my gymming, but I used to lift a lot of weights. I had at least a little bit of definition. Now I look like I've been held against my will somewhere for a little while. So I'm trying to get back into gymming a bit. But I swim, I run, I walk. When there's a lady in my life, there's a good cardio there. So, just keep that in mind. So it's all about cardio, really. Just keep your cardio going.
It sounds like you're just a fan of expending energy. Like when the opportunity arises, it's like, yeah, I'm going to do something.
Yeah, man, pretty much. It's just balance. That goes with anything. Like, yeah, man. And this guy above me on the screen lifts very heavy weights. So, yeah. You're like a general health.
I know Devo.
General
lives.
General health practitioner, Mr. Spud. Just being healthy, energetic, good for everyone. Like that's a kind of ethos that you could like. Then we come to Devo, who is a fucking lifting machine.
Look at this guy.
I think we should ask for a flex.
Look at his fucking face.
I really wish I had. I really wish I had the snap cam filters right now.
Just like that.
Elongated beer bottle shaped individual, but I don't have that on this computer.
In all seriousness, you are a fan of powerlifting. And you're
Just
built for
be
it.
honest of your like actual day-to-day routine.
24-inch
of
pythons.
Yeah.
What
do you? What do you?
Here, brother.
What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Yeah.
What do you do to stay in shape?
Oh, well, I lifted for about 10 years before. Well, I sort of stopped competing right as I started streaming because I was kind of getting tired of it and just losing interest. So I'd been competing in strongman for like 7 or 8 years up to that point. And nowadays I still train like 3 or 4 times a week, but 45 minutes to an hour. So like, I guess to come back to the original question, when you have that level of experience, you know how to do things efficiently. Like what exercise selection is going to give me the most bang for my buck, and also if I'm going to be doing
your gym
really,
in your house, or do you go to a gym?
I have one in the shed. Yeah, so I have a setup in the shed.
Nice.
With, everything I need to get pretty much 90% of what I need done is in there. And then there's another gym down near to where I live that I go to.
Did you do any strongman meets?
Yeah, I competed at the state level, internationally as well.
Wow.
2016 was a really good year. So
how tall are you?
5'11".
Yeah, no, you are. No. So that's an important question because height matters for powerlifters, and 5'11" is a good height.
If you think about if you've got to load an Atlas stone to a platform that's this high, and then
Atlas lift maybe it's a bit hard for 5'11".
You're actually 6'9", so instead of loading it to there, you're loading it to like there.
Different with powerlifting, but like if you're gonna press something, then 5'11" is good.
Comparison to powerlifters and gamers in terms of being introverted.
I think it's not introverted; it's focused.
Well,
it's dedication.
You can put whatever.
I don't think it's really. I think many powerlifters, especially nowadays, are actually quite extroverted, and that's due in part to them. They don't become extroverted. The sport has gathered such a big following now, and the people who are loudest are usually the ones that want attention for the shit they do. So I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I think though that the people that do powerlift maybe have something in common with people who'd like to do PvE content in games. Maybe, just because you're not really competing against other people, you're kind of trying to
compete against yourself,
your own efforts,
and be encouraged by external yelling, shall we say? And like I think my experiences, King Dime, to round out the questions, is similar to Devo's. Like I've got a very long history, and I didn't do powerlifting, but I've been exercising for almost 20 years. I've got a degree in sport and exercise science. It's always been part of my life for over half of it. And I know I can get that fucking hour workout and get good gain, good feelings out of it. I don't want to use the word gains because it's a dumb word. So I think the key, like it feels like Dime, I might be reading to it, like you might be looking for a little bit of advice, and the key is to find something you can do quickly and build into a routine. Whether that is on the way home from work, you go to the gym 3 times. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You just go. It doesn't really matter what you do. You just make it there. And you build a habit. And I think that's the key. Because, my job is a lot less active than it used to be. It's important to build those good routines into your daily routine. That's a really big part of it. And if you can build that, and it doesn't matter what else changes, you've already got that routine to fall back on.
Can I chime in?
You can.
As the 5'11", 5'7", actually, guy of the group, the shortest member of the group, I personally really value physical fitness, but it comes from a bridge. Can I say this on your podcast? Like where I come from? All right, military-esque background.
Fine.
Yeah. I very much value cardio over everything else, right? So no matter what you do, cardio is number one.
Yeah, there's an element like being fit is important, but there are very strong studies around like muscular strength preventing bone breakages in the elderly and building up bone density. Like muscular, like this is another conversation. It's all important, all of it. Strength.
Come on, everything is important.
Just be honest, just hold on. Just be honest, Bridge Burner. You just tell us the truth. It takes a strong hammer to drive a big nail. That's what you're trying to say.
That's true.
I have a big hammer. All right, so we've got a couple of questions, and I think we're drawing to a close in the next 5 minutes because we've got some more events to get through. There was one from one Shifty.
Just work out hard. Just sweat a lot.
So this is a question to Spud Hunter. And this is a good question, actually. How apprehensive were you for your first unmasking?
Unmasking?
That's a good question.
It was just, not really. It was just really hot.
It's like seeing you unmasked was like seeing Kiss unmasked.
Oh, mate, I think I want to see it.
It was just no. I still like the mask stays on. It's good fun. Like
those eyebrows though.
It's like it's something where it's like I hated that feeling like when I was going to events and shit. I had that feeling of having to feel like I had to hide when people made a big deal if they did see my face. Not like acting like I am some kind of big deal or something, but there was a few people like, "Where?" And I'm like,
"You're so handsome."
Beautiful, like seriously, good looking man.
But
you're not like it's not like Gene Simmons taking off his mask. Like, you're a good looking boy, right?
Give it a year. I'll have on my face, man.
Get a few more sunburn. Get a few more Aussie sunburns in you.
You put like sunscreen on everything else, but like the sun just bounces off the ocean, man. It like with a magnifying glass, man. It was insane.
Are you Aborigine? Like, what's your background? Because you're very dark.
Italian, aren't you?
I'm half Italiano, so I'm half English, Scottish, Irish, all that. But then, if you think about it, the Romans came over and
You're a fucking Australian.
Finest women and shit.
You're
so
a
it's like, maybe I'm full
motherfucking
Italian.
Australian.
You don't know.
You're a
you don't
cunt.
know the history of eugenics. But yeah, no, I'm half Italian, so I got like, olive skin. So yeah, I don't know.
You're dark.
Have we got what you want to do like a color shade swab thing? Like
Nah. Spuddy's a cunt. A bona fide, sun-drenched fucking hellhole that is Australia with all its death animals. Cunt. Yeah, you cannot doubt his bona fides. Cunningham, exactly.
But yeah,
Devo is a winner.
All right.
do you have a, yeah.
So I'm just gonna. I think we've been going for fucking 5 hours, 3 hours longer than anticipated. So the idea behind this was to kind of like get a feel for this conversational kind of podcast thing, and I think I'm definitely gonna do this again. So my first ports of call will be to everyone on here, so get ready. But it'll be a one-on-one. Coming up. We've got one question from King Dime. From King Dime to Devo. You spent years working on the 0% speedrun for Doom 16, and I remember watching that. There was a hell of a feat. But it seems you found a good niche in Doom Eternal of succeeding arguably the hardest of content. Finishing horde modes or multiple game Ultra Nightmare runs. Why do you think you're so successful at challenge runs compared to Doom Eternal speed streamers and other speedruns? So other people who try and do this, why are you good at it?
That's a very
really
difficult question to answer.
Just say I'm a god.
I think it's just experience, like playing QC, playing a lot of 2016, doing lots of different types of runs in 2016. It's just time. Like when Eternal came out, I had over 900 hours in 2016, and
Jeepers.
It's just literally investing the time and understanding when to push the accelerator and when to push the brakes. And I think that's the difference for me, is I know when to press the brakes a bit. If you're in the middle of an arena fight and you're thinking about, there's all these different demons and I'm trying to do damage to them. Are they going to do damage to me? Do I have enough health and armor to withstand that damage? And when you're talking about permadeath runs or runs with minimal checkpoints, I think that is kind of the line break, which I think is part of why I was able to complete the horde mode on Ultra Nightmare. I didn't do it quick. It took me 2 hours, but I put it on speedrun.com so that everyone knew.
That is no mean feat. That is huge.
I don't care if people beat the time. It's the first run there.
Wow, that is massive.
And now it's like 45 minutes or something insane. Like Frosty and Zai, those guys have just obliterated it to within an inch of its life.
Yeah.
So,
I do
it's just experience.
You beat a challenge and then you move on to another challenge. It feels like with you. I've done this to a degree. You've beaten that horde mode. You're the first to do it, and then you're like, "Fuck, what's the next one? What else can I do?" It's not a small thing. It's not an insignificant skill or drive. I think Devo, you've got a strong drive for that, because I've watched you rage at Doom Eternal a lot and fucking hate the game.
Oh, I hate the game, but
you keep moving, and
it's hard.
You're the Andre Agassi of Doom Eternal. He hates tennis, but he keeps playing it, or used to.
Yeah.
I've read his it reminds me a bit of that, like the hate, like fuck, why am I playing this game? There is things to do.
When you're squatting,
exactly
20 kilos, you're not exactly enjoying having 20 kilos on your back, but you're also like, if I do this, I'm going to feel good about it.
Yeah.
But you hate doing it.
You hate doing it, exactly. Fucking League Day. Fuck League Day. So, thank you. Spud, do you have anything else you want to add to the proceedings? Anything you want to plug? I mean, we'll shout your Twitter out.
OnlyFans / the Spud Hunter.
There we go.
Just the usual suspects. Like, subscribe, and comment. No, I stream on Twitch.
Yep,
You've really plugged me.
There is Spud's Twitch.
Having me on. It was good having a chat.
Oh, this is amazing.
It was good crossing paths with Motherload and him breaking my balls.
That's what he does.
Relationship over the course of next year.
Yeah.
Keep rocking these marathons. They're dope.
No.
Yeah, thanks for having us both.
Yeah. Thanks for having us.
Be one with the bullshit.
Also, and Happy New Year. That's what I got to say.
Oh, we're 3 hours over that, but seriously,
Yeah, because I won't be able to say it live when it happens.
be
So enjoy, man.
be one with the bullshit.
Yes.
And thank you, Devo. I've shouted out your Twitch page. You got anything else you wanna plug or shout out?
I just want to say thanks for making Bastion of Chaos.
Oh,
We'll come back. We'll come back to this topic in another.
actually,
occasion,
I had one more question, which you've just reminded me of. Bastion of Chaos was your first classic Doom experience, wasn't it?
It wasn't my very first, but it was my first real experience with custom content for the game. I'd never played any WODs made by anyone else in the community, so I'd seen Spuddy do some stuff in Sunder, which looked horribly painful, rocket jumping over
very painful
crowds of Hell Knights.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I played Doom 64 and Doom 1 on the Game Boy, actually. Advance, of all things.
Nice.
And those were my first interactions with OG Doom. But sorry, proceed.
How did that feel?
It was awesome. It was so good. It was like visually just such a spectacle. Always such a pleasure to complete an encounter and then get to explore a new area of the environment. And then I learned that like it's not that dissimilar to Doom Eternal, except the numbers are just amplified and each individual enemy doesn't contribute that much on their own, but the way that the crowds of enemies and their placements overlap is what makes it so much fun to untangle. It's like a big knot. But you've got to every group of enemies is like a knot in this pile of knots, and you're trying to undo each bit. And I love doing that.
I have not heard that compared. Untangling a big knot, comparing slaughter fights, like pulling the threads out. I really like that analogy actually, because I remember watching you for most of that, and you did legit look like you're having a fuckload of fun.
Yeah, I think it was like 2 a.m. or something at one point, and I was stuck in that encounter. I can't remember what it was. It had like it was like a center room.
Oh, the dice fight where it lowers down and there's revenants around. The dice fight. It was the dice fight, wasn't it?
I think I had like 2 health, and I quick saved myself into 2 health, and I somehow got out of that, and that was mental. It was like 2 a.m. Like,
I have done 2 playthroughs of that warp where I've saved on 1 health, so you're not alone. So you know, I'll be looking for some people to play the new version, which is full of Age of Hell content, which we played earlier today. So yeah, you can come.
Very keen.
Bribe me. No, legit looking. Like seriously, like this is. It'll be fairly similar, but it's. I'm looking for some people to come and give me some feedback. So, people who play Bastion, top of the list.
Nice.
Awesome.
Very nice. That goes to your Spud as well.
Crossbow gun. I want that crossbow gun. That's what
I know. Spud has been fucking chomping at the bit for Age of Hell for like a year now. And I very much.
What about on Motherload? What's happened? Has he been taken to the void?
He's disappeared. Oh, he's back. Oh, here he comes. He's dying.
I'm falling asleep.
Yeah, that's right. So perfect timing. We're done for the podcast. We'll be going a good fucking 5 hours, which is a lot longer than we were anticipating. But it's been a heap of fun. Very much appreciative of everyone who's joined us. Thank you to the Motherload for co-hosting. Thank you to all our guests. We're going to sign out with Spudhunter and Devo. King Dime's still here. Eris has been here the whole fucking time. The man who never sleeps. And then other individuals. Oh, we got fucking Dalek Eris with his broken microphone. I love it. And thank you to other luminaries. King Dime. Jimmy, Major Arlene. Chris Holden, General Vivi. I think that's... how can I fucking forget the Mr. Cat? There will be more Bridgeburner podcasts, Burning Bridges with Bridgeburner. And I think the goal is to probably start with everyone has been on the stream today. So if they're willing and ready, we'll continue with the shenanigans. I'll take a small break for a few minutes, go for a little bit of a walk, get a bit of fresh air, fill up my water mug, and we'll be getting into some slightly more chaotic content with some co-op deathmatch, maybe some Among Us, a bit of Quiplash. Empty Cell has been prepping that. We've got BB Plays, lots of cool shit still to come. We are over halfway through the stream. We'll be going 13 hours. Downward slope, home run, I swear. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, you guys are awesome.
Thank you so much, guys.
Peace.
Peace out.
Cheers.